Hey everyone, this is Silrivan, and I am here to have a chat today with Sam. Do you want me to call you Sam or Ash in this video? We've gone back and
We
forth.
always say that, and Sam is my real name, but also Ash is my real name too. Ironically enough, it's the funniest thing. So either or.
I'll call you Sam in this video because I think that's what I called you in the playthrough videos that we did of the War Within. So I'm here today with Sam and Portergauge as a follow-up to the videos that we made playing through the War Within's initial campaign. So we just wanted to get together to talk a little bit about the War Within in hindsight, to do kind of a retrospective with our thoughts on the story, how that's going, and then take a little look into what's coming in Midnight. Did either of you want to give an introduction to yourselves really quickly?
Yeah, I'll say hello. You may know me as Ash/Sam. I just basically now and then on social media. You may know me from previous videos with Port and Sil here, where we've given our thoughts about both Dragonflight things and our playthrough of the War Within and other such related topics. I like yapping about World of Warcraft, especially in video format. I feel like I can't always say all my thoughts in text, but when we all get together on a video, I love to have a good natter. And Port?
Yeah, so I'm Portergauge. Porter, you probably know me from Twitter or Blue Sky, where I do very, very long playthrough threads of upcoming content, a lot of reactions to it. I also am currently a writer for Wowhead, where I do more editorial style analysis of various cinematics and upcoming content. Likewise, I very much love yapping about World of Warcraft.
I think we all do, yeah.
We have so much to say about this, so much to say. But yeah, so we've done our playthrough of War Within. We're now currently, as of this time of our recording, we're sitting on patch 11.2.5, with 11.2.7 coming out in roughly a month. From what we've seen a PTR, that has just one major sort of story quest. Is that correct, Port?
Yes, it's just the prologue for Midnight, the Windrunner questline, basically.
Actually, I will say just this. Have noticed that our sub patches in this expansion just sort of have smaller tie-in quests, but the one that's coming up, it looks pretty solid, dare I say. But I feel like that, working on the point of solid in a sense of quality, I feel like that is viewed generally of War Within. It has its positives, it has its negatives. We'll talk about those today, but we'll also go all the way back, I think, and we were just saying, just having a talk between ourselves about where should we start. And I believe our thoughts leaving Dragonflight and our thoughts about Dragonflight, then coming into the War Within and playing through the War Within, is a good place to start. Now, I'm just going around each of us here. What were our thoughts about Dragonflight as a general overall experience as compared to War Within? Now, basically, the expansion is complete. Would you like me to start?
Yeah, you can get started. Kick us off.
Okay, so just briefly, I liked Dragonflight as an expansion. However, that comes with an asterisk. I feel that Dragonflight's gameplay, Dragonflight's cadence of its content, and Dragonflight's, how do we put it? The ability of Dragonflight to make each patch feel thematically well toned with each other. Each patch felt like a patch that was supposed to be in that expansion. However, I hold major issue with the story. I actually don't like Dragonflight's story all that much. I think that the initial questing stories, like the smaller self-contained stories, were good. However, the premise that Dragonflight rested on was kind of balls. That's my professional opinion. All the way from the base questing story of finding the MacGuffin's 5 of the Oath Stones and things like that.
Whatever happened to those?
Oh
That
yeah.
it doesn't matter, Paul. Don't think about those. Do not think about those. The Oath Stones, the idea of what it meant to be an aspect, how the aspects interacted, or let me dare say, not interact at all, barely in that expansion. The themes that I feel like the devs wanted to portray in their stories did not they weren't handled well.
It was very scattered. They had so many dragonflights that they were trying to balance, and you could tell that they were kind of like invested in the story of like certain dragonflights over other dragonflights. I'm not going to name any names, but like the Blue Dragon storyline was like very, very good and emotional.
Names.
Not going to name names, but fuck the blue dragonfly. They got all the cookies in that expansion. But yeah, exactly. And like, we could talk about like how the dragonflights, even though it was a story that was supposed to be about unity, felt so separate. The idea of basically any sort of Titan plot threads in that expansion were sort of...
They were gated behind the reputation quests, which was a little difficult because there was so much time in between, I guess, quest lines.
Well, they were gated by so many things. Of like, they were gated behind the Valdrakken Accord at first, and then they were gated behind these kind of arbitrary time gating weekly things in the 10.1, and then they were gated behind completing an entirely unrelated Dawn of the Infinite quest line.
Like I said, it just wasn't... that's the difficulty about Dragonflight, is in that like there was so many good things about that expansion. I'm not even like undermining that. There was so many good things. I still think about the Dragonflight zones really fondly because it was so beautiful. It's actually probably one of the best outdoor zones I'd say that they've had in a long time, just for like sheer explorability and things like that. And like I said, the side quests are all really fun. Like there's not any side quests I was like, you know, this is complete ass.
Well, aside from that one Kirin Tor Knoll quest line.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
And I suppose too, you know, the rebel Draconoids, that was kind of...
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty bad too.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of those ones of like, they probably wanted that to be main plot, but they kind of knew it wouldn't really be well received as main plot, so they kicked it to the side.
And I think actually the lingering effects of the Draconoid Rebels story is one of the main flaws in WoW's writing. Is you can see what the WoW devs want to say, but unfortunately it just resonates incorrectly, or it hasn't been thought about enough in a sense of like, what are you trying to say with this, essentially? And unfortunately, some things don't have a one-to-one to real life issues, in a sense that, you know, if you're in this sort of case, just be really fast, if you're a type of group that only serve another bigger group like Draconoids to dragons, and you have no hopes and wishes of your own, it's not good, and it's not really good that no one's really ever thought about you. You know, it was just a very odd side quest there.
I think with that kind of story, I think generally in fantasy, there is that kind of issue of the exaggerated nature of a metaphor sometimes being used as an excuse to ignore the metaphor. That's a big thing, I think, in Dragonflight. But I was talking the other day about other controversial game, Dragon Age Veilguard, and how that game is all about like, oh, big elf character from the previous game is trying to kind of tear down the fabric of reality as we know it to restore how it was before, which was better in his eyes. A very big change to the current status quo where there's a lot of enslavement, a lot of stringent control of magic and things like that. He wants to restore it to a time where those things didn't exist. In the process, he's also going to blow up the world in the process and kill a lot of people. And so it's one of those things of the metaphor of change being made allegorical to worldwide destruction, when more often than not, it's the opposite in real life. Of status quo is what's leading to worldwide destruction. But the mirror of fantasy proportion kind of allows those allegories to be ignored. And I do think WoW has suffered from that a lot as well. Like stuff with a certain undead war chief.
Yes, exactly. And it's also kind of intellect, to use a really simple, and I actually think this is a really good, simple, straightforward example, is the old Zootopia, believe it or not, issue.
Yeah.
As in the metaphor, the allegory, the idea doesn't correctly align one-to-one with what's in real life, and therefore the writers have to try and explain within world concepts why it would be, but it doesn't deliver because there's no getting around what your initial metaphor was intended to be.
I mean, that's been a thing in fantasy all the time of like, the orcs in Warcraft 3 or the X-Men in Marvel Comics, of these very clear things trying to parallel real life issues, but also they are physically different, so you kind of hurt a lot of those metaphors.
Yeah, exactly. There's no real way of comparing those two. Like, you can't compare racism to, essentially, in these cases, like, take the X-Men. It can be used as a metaphor and it can have those elements there, but if you're saying that, someone with the ability to shoot mega death lasers out of your eyes is similar to someone, being a bigot to someone with different color skin, it doesn't really connect one to one, because one is actually kind of a threat when someone be shooting death lasers out their eyes. So, yeah.
Without going too far off on track on that, because I'm sure we could do a whole video just on Dragonflight story critiques. I think if I had to go into my thing with Dragonflight, I kind of have different opinions on different aspects of it, pun intended. Where I think what you were saying in regards to how gorgeous the zones are, how lived in the zones are, it's this interesting paradox where Dragonflight simultaneously felt like the individual zones were very lived in, but at the same time, it never felt like a continent to me. Where it felt like there was like four corners and nothing really met in the middle, despite Valdrakken literally being in the middle. Which is, I think, a bigger strength of the War Within's base continent. Of Isle of Dorn, Ringing Deeps, feel very interconnected, and you can see how those lead into each other. Califall, we actually delve into the idea of, oh, these people were neighbors to the Earthen. What happens when that neighborship got cut off? Or the constant conflict with the Nerubians next door, how vital that is to the plot. Even though I don't think the War Within was necessarily as visually striking as the zones of Dragonflight, I do think it felt more cohesive as like, okay, Kazalgar feels like a region.
Yeah, there's like good cross pollination between the zones and the peoples of the zones and stuff like that. Like, how the Nerubians like interact with the Arathi and Halafal. There's like bits of information about like how the Halafal Arathi have like communicated with the Earth and above ground. It definitely feels like way more connected and cohesive as like a continent of zones.
And it's interesting how the other way, I think the patches are kind of the opposite there.
Exactly. Yeah. Like Undermine feels very much like a gear shift from what we were doing.
They tried to do a transition there with the whole Gutterville area, which I do think somewhat works, but it kind of goes all out in the window with Ghost of Crash.
Yeah, Ghost of Crash is like a total like 180 from like where we've been up to that point in the War Within. As beautiful as it is, it definitely does feel like kind of like abandoning the theme of like being underground, at the very least.
But also at the same time, I think with Dragonflight, one thing that felt kind of like a double-edged sword was the patch cadence idea of, compared to previous expansions, especially like pre-Legion expansions, Dragonflight had way more in-between patches. We had like two very strictly delineated point X, point 5, point X, point 7 patches, which we still have now. And in each of those stories, all of them had story content in each patch. And that kind of helps somewhat lead between patches, like the base story ending with the defeat of Razageth and the release of the Incarnates leads into the Forbidden Reach, which reintroduces us to the Drekthir, which leads us into Zarelek. And that was a much more natural thing, which on the double-edged sword side, I don't think worked as well between Zarelek and the Emerald Dream, because those middle patches were really unrelated. Like, we go from the defeat of Sarkareth and the whole Avarice Void plot to the entirety of reality and all timelines are collapsing, stop the Infinite Dragonflight, and Aridikron is also working with them now.
Agreed with that. And I'm going to say this. It's funny how essentially those patches were so... It felt like they had to go through that so quickly. It felt jarring, I'd have to say. And then on the other hand, I'm going to say this. One thing that was a kind of a strength in the War Within was, like you said, at least they did try with Undermine and then trying to make that sort of connection there, Paul. But yeah, with Dragonflight, it was a little bit more... It felt like they had too many plots and they had to fit them in very, very quickly. While War Within at least felt like they wanted to go to those places and it didn't feel exactly rushed. It just felt thematically inconsistent, both visually and storytelling wise. In War Within, it was more jarring to see a difference in location because of the visual changes, less so with Undermine because it's still technically it's still underground, so it's like that makes sense. Koresh, very much like that is the most shockingly jarring sort of story. And I remember reading the dev said like, well, we've already set this up. If you've been paying attention, I feel like this was like I'm just paraphrasing here, but they were like, if you've been paying attention, you should have seen us going to Koresh by now. And I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't really ease up the shocking visual change.
Yeah, well, also the very interesting narrative change, which I think will be worth getting into much later in this video in a midnight section of the only real setup, in air quotes, for Koresh were Nexus Princess Kaiveza in Nerebar Palace, who turned out to have nothing to do with the actual Koresh plot. She just was a Delphos.
She was just an ethereal who was there. That was the hint.
And then the other one was Locust Walker showing up in the prologue patch at the end of Dragonflight. But what he says there kind of directly contradicts a lot of what we actually learn in Koresh of like, Xalatath is the harbinger of Dimensius. She wasn't the harbinger until now with this Azeroth invasion. We know those things are not true anymore. So it's one of those interesting kind of how much of that was planned for what we actually got in the War Within.
I'm gonna say this. You can still see the stitches of where the War Within is an expansion that has been kind of planned, but I feel at the baseline, entering the War Within is the equivalent of just having, I'm air quoting what I'm saying here, the regular ass World of Warcraft expansion. As in, as much as the devs used to say that, yes, we are planning things, they then told the truth many years later that they only decided what the plot was going to be for an expansion as the expansion basically arrived. They weren't doing much thinking ahead.
It's the thing of like, they quote planned it 2 expansions in advance, but in reality, I think those plans were just post-it notes on a wall.
Yeah.
Of like, I'm sure during Legion they had a post-it note saying patch 9.0 Sylvanas death expansion. But what Legion did, what BFA did, and what Shadowlands did with the Sylvanas death expansion are 3 entirely different teams with entirely different stories. And I think that's the same for some of the current stuff. I don't think all of it, because I do think one thing is interesting is, I'll pull the plug early of, I do think the War Within borrowed some narrative elements in terms of structure from Final Fantasy XIV, in terms of the base story of the War Within is a cohesive story. From start to finish, it is a story that has, you set up the stakes, you set up what someone's doing. It ends with those character arcs concluded, the villain thwarted in that moment. Whereas Dragonflight was very much the opposite of that, where it tried to do the similar thing with like the Oath Stones, but then the Oath Stones didn't matter, and the entire base story kind of ended on the incarnates are out, now the real plot begins.
I still think about like patches like Aberrus and things like that, even with the Bronze story, less so the Emerald Dream and things like that. Again, how narratively convoluted they were. Like, let's just really fast compare Aberrus to Undermine in a sense of story and antagonist and elements in those. If we're talking about technical issues, like not even my personal opinions about Aberrus here, if we're just talking about technical issues that went awry in Aberrus, think about how many air quotes antagonists Aberrus had. I'm just off the top of my head. You have, I've forgotten his name already, Furak. We have Sarkareth. But those are the main 2 villains that are the figureheads of that patch.
But the entire patch is supposed to be about Niltharion. That's why it was called Embers of Niltharion.
Yes, the actual villain of the patch is Neltharion.
You also have what were the dragon giant killing guys?
The Jarden.
Jarden, thank you.
Are you excited to see the Naradin in Zul'Aman? They're adding tree versions of the Jarden who have been in Zul'Aman the entire time.
Okay.
Me when I'm a tree guy. Well, here's the thing. I'm going to keep on going here. Those are the guys that the outward antagonist in that patch. But then you also have the brothers' conflict. You have the Whispers. You have their own issues. It had so many antagonists in that patch and not enough story to even cover 1/10 of what you needed. There were so many things that were placed as hazards for those characters, their interactions, their own issues, the Whispers, the Jarradin, the idea of the zone itself being an antagonist with how essentially aggressive it was in its presentation.
I think that's why Zaralek Caverns was like so bad, is that the core of the patch should have been about these three Dragonflight brothers butting heads, but ultimately coming together to confront the demented legacy of their father and the horrors that he committed as himself, as Neltharion, not just as Deathwing. And there was just so much like noise going on. Like you had the glove, which was setting up the legendary weapon, and you had Sarkareth, who was just like, you know, they're causing chaos. But then you also had the Niffin being like torched by Farak. There was just like, there's so much going on in Dragonflight, and I feel like
we haven't even mentioned Emberthal.
We haven't even mentioned Emberthal. Yeah, Emberthal and Abyssi.
Yeah, and Emberthal sort of like pushed back against Rathian and Sibeli. It was so much antagonism.
I think it's so interesting because I do think in that same vein, Undermine is almost the polar opposite of that, where Undermine is a very streamlined story. It has one protagonist, one deuteragonist, and one antagonist. It has Gaslow's whole arc throughout the patch, Renzik assisting that, Gallywix as the opposition to that. And I think I have my critiques of the handling of those characters, but it's such a streamlined kind of ideal patch structure story for me, not only in having that isolated plot, but also really expertly weaving in the ongoing story of weaving in, we're here for the Xal'atath plot. That's the impetus for us to get here with the Black Blood stuff and get into this nitty-gritty political story. And at the same time, there's also everything with chasing down the Darkheart, the Ethereals grabbing it, Xal'atath showing up. I think Xal'atath is kind of, again, polar opposite of how they use Iridikron. Iridikron shows up at the start of Zaralek Caverns, starts the plot, nopes out. He's not there for the rest of the expansion.
Oh my god, yeah, Iridikron. Oh my god, I forgot that Iridikron opened too. Oh my god, that patch is a... Agreed though, Paul. Agreed. Every single point that you brought up there is why Undermine works so well. Like I said, the delivery on certain parts, like we can have like quibbles here and there.
At times it's perhaps too streamlined because in the same way Zaralek had so much noise around it, I do think some of the side characters like Noggenfogger, like Revelgaz, could have used a bit more depth and a bit more focus on being characters, but it didn't damage the story being told with Gaslow.
Totally agreed there. And I think that is like the issue that cropped up a lot in Dragonflight. There was just so much stuff going on. I've said this before, it felt like way too many chefs in the kitchen. It was like everyone has their idea of what they want to offer, but of it is gelling together.
Also, there's something else we haven't mentioned with Zaralek. That's also when they set up a Mirdrasil.
Oh my god, that's right, yeah.
Oh.
It's actually kind of funny how for all their differences, 10.1 and 11.1 do end on basically the exact same plot beat of fade to black. Here's the next patch with a big shot of the big thing. And I do think in that regard, I'm not going to say Dragonflight did it better, because I do think the whole Infinite Dragonflight plot is a big block in the middle of that. It did have the 10.2.7 stuff, the very, very rapid go over to the edge of Onaran Plains, figure out what Farak is doing, convince Viranoth to join our side. Rapid fire story. Needed its own patch. But it did do that to transition in, which Koresh did not get.
Yes. Now, I think that's sort of a good jumping off point to like how we felt. Well, do you want to go through each section now of the War Within? Because I think that basically covers our on Dragonflight.
I just wanted to give my thoughts really quickly on Dragonflight going into War Within. All I wanted to say was that I really love Dragonflight, even though I have so many complaints about the story. Like, I just really liked being on the Dragon Isles. I actually quit the game during Shadowlands because I just found it to be so oppressive and the gameplay to be so unrewarding. As invested as I was in Anduin's story, I had to take a break because I was just so unhappy and unsatisfied by like what Shadowlands was delivering. I really, really love Dragonflight. It really got me back into the game. I thought it was so refreshing being in this kind of like mode as like an adventurer who is kind of like rediscovering this like old place. And I do really love dragon lore. I do feel like they didn't spend enough time delving in like with each of the Dragonflights. I feel like if the expansion had been kind of focused more on like fleshing out the Dragonflights and kind of like reconciling their past with like who they were now, that would have been like maybe a better direction for the expansion. But all I wanted to say was that I was actually very sad when the BattleNet launcher background for World of Warcraft changed from Dragonflight to the War Within. So I was like going into the War Within feeling very sad to be leaving Dragonflight.
Well, it was also such a pretty logo. I love the logo for
It was a
Dragonflight. It has the
beautiful
multicolored
logo.
stuff, the
Yeah.
stone. And that's, I guess, my hot take. I hate the logos for the World Soul Saga. I hate the change to the circles so much.
I hate it too. I hate it too. This is such a minor complaint, but like I remember the big. Everyone forgets this. The big kerfuffle over the the login screen for War Within.
Oh,
How
right.
it
Before
was
they
just
added
the-
that background that showed Kaz Algar, it was just like a flat.
It was literally just a block of vaguely earthen material. And like even now, it literally is. It's the same asset. They just put a portal that shows the concept art for Dornegal on it.
It was very slapped together, but it made such a big difference, honestly.
I feel the devs be like, "Oh, shut up! Here, have your fucking concept art and a fucking." That was the funniest thing. I don't think they needed to do that change. I understand why people were complaining, but I feel that was just a funny way of fixing it. And people were like, wow, this is so much better. And I was like, really, guys?
I do think it looks better. I do like that refreshing view of like the sky and stuff like that, you know?
See, I feel like if it were me, what I would have done is taken advantage of the fact that it's just a picture behind a portal asset. If I were in Blizzard, I would have pushed to have that change each patch to whatever the current zone was.
Oh, that would have been good, yeah.
Oh, that's
Like the portal could lead to Undermine instead. The portal could lead to Koresh instead. Also, I can say, you brought up a good point. I don't think I give Dragonflight enough credit for being the post-Shadowlands expansion.
It had a lot on his shoulders. Like, it really was, like, starting from the bottom.
Like, when I talk about the zones feeling kind of stringently delineated from each other, that's nothing compared to Shadowlands. That was, like, literally, your capital city was an airport. You have to take airplanes between the zones.
even with that, there was like grains of interesting and aesthetically pleasing things to see, and like grains of interesting stuff. But that expansion was so punishing, and I think that's what people forget.
My hottest take about Shadowlands, I know it is my hottest take, because all my other takes are very widely accepted lore takes, aside from the Arthas one. I will not delve into the Arthas take. That is a video on its own. My biggest hot take other than that is I love the Maw. It does what it's supposed to really well. It's supposed to feel like shit. Is that the best idea for a max level gameplay zone? Probably not.
I have to agree with that.
I think it does a really good job at having that very uniform oppression idea of the Mossworn are so monotonously horrible. You're supposed to hate it.
And that's the thing. That was the trouble with Shadowlands. There's some good ideas in, but just the delivery. And I think it's really good to reiterate on what your main story is very much the glue that holds this together, essentially. It will let people overlook minor issues if they're compelled to go, shit, I'd like to see what comes next, like...
Well, I mean, example number one of that, Battle for Azeroth. Very, very flashy Sourfang cinematics that people really like. Really hid how incoherent that expansion is. Not even just my critiques of the war campaign plot, but like, N'Zoth was the end boss of that expansion.
He was the real war battle for Azeroth.
Just, oh, what a time of it, honestly. And I think, like, going into War Within with that in mind, it's been nice to have, despite my main critique of the War Within is that story in the sub patches, as I like to call them. But at least the main patches have made me go, shit, I'd like to see what comes next. Like, I'm interested, I think that's one of the strengths. And actually touching on the War Within, the Battle for Azeroth cinematics, would we like to start off on a point here about how much we liked the cinematic for the War Within with Thrall and Anduin? Now, guys, give me your thoughts about that. Did we all like that cinematic?
I'll start off by saying that I really love that cinematic. I'm like a huge Anduin fan, so I am probably very biased, but it was really nice seeing him in that state, I guess, because we didn't really get that at the end of Shadowlands. Like when you do the raid Sepulchre of the first ones, there's a cinematic where he breaks free of his Maduin like oppressed, like jailer controlled state, and he just like goes back back to looking.
The help of his ghost, maybe not ghost, echo, light vision dads who are present.
Yes, that one. So he just goes back to his like old model. So he looks like exactly the same as he did as when he started that expansion before his abduction. So seeing him ragged with like his lips blistered from like the sun, he really looks like he's been spending like the past 5 years, like kind of like out in the wilderness roughing it, which I really appreciated. And you kind of had like little moments in the cinematic that kind of like highlighted the PSD he was feeling, like kind of like how he was like fiddling with Charlemagne, and that was kind of like a comfort for him. I just really enjoyed that cinematic. I really enjoyed seeing Anduin kind of like at his lowest, and then seeing Thrall kind of like hype him up a little bit into a state where he was like kind of like ready to be Anduin again, to kind of like step back into the story. I just remember having a really great time like watching the BlizzCon reveal of that cinematic and just being like so excited, like, oh my god, like what is going to happen with Anduin in this expansion. I think it was really well done. I really liked how it was like a more subdued, like emotional cinematic than what they usually do, like compared to the Shadowlands cinematic, which is like this really epic moment of like Sylvanas like defeating Bolvar and like ripping apart the helm of Domination with her bare hands. It was really nice to kind of see this more like subtle, like emotional character piece, which I think kind of like really set the tone for what the War Within was going to be.
I will say I have a yes but on that I'll say when I get to my section.
Okay. Yeah, that was all I was gonna say, is that I thought it was really nice to have like this very like subdued, kind of like more emotional character piece of a cinematic, which kind of set the tone for the War Within being really like in secret, like a character piece about like its cast of characters kind of like having their own internal battles and not just being about like the fight to save Azeroth from Xal'atath.
Agreed, Sel. Like, I liked having that sort of dynamic between Thrall and Anduin, and I think that was the best way that they could deliver that cinematic. I thought it was very compelling for a cinematic in WoW. I'm just going to say that. After seeing the most recent Midnight trailer, I'm going to say this. This may be controversial. I just thought that one was okay with Lorthamar and I've forgotten. Liadrin. I thought that was okay. Yeah, I thought it was okay.
Well, I can say, I think on the topic of flashy things that are secretly introspective, I do think that one pulls it off in a lot more nuanced way than people realize. Of pulling on Liadrin's story of, oh, the Sunwell is literally under attack by an army of darkness again. What is her reaction to that? Of her just kind of repeating this routine prayer, this kind of thing that you just say as instinct, and it not working. The light is not working with that. The easy faith didn't do anything. In the same way, the kind of stagnation of the elves didn't do anything back then. When Xal'atath shows up, Liadrin flees. She runs away and leaves Lorthamar there. And she flees to the Sunwell, tries to continue that out of a very big PTSD response. And it's not until she actually kind of calms herself and gives a plea of desperation, of genuine emotion, genuine honesty of she's not doing this for herself. She's not doing this for the light. She's doing this for the people. She's doing this to save the people that would die as a result of this. And that is what calls upon the light there. And that's one thing of showing the difference of how to call upon that conviction versus what you've just been kind of taught to believe in your religion. But also that very interesting other thing of, was that actually the message? Because it didn't actually show up until she says, the darkness will consume. I'm not quoting, of like talking about how the void is coming to consume everything if the light doesn't show up. After she says that, then the light shows up. Are they responding to Liadrin's fervent desires, or are they responding to the cosmic issue?
The thought of total annihilation.
Yeah. And I will say, I totally agree with the general take of it kind of just being okay, because I love Lorthamar. He's kind of superfluous in the cinematic. He really is just kind of the cool guy moment. And unfortunately, his cool guy moment is immediately undermined by Xal'atath doing exactly what he says. But also, I do think the cinematic needed like 15 more seconds at the end of seeing the army of the light kicking ass, because it kind of ends right when we get to the cool part.
Exactly. And actually, just noting on that too. Now, I will say this. I think that the departments, now this is more of a less so, this is a World of Warcraft issue. This is more of just this is the gaming industry issue at the moment. And actually, though, a little bit of, I'm just going to bring something up too as an aside, because talking about the cinematics here, then actually talking a little bit about stories and additional media tied into the game. The cinematics have been getting shorter, and we have been getting less cinematics, and we've been getting less storytelling animated pieces too.
Well, we're talking external to the in-game cinematics, right?
Yeah, exactly. Additional, the supplementary to the in-game ones. So less so the ones that we see rendered in-game and things like that. We're talking about those big CGI cinematics, but also the lead-in animations for an expansion. They've been getting noticeably fewer. For example, a good example would be within delivery of those. We had two of totally different artistic delivery, basically. The one that was the one with Queen Arachna.
Answer it.
Yeah, Anseret.
What in Doubtless Spiders? Queen Arachne.
Queen Arachna, no, we're Arachna. There we go. And then basically the one which was with
Illyria. I would actually like to ask you which of those two, both in style and story, did you guys like more?
You see, I'm more of the fan of the ones that were similar to BFA, so I'd have to say more of the one with Ansarek, basically.
Yeah, I really loved the style that the Ansarek and Nephros cinematic was done in, and not, well, I don't know if you call it cinematic, but I really did not like the style of animation that the Illyria one was done in at all. I really prefer the painterly style of like those cinematics that they've done since like Warlords of Draenor.
Totally agree. Well, actually, since Myth.
I'd say the Illyria one definitely delivered more story, obviously.
Yeah, I think personally on the story angle, I prefer the Illyria one, partially because of, I think I enjoyed a lot more because of 11.2 and Midnight, but I think that the story in that was a lot more really good at doing the recap swifter and also delivering kind of current plot stuff of, I hated Illyria's outfit until that cinematic. I hated it.
I actually have in my notes for this talk, I really don't like Illyria's makeup. Her new purple makeup. I don't like that they got rid of her tattoo, but that is like a very petty comment.
Oh, I mean, have you seen the concept art where she was going to have the tattoo and they removed it? When they first revealed the Illyria model, it was just the art, concept art, and she had her eye tattoo still. They removed that and only left the upper wing makeup.
I'm going to say this, one of WoW's biggest weaknesses, and they need to address this. You're not serving. Your characters are not serving. I swear, every single they're like, and here is Arator, and I'm like,
Oh
dear
my
God.
god, I hate Eritors.
I'm like, oh no.
You do not know how many screenshots I have on my Twitter and on my Blue Sky of that fuck ass ponytail.
The tattoos look so bad. They look so bad. I think I could forgive the weird haircut if the tattoos didn't look like horrendous.
They stuck on. They look like those 3D stickers, you know, the ones that are a little bit elevated, and it looks like he's stuck them on the sides of his head. I'm like, I hate this. I hate this. I'm gonna just say this. They're not letting the character serve. That is my major critique.
Plus, Illyria is like old. She should look older. She should not look like.
That's what's so weird is she looked old in precisely one of their trailers that used an altered version of her in-game, like actual in-game model, and nowhere else. She had like scars and she had like nasolabial folds and things like that. She looked like a mature woman, and they immediately went back on that.
Yeah, she looked normal. Instead of being like buffed, like kind of buffed and plasticky. The colours that they've been using on outfits and like that, like Illyria's eyeshadow is like one of the major issues here. And like even Anduin's fuck ass haircut, like he's chopped off.
I think there's also the issue of like, WoW, I mean all media, but WoW has a lot of blonde, blue-eyed white people. And I think one of the things that they've often done to alleviate that is interesting hairstyles that frame the face or interesting facial markers. Like obviously Sylvanas is blue, so different character, but Sylvanas has her tears. That kind of is a very defining facial silhouette thing. Illyria had her one-eyed blue tattoo. That kind of framed her face really well. Anduin had his bangs that framed it really well. Eretor has nothing except a really weird goatee. Illyria now has nothing except for kind of her bang. Anduin has he's sunburnt, but otherwise
He's sunburnt. He
Yeah,
has like chapped lips.
he needs to be fucked up some more.
And I mean, he did also have a very unique nose, which is also now gone.
I'm gonna still like refer back to Madeline Rue. going, hey, can I give Anwin some tattoos? And obviously whoever was in charge was like, no, tattoos.
Yeah, she did say that. Like, oh, I want to give him like a tattoo as like a mid-20s crisis or something like that.
Yeah, Arator can get the
Oh yeah, no,
tattoos, but they need
Arator
to be
can have like the
yeah,
awful
ugly.
tattoos that he's gonna
They need to be
regret, like
ugly.
in his.
Well, no. I mean, the thing is, in the story, in the Illyria short story, they're described as like super cool, and he has a bunch of hot chicks in his arms who love his tattoos, and it's like, have you seen your tattoos, Erator?
Oh my god, they breasted boobily towards him. If I saw a guy like Arator coming up to me, like genuinely, I'm speaking as a woman with an attraction to men here. If I saw a guy like Arator, like cutting out the elf ears and the elf eyebrows, but like this sort of Vikings haircut with like the tattoos going through his scalp, I'd just be like picking up my drink and turning the other way. And I'm pretty easygoing.
You'd
with my
cross to the sidewalk on the other side of the street.
I'm crossing the road. I know that there's a guy designing these. That's the sad that like I can feel the influence of a straight man on these. I can feel the hand upon them.
Well, that's weird actually, because the story is really insistent that he's hot, and I don't think a straight guy would be doing that. Like in Midnight, they literally have a character when you rescue them go, "Is that Erator? He's so handsome." The funny thing is, in that quest, it's one of those like, oh, just save some generic Sunreaver NPCs, and they're just scattered about. That specific one, the one where you're rescuing it is just a randomized model, but the one where the actual quote, even if no matter if it's a male or female model, will transform into a man to say that line.
Okay.
I mean, maybe they're like, damn, okay, we need some gay rep in here. I'm doing a little part with my fingers here that like desperate after critiques about War Within King Zero fucking
Monkey spot, you get Erator.
you get Arator. Like, no,
No.
no, please. Actually, I'm gonna say something from an artist perspective here. If they wanted to have the fuck ass Vikings haircut and stuff like that, they needed to do it without the beard. I know that sounds like crazy to say, but you needed to do that because every single man in this game now is getting a beard. And if they want to keep Anduin with his beard and to give him like the longer hair with the beard and stuff like that, it's another man with a beard. Everyone's got beards. Everyone has got beards.
There's a gay joke I could make here.
Anduin needs a beard immediately. But yeah, like they're giving every single man facial hair or they're giving him a fuck ass haircut and stuff like that. And again, still rolling with like Port, do you know my controversial take about Rathian's outfit, by the way?
Is it the shoulder pads or the beard?
Oh, I hate the show. It's the armor on that. Like they still go with the World of Warcraft. Everyone's got to be in bulky ass armor.
Yes. No. I was talking about it like 2 weeks ago of like Rathian's new model. Overall, I like it. You can tell a lot of the modern models are being built more for the player model proportions than just using the player skeleton. And they're using a lot of the like stylistic rigging of player armor and player facial hair.
Yeah. And it doesn't suit all the main characters. Ironically enough, like the ladies' outfits are looking better as the men's are going into the pits, is all I've got to say. They just need to just keep an eye out on like how these characters are supposed to basically, draw the eye to. If you're giving every single man facial hair, it's like, come on, guys, just ease up for a second. Think of like what makes these characters distinctive, and stop giving them fuck ass haircuts. And I'm sorry, I know that someone on the way out, the Vikings haircut looks so cool. It's my favorite show. Okay, cool, but it doesn't look quite right with poor old Eric.
At least Rathian has luscious hair. That's one thing to be nice about.
He has hair like no other character in game. Think about it. No other character has his hair.
Well, Faerun has really nice curls, I gotta say. Like her partially shaved look looks good.
Yeah. Like I said, they're doing good with the lady.
And I mean, that also serves her character really well because it allows to show off that scar on the side of her head near her eye.
Yeah, they're doing a better job with the women.
Well, women minus Lyria.
Yeah. It's a man. Well, this is the thing. Lyria would be fine if it wasn't for that bizarre ass makeup. Like I said, it feels like a bad choice by the designer how distracting that makeup around her eyes looks. It's like,
I was actually staring at her model earlier, so I replayed the max level campaign on an alt because I wanted to kind of refresh my memory of some things. And I was just like trying to think of like why they made that design decision. And I was like, well, I guess they're trying to tie her more to the void. Like the rest of her outfit kind of has a cool tone. So they were trying to like match that up, but it still doesn't explain why they got rid of her tattoo, which is like,
They also changed which arm her tattoos are on.
right. Yeah. She has like this sleeve on her like right arm now.
I mean, I will say, like, in Midnight, Liadrin looks amazing. Like, I like how she looks in the cinematic. In-game especially, she looks amazing. I don't know if you've seen the image of her in-game model. I'll just link it now. But, like, I think you can tell when they were making it, they probably realized, oh shit, she just has Shadowheart hair. And so they probably took out the bangs for the CGI cinematic. And also, she actually has, like, a unique face that looks like an older elven woman. She has very clearly defined nose fold. She has very clearly defined cheekbones.
yeah, she looks great. Like I said, she looks really, really awesome. Like how they've designed her, looking great. Again, the shoulders maybe a bit too big.
But hey, if the men can have it, the women can have it too.
Warcraft is about its shoulders, its gigantic, exaggerated shoulder pieces.
I do hope that like one day in the future, though, they do kind of have a look at all the characters and how can we refine these. Because, like I said, I'm nervous about whatever look is doing next for End. And I'm one of the few short hair End enjoyers. I feel I'm I'm being crucified for my enjoyment of short hair.
I love it because if I ever want to cosplay him, it's much easier to do that haircut. just tell the barber to fuck me up.
Just put me up, give me the most fuck ass haircut. But yeah, like I'm a little bit like, oh, okay, what are you gonna do next with Enwin? Are you gonna shave his beard off, or are you gonna keep the beard? I feel like the WoW devs or whoever's in charge of design really love the beards on them. Really, really. We'll see how that goes.
Also, cursed thought, Anduin in The Last Titan gets the Johnny Storm mustache.
No!
Oh, don't!
Oh my god!
Don't! Oh, not the leather daddy. I suppose this like totally confirms Anduin as completely gay as hell if he gets the leather daddy. Fucking.
You know, if that was the monkey's paw answer that I had to accept, I would accept that. I would be fine with that.
You know, it's bike a leather daddy, you know, kind of gay serve here.
Well, hey, then him and Eretor can just fuse into the Child of Light and Shadow, and they have a full beard.
There you go.
What? Well, that's our later parts in this conversation. Anyway, I'm just going to lead us back into this as we've got distracted. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were talking about cinematics.
Okay, yeah. So cinematic thoughts. Did either of you have any thoughts about that cinematic?
Okay, is it time for my yes and thoughts?
Oh yeah, and I'm just gonna say this too. Oh, one last thing is that they are definitely struggling with cash in regards, budgeting in regards to those. So we've definitely seen a reduction on the number. I still think about how Dragonflight didn't even have its until War of the Scaleborn, which was much later, and again wasn't about the air quotes main characters that were supposed to be in Dragonflight either. We just got a short, you know, like, and I didn't mind the short story of Dragonflight. What's like, I mean, obviously I have certain critiques because of certain reasons, but yeah, so you can definitely see like where the budgeting is going with this, like if it's a favorite character of the devs.
Well, an interesting thing on the budget is also, I would say, the action in these is, if you compare even Dragonflight to the War Within, the Dragonflight first one, very slow, very somber, little bit of action at the end, some flight stuff with Alexstrasza, but a very slow, like, I'm not gonna say easy to animate because none of these are easy to animate, but compared to like the Battle for Azeroth cinematic, with how many moving parts that has, how many visual effects that has as a result of the action. The first one in the Dragonflight is very simple for that, and the War Within one is even more simple than that. It's two people in one isolated area. You don't reveal the big fancy thing until the very last shot.
Exactly, and not to mention the one that people always forget about the War Within, the flash frame cinematic, which was incredibly short.
Yes, that's what I was kind of getting to, is the Shadows Below one. Of ever since Shadowlands, they've been doing the kind of the reveal cinematic and then the launch cinematic. And the one for Dragonflight had more action things. Still spiteful about how they cut the Rathian part of that, but that's a different topic.
Rathian doesn't get a book. Rathian doesn't get a cinematic. Hey guys, Rathian was the main character of this expansion. No, he wasn't. He was definitely not.
But that one was more in the vein of like the classic, the TBC cinematic of like the flashing through different areas of the zones, different small action scenes. The one for the War Within, by comparison, kind of is that, but it's mostly just people standing around.
Exactly, with dramatic lighting.
The Farron one, I think, is especially egregious. Of entire room of darkness. She's in nothing. She's getting armor put on her by someone outside of the frame with no hand models.
Yeah. Slap it on her. Put that stuff on fair and slap it on her.
I mean, it has that great ending shot of like her in front of the army of the Lamplighters, and Halifal itself has that like 0.5 second big wide shot of it, but it's a very stark difference.
I feel like it also does kind of a disservice to her character because she's not like this uber militant type, you know what I mean? Like she's more of an empathetic.
No, they made her look so much older and so much more gruff and angry there. Whereas in game, there's a really good contrast between the fact that she is scarred, but she is a very young, bright-looking woman. And it's a good contrast between the things, whereas the cinematic one, I think, was going for the angle of the whole idea of gruff military character as every aspect of her character. I mean, that would have been an interesting story to see if they did that character, but that's not the character we got.
No. Faerun is very, very sweet as a character. Like
She has a gentleness to her, an empathetic side to her that I think is like really a strength of her character.
and actually, and I've talked with this with you, so she's actually incredible. I'm gonna say this, and may be controversial. She's a very, very, very similar character to Anduin. If Anduin hadn't undergone like war and Shadowlands, basically the same character in essentiality.
She's more or less kind of a bit older, a bit more competent Miss Pandaria Anduin, of someone against the norm, but also someone who is in a more isolated situation and is more physically competent to enact the things that kind of character wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. And she even has like the same sort of conflict with her parent. She stowed away and then went on her own path, technically, the same as Anwar.
She was like physically disabled. She paid a cost for her going against the grain and defying her parents and kind of like going her route, but she kind of ended up embracing that and like moving forward with that.
And same with Anwin and Mr. Pandaria, technically,
Yeah, they kind of like ignored that whole aspect of his character, but the groundwork was still there.
Yeah, it's like they've taken Anwin from the past and made Anwin from a past a different character, like a different path and route.
I'll say something interesting. Those parallels to both Miss Pandaria and to Farron are actually really, really present in Eretor and Midnight. Like, really present. Not to call him a paladin, because Anduin is not a paladin, but they are really delving into the ideas of like what it means to be a good paladin. Or a good light wielder in general. I shouldn't say paladin, because the storyline deals with like Alonce's Foul as well. So it is priests too. But like delving into that idea of what the idea of fighting in war and fighting and all of that versus fighting or doing things out of compassion and doing things beyond just the bloodshed means for being a wielder of the light. And also the parental issues. And another thing I will say for the Midnight section, I'll say the Eretor stuff for Midnight section, but there's a lot of very good family drama, very good Miss Pandaria Anduin kind of story coming with Eretor.
Yeah, like I said, it's odd that we've seen that in like 3 characters now, like Faerun, now Eretor, and originally Anduin. It's the same sort of like meshing story. And I could critique that, but it's working for them. But just for the devs to keep that in mind, though, that they are repeating that essentially with, like I said, I was thinking about Faerun. My goodness, this is very similar to Anduin's like baseline story there in a sense of like character writing. So just keeping that in mind.
I have that in my notes too, is that Faerun is like kind of a good standard for Anduin, since Anduin is not quite himself, but she kind of like embodies like a lot of the traits that Anduin does. She has this like optimism and this like brightness to her that Anduin had before he like entered the Shadowlands.
I think there's the interesting idea of, I don't know how intentional it might have been by the writers, but the story is Anduin interacting with all of those things with Farron. So it could be a very intentional idea. Anduin seeing what he used to be kind of personified in front of him. Or someone who, I'm not going to say didn't go through what he did. She went through similar things to what he did, but came out much more positive by comparison, minus the domination stuff.
And kind of leading a people, because we are forgetting that with Farron in a sense that she doesn't have as much pressure on her as Anduin.
Well, she doesn't have that much pressure yet.
Yeah, we're all like looking at each other here. Now, talking about that, did we want to add in anything about like the short stories with that?
Well, I actually want to talk about the cinematic a little bit before of like I do think on a broader like as an individual cinematic, I love it. I love all the stuff they do with Anduin and Thrall. I think it's the last time they can ever use the Anduin Arthas parallel, but it works here. It works here because it's specifically building on the trauma from Shadowlands. It's supposed to be a Anduin is haunted by everyone fucking forcing this stuff on him. And so I think they can never use it again, but it worked here. And I also think the biggest weakness of the cinematic for me is it is not a War Within trailer so much. It is half an Anduin trailer and half a World Soul Saga trailer because it works really well for setting up Anduin's story. We thought it would be setting up Thrall's story, and it did nothing. We thought it was setting up the relationship to the Azeroth and the sword stuff. We have not mentioned that sword since halfway through Hallowfall.
I know. I had that as one of my bads, is that like as big a deal as they made out of that in the marketing, like they had that t-shirt that released that was like, oh, that sword, you know, because everyone was like asking like what's happening with the sword. And they were like, oh no, we're finally addressing this. And then they didn't this expansion.
But like even the intro, even the introduction scenario does not address it. We just happen to be at Magni's base camp. It has nothing to do with us being there.
I'm going to say this from knowing a little bit about how much timing had to go into this. A lot of that sword merchandise and a lot of the sword advertising would have been made when War Within was not a three-part like this World Soul Saga was not a saga.
Well, that's the thing. It's interesting because they said Metzen wrote that cinematic after he took on his current role. So it's one of those things that I assume the original cinematic probably also involved the sword.
I'm going to argue this. Metzen wrote it, right? But I think the timeline kind of went like this. Metzen wrote that cinematic a while ago. I'm going to argue this. He wrote that a while ago. I think in the development process that occurred just after that, they started realizing they were kind of boned with the amount of time that they had to try and cover a story like this. So the change occurred then. I think that basically what we get in the War Within on the baseline story was very similar to maybe the original idea. I actually think that Belladar, what is in the background of our video at the moment, I actually don't ever think that was supposed to be Belladar. My theory was supposed to be the sword coming through Azeroth.
Actually, no.
Yeah. Oh.
There was a development map for Hallowfall, and Felidar had the name Naru Crystal.
There we go. Well, who knows?
So when you look at Belladar, all of these very weird, it's very symmetrical. It has all of these weird runes around it that look very suspiciously like Draenei runes.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's one of those weird things, right? Because I was thinking it's got to be to do like the original idea of whatever it was had to revolve around sword, right? So do you think maybe that initially like they changed it from sword or to the crystal, or was it always supposed to be crystal?
I don't think it was ever the sword. I think people just connected that to big spike coming through the earth to the sword. I do think the idea of the sword affecting it was going to be more important because when you actually look at the story here, we still don't know why it's light and void. We've been told what it is. We know now that it's like a coalescence of world soul essence. Why does it look like that? But it's also like, why does Sargeras' sword, orderly titan infused with fell magic, stabbing the planet and hitting it, cause it to turn into void?
Well, my theory, like this is going totally what we know and just pure theory is like I do believe people are correct in saying that like the sword is hitting old god or an old god's corpse on the way down here. Because think about it, Yashar's heart was still bleeding in Mr. Pandaria, thousands of years after he died, basically. So it's not like old god blood stops oozing, essentially. So you could be like, oh, well, it's old god blood and the natural light of the making of this. Again, like I said, turning into Belladar then doesn't make sense if this is a fragment of the world soul that's broken off. It's like, why is it the light then? Or is this order magic? It's a little bit silly. Something went on with that.
My theory back when it was first revealed was always that this was the light's attempt at doing what the old gods are. Of the light sent this thing out into the universe to find a world soul and corrupt it towards them. And that whatever, be it just it failed or the old gods stopped it, it only embedded so far and it never got past this.
As an initiating idea, that's pretty damn good because it feels like everyone's fighting for the world soul right at this moment. So makes sense. So yeah, it's one of those odd things. I think that in the long run, I think it will probably just be rule of cool in regards to that. It will just be like, hey guys, remember Belladar face? But it won't be ever really brought up because it's going to be difficult to explain your way out of. And I think it will just probably come down to, yeah, it's just a fragment of Azeroth and to the void because, I don't know, old god blood. If the sword hits some old god blood, it's old god blood just in the core of Azeroth, you know, etc., etc.
Which we'll get to the pivot from that later. But yeah, I do think the large cinematic idea is like, I like the cinematic, but if you also look at the broader reception to the War Within marketing and WoW in general, I do think the reason why Midnight was this kind of half attempt at a character story with the Aldrin, half action stuff, was because people have been saying these cinematics are lame. And people have been thinking, these need more action again. These need to be cool again. And even Metzen himself, when he introduced the War Within cinematic, he said, like, this is a quieter one to lead to cooler stuff down the line. Because I think even he knew, like, yeah, this is not the thing people are looking for.
Yeah, it's they could get around that just by doing two. I'd actually argue, and they're like, oh, you know, just do one action cinematic and one quieter cinematic, like the story cinematic, and then the guys were blowing shit up cinematic. They could get around it like that. I know that they're constantly having to like say, oh no, people want the big the big cinematics. They're always chasing that high. The Arthur cinematic but ironically enough, the Arthur cinematic is a very quiet cinematic, you know.
Honestly, I think the BFA cinematic was like so high. Like I was so hyped for it, like being a new player.
It is the top story of the rest of the expansion side. Battle for Azeroth is like the top bar for those expansions. It has character beat. It somehow managed to have two very coherent mini character arcs with Sylvanas and Anduin in the one cinematic without ever letting up on the action from the moment she steps out of those doors.
I still love that cinematic. Every time I go back to like rewatch it, I get hyped again, even knowing how BFA's story shook out. I'm just like, oh, this is like the gold standard. So I can see how like the War Within cinematic is like relatively low energy when compared to that, but I think they're doing like two different things, and I understand that people being like underwhelmed by the War Within cinematic, especially from people who are not like Anduin fans, you know?
Well, I mean, there's also the idea of like, we talk about a lot, certain people having different fatigue with certain characters or certain races. And I do think we got one expansion's break of Anduin, but we have also had a lot of Anduin since.
Yeah, there is a lot of Anduin.
And the thing is that people's opinions about Anduin are so... and I suppose, well, yeah, it's very divided and very differing on what people want from Anduin, and that's the thing. And a lot of people who don't even like Anduin as a character do have things to say about what they want for him.
I have in my notes for this talk, like, I can't imagine how it must feel to be a Horde player who just like does not give a shit about Anduin because he's like not your faction leader. You don't have a reason to care about him, and to be playing this game.
Good news, he's gone next expansion. Let's introduce you to Erator.
Right.
Erator, yes. The trouble is the more a character gets a spotlight, a lot of people who don't really like a character still have like very strong opinions. Like, that's all capitalized there. Very strong opinions. about what should happen for said character. And I've seen some of the worst takes I've ever seen for Anduin in my entire life.
Me staring at myself on a statue right now.
God, no! No, Sylvanas. And like, I've seen takes like Anduin should just become king and he should be just like Varian, and that would be let him kill a few guys and it would be so cool. Max to have him have a wife and be ultimate king, and he'd be high king and he's Aragorn now. Awesome. I want to pass away from this world. And the thing is that we do often need breaks from characters. I like characters still being there.
Well, it's also the interesting thing I think character breaks are good so long as they actually have whatever their current arc was ended before they take the break. I do think Anduin entirely dropping off the face of the earth after the base War Within was weird, but I didn't feel super screwed about it because he got a cohesive arc in the base expansion. Thrall, I felt screwed about because Thrall got nothing.
Thrall had a terrible, I'd say, like, we're whinging about, like, well, we're not even whinging, we're just talking about it does make me a little bit nervous though. Don't know whether you know what, I'm bringing it up anyway. Display made a big error and published some key art. Anduin is in the foreground, said key art. It does make me wonder whether Max story in Midnight. I hope he doesn't quite yet, is all I'm saying.
Well, I can say the ending of the leveling campaign is the new Army of the Light, the Vanguard of the Light, being summoned to Voidstorm. So it is very much setting up now the conflict is light versus void.
Yeah, so Anduin is going to be there. I said I don't really like the key art's framing of how paladin Anduin is, and it's a paladin expansion again.
I feel like that key art really just I don't know if you'll put up the key art here so you can understand what we're talking about if you can find it, but I feel like that art really just needed either Velen or Lance's Foul to also be there to show that it's like the forces of the light, not just the forces of Retribution Paladins.
Yeah, it was very paladin, very, and even the hard character like pushed over to the. It's like just keep them back there, you know, like but yeah, Anduin, and it'd be a lie. Oh well, you know, Faerun's neutral. No, she isn't. She's an alliance character through and through. Already, she's an alliance character. You know, like even though you can give your thoughts and about Midnight's Alpha and how they frame Arator in a second too. It's just very. Again, it's like the good old Alliance Paladins coming through once again. I feel like I'm back in Wrath again. It's Secret Paladin. Guys, no one expects a Paladin expansion, even though it's happened so many times.
It's nice to see a pony on there at least. Half the people I've asked thought it was Desco, but it's a pony. Also, yet another unrecognizable Anduin face. Those are some upward pointed eyebrows.
Oh yeah, he's looking very rare. I love how his short hair is now just like being pushed. It's being pushed by the breeze. Like, guys, trust me, it grew out a little bit.
Yeah, it's grown out an inch or so. Anyway, so did we have any other thoughts about the cinematic, the one that opened the expansion?
Like I said, otherwise from what we said, I think we've been pretty comprehensive. It has its goods and its bads.
It's mostly good. I think it's a good character piece. It has flaws for how it relates to the expansion itself. Everything with Anduin is not one of those flaws.
I feel like Anduin's story was stopped short in War Within, but I don't feel boned by it.
It reached the end of the first arc. A lot of characters don't even really get that, so I consider Anduin lucky that he at least got that. He's been in a stable place post-story, minus location.
And I suppose that kind of leads us into now. Like I said, the overall feeling about short stories, the characters, and I'll just make a quick mention of like Anduin's and stuff, his short story before the expansion too. And maybe, I don't know whether this is jumping too quick.
That's good, because I mean that's the thing. I think both of them, all the short stories are largely prologue short stories anyways. Well, even the later ones, the Undermine one is all flashback, and the Ghost of Koresh one takes place in the prologue patch before the War Within.
Yeah, true. God, but I'm just thinking about it. War Within had a lot of short. Dragonflight had one.
A lot of short stories, but also it's that interesting thing we were talking about, how the actual middle of the expansion itself feels really barren on the amount of story we got, because even those side stories we did get didn't take place in the expansion itself. Or like if you look at an expansion like Miss of Pandaria, it got a lot of short stories too. But those short stories were taking place in between each patch. Like we got a Galliwick short story of like what are his goblins up to in between the Isle of Thunder stuff with the Blood Elves and the lead in to the Horde Rebellion. And we saw all the story of like, oh, his goons are doing this stuff with these Pandaren relics. And at the end you kind of learn like, oh, he wouldn't go to the lengths they think he's going to. He has a line he wouldn't cross. And that was the explanation for why he would join the Horde Rebellion against Garrosh. We haven't really gotten that kind of stuff by comparison of, in some ways good, because that means the side materials aren't supplementing in-game character development. But it's also like, were we ever going to get that Galliwick's character development in Miss of Pandaria's in-game story? No. So I think getting those kinds of side stories were good. And I think the last few expansions have kind of been lacking on those kinds of things.
Yes, I totally agree. Dragonflight is a very clear example of that. Dragonflight felt very barren. Again, I don't want to point fingers, but it felt like a lot of the characters in Dragonflight, the devs weren't very interested in. Like, I know that's very presumptuous of me.
Well, even aside from all our obvious biases with Rathian, of like, poor Marithra. Marithra deserves so much more, but it's very clear they loved Ysera. They were interested in Ysera. So Marithra never stood a chance. There is kind of one character you feel that with the War Within, and that is Thrall. But unlike someone like Marithra, Thrall did get a very good, separate from the expansion short story with his son. We got a really good, like, I think that's the thing of like, that's what Rathian's missed by comparison, is Rathian's was very much a setting up his plot in Dragonflight story, and we didn't get that plot. Whereas Thrall's was not trying to do that. Thrall's was not trying to give you the impression that he was going to do anything, for better or worse.
And at least the one with Jaina that included like
Oh yeah, I'm so dumb. I totally forgot about the Heartlands short story. I wrote like 2-3 articles about that. I totally forgot about those. Those ones were mid expansions. Those ones took place during the leveling campaign.
I feel too there's an issue with WoW's advertising and its inclusion of supplementary material. I understand now why they continuously have it for free, because they place it on their players to be like, okay, whingers, if you want access to supplementary material, they're giving you it for free, so it's up to you to read it, and I argue that a lot of WoW players don't read.
You think WoW players can read?
Me being mean. WoW players can read? Oh, damn.
I was saying on one of my midnight testing things of like, wow, this quest in Erator is basically having him verbalize the same thing like 7 times. And I realized, oh, it's because nobody is going to read any of these quest items. They need to have him say it 7 times so people understand what they're trying to say about paladins here. As an aside, okay, I gave them some grace in the War Within because, okay, they just got their aspect powers back. They're just rebuilding their kingdoms. This isn't like a world is ending threat so much as if it's not stopped, the world will end threat with Xal'atath. So it makes sense of like, okay, the factions and the main people coming, but it's mainly us and our small crew trying to stop Xal'atath. Where are the dragons in Midnight? They can fly. Why are they not here?
Don't think about it, Port. Don't bring that shit up. Don't bring that shit up.
That is one thing that I'm very curious about, is if the dragons getting their spectral powers back is going to actually play into The Last Titan, or if it was just like some kind of feel-good thing that was kind of thrown in at the end of Dragonflight to kind of like create a conclusion to a plot.
Sure, it'll play some role, but the question is, will they play roles as characters, or will it just be the Titans are mad that their power doesn't come from them anymore? Now they're no longer friends. Unfriended on Facebook.
And again, like, the absolute gold mine that Rathian is of a character, and they didn't even bring up, Rathian is a very unnatural dragon, as in, like, all of his, every single aspect, like, so many parts of Rathian are due to Titan's influence from his actual ability to be alive.
What can I say? It's a tough life when we're people who love the word aspect and we're trying to talk about dragons. I mean, that's one of the things that frustrates me is there are those plots, like some plots are just plots I don't like. But the plots that I really get frustrated with are the ones that are not good and also cut off the potential for future plots to do something different. Of like, as an example, minor PTR spoilers for the patch coming out in a month. the Pandaren Heritage is on the PTR. I've not personally played it yet, so I can't give comment on the actual questline. But the questline is largely just about the Wandering Isle. It's just like, oh, Lily is an adult now. We're reintroducing her as a character. So she gets reintroduced, does stuff on the Isle, because we've never actually really seen her or Chen do stuff in the Pandaren Starting Zone, because they left. So it's more like letting them interact with that, interacting with the elemental spirits again, putting on this like spirit festival for them. It's just a kind of cute, feel-good thing. It's not on the level of the Orc or the Draenei. But my issue is, my friend showed me some screenshots. The end of the questline is the festival, and it turns out off screen, Shenzhen Su returns to Pandaria, and people from Pandaria are now coming to the Wandering Isle again. And we learned that from 2 lines of dialogue in an optional gossip text from Mama Stormstep. And it's like that in itself could be its own questline of like the return of the Wandering Isle, going out and recruiting all the various people from what modern Pandaria is. Like, go talk with the Mantid now that they're not as affected by the old gods. Go talk with the Rajani Mogu we met in BFA. Go talk with the Hosen. Go talk with the Jinyu. Resolve some of those differences. Recruit people to kind of bridge the divide between the 2 Pandaren groups. We can't do that plot anymore because this story has just said, oh, it happened. Bye. I do think Dragonflight had a lot of those things.
Oh, yes, massively so. I feel like, again, Dragonflight was a typical example of don't worry about it. Just don't think about it. Just don't think about it. It's happened. And it's like the dragons were a huge pull in World of Warcraft. Like they're quite interesting, like how they've set them up, and I feel like Dragonflight did them so dirty.
An example beyond Rathian of like the Bronze Dragonflight, Nosdormu's plot is over. Unless they more or less retcon that and go back on it, which I would be fine with them doing, or very much twisting the ending with Eternus of like in the expansion, they were very clearly meaning that of like Eternus is turning good now. Nosdormu is adapting his ideology to allow for some of that stuff. That's a good thing. You could twist that into like, oh no, this is actually the beginning of the end for Nosdormu, but that would be undermining what happened in Dragonflight. Because Dragonflight did not intend that to be set up.
Exactly, and you can feel that it didn't. And also, the issue with the Infinite Dragonflight is that we can't just say anymore that the Infinite Dragonflight are evil. We've seen that they have the ability to change their perspectives too. So, is Nosdormu and fucking like his whole issue of turning into Muzaron, could Muzaron be actually just reasoned? That's a weird thing to just consider. Like,
It's one of those things of when you're in a fantasy world and you keep introducing this idea of you can just talk your way out of issues, the premise of it being a combat-based video game falls apart a bit. As an example, we were talking about earlier of some of the ideas of redemption that are coming in Midnight, where in the side dungeon, we just slaughter a bunch of loyalists because they happen to be there. We don't talk to them, we don't reason with them, they're not doing anything wrong. We just happen to slaughter them because the ghost of Lirath tells us to. Whereas in the Erator questline, it's entirely optional to kill the Scarlet Crusade, and when one of their commanders decides to say, stop, no, I don't agree with them anymore, we just let her go. And she's at the Sunmull now. And Callia Menethil is redeeming her. Or when we go down and like, oh, we're fighting the Dark Horde, the people who still want to raise Stormwind to the ground after 40 years. They're like, oh yeah, maybe if we kill some of these specific people, they'll see the light, they'll see reason, and they'll come back to us, and they'll be good.
yeah, it's that complication, essentially. It's that complication. It's like, it's more believable with mortal race. I will give them that. Like, people changing and like methodologies changing. They just expect us to go like, okay, you've run into a Scarlet Crusader and you just like giving him an ass whooping has made him go, yeah, whoa, sorry, I didn't believe about being in the Scarlet Crusade for ages. My faith is tested. Homie, if I just got my ass beat and I could get out of it, I'd lie.
If I could lie and then they give me a direct ticket to the fucking Sunwell, yeah, I'd lie.
That's the thing, that they don't give characters like ulterior motives that aren't like mustache twirling.
But I think it's also the thing of like, I don't think it's wrong to do these kinds of plots by design. I think it's probably wrong to do it with the Scarlet Crusade, but I don't think it's wrong to do these plots by design. It's just the thing of if you are introducing this as a consistent element of the universe, you're going to need to ask that question with everyone now and provide a meaningful answer for why they refuse it. As an example, in the War Within, in the Return to Arathi Highlands questline, of the whole, like, they're not with the Red Dawn themselves, but during that questline, we find out that, oh, the Red Dawn have set up the Witherbark Amani trolls to be attacking Hammerfall. They were set up by the Red Dawn. We know they were set up by the Red Dawn. What's the quest we just get? Kill 15 Witherbark trolls. And we have Farron going, the Amani Witherbark from the stories? And she rushes off to go murder them.
I can't wait to get killing. Yeah, exactly. It's very, like I said, you need to do so much groundwork if this is the story beat that you're going for every time. Everyone can be redeemed. Everything's okay. It's cool. It's fine. You can't always do that with like what you've set up here, essentially. It's like my constant quibble about royals and stuff like that. WoW wants to constantly impose that, wow, royals aren't always good, but they want to give like ultimate good boy cookie points to Anduin.
Well, that's the thing, like, it's the idea of, if you introduce this idea, you have to have a compelling reason for why the status quo version is okay to keep doing. Of like, if you introduce the idea of not all kings are inherently good, you need to give compelling reasons for why it is good here. They have not done that with Anduin. If you introduce the idea of anyone could be redeemed with the right chance, you need to explain why these people refused that opportunity when offered it.
Exactly. And also keep open that issue of they may just change their minds again. Like I said, like, we already know that torture doesn't work. So when you've just got your ass beat, or you know that you're going to be facing a devastating loss, and you're a group of people who have that long standing grudge, whether it's for better or worse, you're going to lie to get out of certain situations.
There's a thing of like, there was a funny thing in Voidstorm in Midnight, where there's this void creature you're having to like interrogate, and you either get the option to torture them by just attacking them, and he just kind of laughs it off because he's a fucking void being and it doesn't really matter in the void realm. And then at the end, when you stop attacking, he was like, okay, anyways. And then he tells you the information. And if you choose to not attack him, he's like, oh, okay, thanks. And then he tells you the information.
And okay, you have to have constraints because it is an MMO and it is MMO storytelling and you need to get to things fast. But again, this also brings up the issue of like, which was again another big issue in Dragonflight, the amount of faffing around the writing was when they could actually be setting up. Like, they rather, make jokes, again, bringing it back to Rathian, they rather make jokes and have Rathian and Sibelian butt heads in an inconsequential way that doesn't really set up anything and is essentially meaningless in the greater scheme of the plotline, and then not spend it actually laying that very essential groundwork to build your plot off of. And again, like I said, it's a difficult, and it can be difficult and it can be complex, but it's just something to keep in mind for these things, isn't it? Like, I think that is one of the major issues about this. Everyone can be redeemed. Everyone can be redeemed, like, and I'm betting in the end, Azalatath will have a reason for doing all of this.
There is a Light Force Draenei in this. This is, oh, I wonder why Xalatath is doing all of this. She must have her reasons. Is that really the person to be asking that?
If they want to have it like I've talked about this before, if they want to have like a more almost metaphorical plot, or like if they want to do an Emic Selk, right? Because I feel like everyone is trying to copy that. Here's the blueprint, the Emic Selk way of doing things. Like, he is doing terrible things, but his reasoning within his own moral framework is sound. You need to do that legwork. Again, you can't just be like, damn, I wonder what her reasoning is for doing this, and then just be like chucking it in, like, there's a reason why Emic Selk is a compelling villain, essentially, for Final Fantasy XIV, but how it also isn't redeemable in a sense, there's no redeeming Selk, because he's like, okay, cool, but I'm gonna have to kill you now because I need to put my reality back in place, because all you guys are like, nothing to me. You're not real to me because you're not my reality. Like, you can't reason with that. And I like how Final Fantasy XIV really puts that in place. Like, his intentions are sympathetic, but you can't reason with that though, because you're in diametric opposites to one another. Like, It's understandable, but
Yeah, he has this like tragedy that's like the core of his being, but because of like the direction he took as a result of that, you can't really like go along with him. You have to stop him.
That's what I liked about like Nosdormu's story of there was an inherent tragedy to that prior to Dragonflight of this is not something you can stop. It is a future we have physically seen. We have killed him. He will become that eventually. What is the tragedy is that you can't stop that. The intrigue is what does he do with that remaining time? That's no longer the case. Okay, well, do we want to get back on the topic of the short stories of War Within? Because I actually do think the short stories of the War Within are very good quality. In particular, I would say the highlight for me is The Lilac and the Stone, the one about Moira and Dagran.
Yes, I actually also had that specifically written down was that The Lilac and the Stone, I think, was like the best short story for me out of like what was a very good group of short stories.
Catherine Valente really fucking cooked with that one. It had all the aspects that made it a really good short story. Character reflective, had an intriguing mini plot within it. It related to the struggles of the characters that were going to be covered somewhat within game, but also gave them greater depth in regards to the overall current issues faced by the dwarves at the moment. Like I always say, the dwarf politics are very, very interesting. This is the thing that I also have a lot of issue with Anduin. People say Anduin should be king again. The trouble is that they rarely actually go into full depth of political stories within game, because technically making gameplay around that would be quite difficult to do. That's like a thoroughly, you can't really go kill these three nobles and then
You
find
could.
out
They could definitely write that.
it doesn't really work like that. So when people say, "Oh my god, make Anduin king again," and not to reference a very famous reaction image, but there's not going to be any political intrigue, you stupid whore.
But I also think a thing with The Lilac and the Stone is it's kind of a masterclass in how to fix a character. Not that I think Moira was broken as a character, but Moira was a very like she was a different character per expansion, more or less. Where in Cataclysm, she was the villain of the dwarf plot. She was the one scheming to try and take over Ironforge. Even after she joined the Council of Three Hammers, we got that whole Falstad short story where she was trying to find this way to prove herself as the sole right to rule and kick the others out. And obviously it didn't work, and she was kind of grumbling about it in the background when it ended up not working. But she was the villain there. And then Miss Vandaria really rapidly turned that around to no, now she's the protagonist. Now she's the reasonable one, and the other two clans just need to get over it. And then going into like Legion and BFA, she more or less kind of became I don't want to say a prop, but more a side character in Magni's story, where she was there for his awakening. She has the kind of trauma over everything that happened as a child with her mother. And in that story, that was them very much trying to, at the time, kind of erase what her old story used to be, which was a sexism aspect. It was the dwarves had sexism in their society. They did not believe a woman had the right to rule. The comics that Magni got really tried to reframe that. Like, oh no, he was just an overprotective father, and he was training her to be a warrior actually. And it didn't really make sense with anything we'd ever seen of Moira's character. But it was very clear to him, okay, we don't want sexism in this universe, so we have to rewrite it to something. Okay, fair enough, I guess. This short story kind of wrote all that back in a really smart way of all of that stuff with Magni being overprotective was still canon. Him training her to be a warrior was still canon because they basically specifically made it kind of a leadership aspect and a different kind of sexism to what we have in real life. If it's not a women are physically weak sexism, they still think women can be warriors in dwarf society. It's just a different kind of seeing women as inferior. And I think they roped all that really well in as Moira did not fix those issues. Moira has not solved dwarf society by ridding them of sexism. And Dagran hasn't either. Dagran is starting the progress towards better things. That progress will not reach Moira. And she is kind of subconsciously spiteful of her son over that, which I love. Of he gets to step where I couldn't, he gets to step down the path I laid. I will not get to see those fruits.
it's dare I say, fact of life perfectly involved in a fantasy story and delivered in that way. It's just a great. It definitely deserved that award, by the way, like 100%. Like, this may be just personal opinion, but like comparing the Lilac and the Stone to Anduin's short story in the same book, it's like night and day. Night and day. Like, Anduin's was very. I know that some people liked it, but I felt Anduin very much not very reflective. And again, Anduin was placed in the exact same circumstances that every single one of these other short stories.
I like the idea of it, but I think it has the one core flaw I think Anduin's story in general in the War Within has, which is it doesn't let him fall down enough. It doesn't let him reach the low point enough. The worst thing he does in that short story is not have, like, he's too afraid to calm the light there. But nothing in that moment is his fault. He's not like causing him to die by doing that. It's a really regretful moment of Anduin's there, and it's really sad he's not able to calm the light there. But he didn't fuck up. He didn't have any kind of I am fucking up as a result of my current lack of faith in myself, my current doubts in myself.
And again, like, even I've talked with Sil about this, but and as someone who works with this a lot too, again, Anduin's PTSD, because that's what the story is heavily implying that he has. And people obviously have the effects of PTSD and trauma based issues that have been in those situations, and we all deal with them very differently. But again, Anduin isn't show the uglier side of mental health in regards to that. It's just the I can't sleep and I doubt myself. It's the anger, the rawness, the idea that he is making mistakes and hurting people around him.
Yeah, things that might make Anduin an unpleasant person to be around. That kind of complexity wasn't really woven into his short story.
I think that's why his cinematic is really good. Of the cinematic has him, he's a bit of a dick to Thrall. He almost attacks Thrall. He's not a nice person there. But the way that works is it shows that is his state of mind as a result of the things he's going through. But in the end, Anduin is still Anduin. He still has those core principles and is willing to stand up and do things.
It's a bit of a complex thing, and also the time wasted on the stupid effing fox. I'm sorry. personal opinion through the Disney ass fucking animal companion. Not naming names, but the thing is that they often give Anduin like substitute focuses in his story rather than have him properly people. And when he does air quotes connect with people, it will be strangers and die, and then he feels sad about it.
I think my most hot take of that is I think the fox should have died.
Yeah, I think the fox should have died. Kill that little furry bastard.
I think through like no circumstance of like Anduin's fault, the fox gets out somewhere. It's a fox. Some nearby farmer shoots the fox. Anduin attacks that farmer in his rage, in that kind of I can't do anything, I can't even protect a fucking fox kind of thing. And when he tries to fix it, be it heal the fox or heal the person he just hurt, he can't call upon the light. And that kind of delves him in further.
Yeah, exactly. At least it is a mistake of his own then in regards to a situation that occurs to him. At least he's reacting and, in some aspect of his story, making mistakes. But again, every single time that when is before, I'm going to say this, I enjoyed the story in War Within. I think they could have pushed it a lot harder, but I'm not complaining whatsoever. Also, that really cheeky, again, the cheeky comment of like Anduin going in game, like, I can understand why people would join a cult, but luckily I have support networks. Whoever wrote that line, I'm talking to you directly. That isn't how cults work.
I mean, it's also the same thing of like, oh, I can totally understand why people drink. I would never do it though.
I would never do it though. I'm built different because Anduin sees someone in a cult or drinking, he understands it, but he's built different, so he doesn't engage with that stuff. Again, I actually have a talking. That isn't how shit works.
Yeah, I think that was like the biggest missed opportunity with Anduin's short story is like that was like the time where you could have like really dug into like, okay, what are the negative side effects? Like actually showing Anduin going through it. Like, when you're someone who's going through trauma.
You could have given him advice without consequence. Because you don't need to tell that continued story when he starts hearing the visions, leaves that behind, and isn't dealing with that anymore.
Like, what is Anduin at his lowest point? I think that was the job of like, would have been the theoretical job of the short story, but it was just way too gentle with him. It was just kind of like another opportunity to explore him in this kind of like super sappy, like rose tinted glasses kind of way. Like, oh, like it's like showing, it's like you get all of like the benefit of like having the sappier side of like angst, where it's like, oh, you're showing this character suffering, you know, he's like,
It's the sexy French Depression.
right, yeah, exactly.
Like that, even the cool thing too, is like not how good your support network is. And putting aside the fact that Anwin has no friends, I did a little finger wave. He does have Faerun now, and I'm gonna put my foot down. I know that whoever is the guy in charge of this is like Anwin and Faerun stood next to each other, and people like that make them romantic. Putting that aside, Anwin and Faerun would make good friends. They have a lot in common. Like I said earlier, a very similar character in the sense that almost the exact same character up to a certain point, and their story divergence, right? So they would make good friends. They'd have a lot of common talking points. But even like with that, like examining Anduin and being like, would Anduin fall for a cult? Like, would Anduin get roped into a cult? And the devs have returned and said, no, he has a good support network. That isn't what a cult is about. And it's how you're not looking at Anduin. What does Anduin want? That is what a cult provides. You don't join a cult like because they're like, hey, do you want some weird sex stuff, right? They go, hey, do you want friends? Do you want power? Do you want ability to talk to people better? Do you want a sense of, do you want money? I mean, technically, multi-level marketing skills are a cult in a weird sort of way without actual ideology, because it ropes people in with the hope of what they want, like cults do. Cults aren't based on whether you have people to fall back on. A lot of people have very supportive families who enter into cults. Cults offer what people want. What did Anduin want? He wanted a sense of essentially that he isn't making errors, that he can find a sense of belonging, that he can use the light. It's that, there's just something getting in the way of that. People reinforcing that he is deserving of those things would have roped him in hook, line, and sinker. That's what Anduin wanted. But instead of the writers looking at what Anduin wanted, they just sent him a story that he could go through emotion. And like I said, I do not mind the story.
Even like the smaller things, like having Anduin turn to addiction, like developing like an alcoholism habit, or like an alcohol habit or something like that. They just like didn't want to like go that far with him, and I think that kind of like cheapened his story overall, because it was like this is like the time to like bring him to his lowest point. Like, how low can he go, like to kind of like show him at the antithesis of like who he was, and necessarily like BFA and Legion and stuff like that. And they just didn't want to like do that with him. Instead, we got this like ultra sappy, like kind of like self-indulgent story where someone from like a lower class dies, and that gives him angst. And I just felt like that was like a really cheap.
Yeah, again, the peasants are
Yeah,
revolting.
like in Before the Storm we had Will, his servant, his or what's it called when you have
Manservant.
yeah, thanks. Yeah, his manservant dies, and then that gives him like some opportunity to angst, but it's like all about Anduin and kind of like how he feels about that person rather than about that person and their livelihood. Like the short story was just kind of like all about Anduin and kind of like how he's feeling, and it kind of like still like puts him on this pedestal as like this, like, I don't know, super moralistic being.
Yeah, and even with that, it's like, okay, so Enwin is looking at other people drinking, and he's like, I understand why someone would turn mug, and no one in that is saying, what does Enwin want then in regards to that? He wants to forget, clearly. He wants to forget. So why all of a sudden in the same breath he's like, but he would not do that though? If the temptation is there, he's just continuously framed as someone who's just built different and will not fall to the ice. And like even with that, even he's PTSD doesn't have a strong impact on him other than making him, you know, vaguely depressed and not able to sleep well. And it's really sad. Like, it doesn't talk about, like, I mean, notably, it noted what a slob Rathian was short story, right? And it doesn't even note on Anduin not being able to upkeep himself. Like, Anduin can't even be like a slob or to be disgusting or dirty, you know, but Rathian, they'll bring it up.
Yeah, I think that was like the biggest failing of the short story for me, is that I really wanted to see him depicted as this like unpleasant person to be around, like a total antithesis to like who he was, before that, which was like as the super optimistic, person who could like bring like a lot of light and life to the people around him just because of his outlook. Like I wanted to see him like take that kind of deep dive into like a darker side of his character, because I feel like if you go darker with that, then the high of like him returning to kind of how he was before, or to finding like a new level of like being himself, like when he chooses to like come out of that and like step into his own person and to kind of like bring light to other people, like that leap would have been like greater, so that high would have been greater. But you have to have the courage to like bring him to that low point, and they just like didn't want to go that low with him. So I feel that kind of cheapens, his return to himself and to kind of like as like a healer character. I don't know, does that kind of make sense? Like you kind of need that contrast, and they just like didn't want to go that low with him, so it kind of cheapens their attempt to like kind of like bring him up to that high again.
Dare I say so? Dare I say the darkest shadow? Sorry, the brightest light casts the darkest shadow. I mean, they love that. They love that in the just the words at the moment. The devs are like, we writing. The opportunity is there, and it's like I said, it's not even. It's just an examination about what anyone wants and the ways that he is avoiding that and not facing those things, like drinking. You're wanting to forget. He's not wanting to remember.
Even just like having to act as like a peasant, kind of like needing to go from this life of opulence to like really needing to like, go from like odd job to odd job, like not having like a bed to sleep in at night. They just really didn't like, the short story didn't really like dig into that. He just kind of like seemed to float from like one comfortable position to like another. Like the family wasn't like, oh, well, this guy is kind of weird, like maybe have him sleep in the barn for like a bit because we're not sure about him. They just like automatically trusted him and were like, yeah, like come into our family, like you totally work at like the flour mill or like whatever it is, and Andon, there was like no implication of him like needing to like adjust to like heavy labor or to like working like as a laborer, and like that contrasts to, like his life as a noble. So there just like wasn't that friction there, and I feel like that really cheapened the short story for me. Like they just didn't really want to like go to low places with Anduin. He was still kind of like on this pedestal.
No one even thought he was weird. No one even thought he
Right.
was weird. Yeah.
Right.
It's, and like the other bit in that short story, sorry, this is just critique. We'll get back to the other short stories in a second. And like a bit that still stands out in my mind in that short story is like Anduin doesn't ask the lady of the house on how to teach him how to bake. He just watches and just merely like because so in
Right.
touch
He
with the
doesn't like
feminine
suck at
side.
it at first, which he would.
Yeah.
He totally would, because he's never had to like cook in his life,
Exactly. And he doesn't even lower, like air quotes, lower himself to ask someone to teach him. He just, just by his sheer intelligence and good and cool and like how aware he is to women's business and stuff, he just learns. He doesn't, air quotes, debase himself.
He just adjusts. He's just like able to pick up on it.
Ironically, it's a form of sexism that the man here that's supposed to not toxic masculinity that can't even ask a woman and say, I don't know how you do the thing, please, in a sense of a humble moment. He doesn't even have that humble moment. Can, do it just by watching and stuff, and just watch and learn, like if, for example, baking is not easy. I'd actually argue can't watch.
It's not. It's very difficult. You have to be very precise with like your ingredients and kind of like how you're like kneading the dough or like mixing something, and you can't like over mix it or something like that. So it's very It's very precise work. It takes like a lot of practice, but he's just able to do it like, from the get-go.
Yeah, it's again, and I just worry now that it's over. They're never going to go back to this. And we better, like I said, Port, you posted that PTR line that made me cringe the other day. I was like,
Yeah.
no, 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 no.
Oh, what line was this?
Oh, it's a line in the PTR that's like, this is a heavy burden to bear, but not heavier than refuse, though. And I was like, oh, this is. They just want a Return of the King with him. They just want Return of the King without actually analysing why Aragorn's story ended when he became king in The Lord of the Rings. There's a reason why his story ends in Lord of the Rings. When Aragorn becomes king, he has his Return of the King moment. His story ends. People be like, oh no, when anyone returns to being intrigue, there's not going to be any political intrigue, you stupid lovely people.
It's a heavy burden, but not as great as the weight of refusing it. That's like objectively not true, because when you refuse the burden, you don't bear it. You don't bear the weight of being king. What does this mean?
I get the idea here of like, it's the idea of, oh, they're the only ones who can do it, because if they don't, the world will blow up because the Sunwell is holding back the void. That doesn't apply to Anduin's story because Turalyon is holding that role very well. He's very good at his job.
And it's not that, it's still the reinforcement that, like, Anduin is doing this, like, unwillingly. Like, there's an unwillingness that's implied by this. Oh.
It's also the arrogance of, like, Anduin is the only one who could fulfill this role. Like, if he just, like, didn't return to...
It's like, imagine if this question was like, only Eretor can hold back the Sunwell. None of these other highly accomplished paladins can do it. Only Eretor.
Yeah, and it's also that reinforcement that we've criticized Blizzard before, that when they have a, air quotes, this character is good, that they can never be called into question, especially, and when Anduin, and I'm expecting Anduin to return to be, because we're going to talk about the other short stories at the end of War Within. We'll see if we want to talk about each, like, little zone and our general of it. But I'm just going to say this: when Anduin returns, when Anduin returns to being king, no one is going to be able to question his authority, because we've already proved he's the little best, goodest boy ever that's ever existed.
Yeah, I guess that's, like, ultimately my problem with the short story is I wanted to see him reduced to the level of, like, an ant. Like, like, he's not a load-bearing pillar in, like, the universe of creation. Like, he's just a guy, but they didn't want to do that with him. They just kind of, like, reinforced that he's, like, a main character.
It's the thing of, like, if they ever want him to become king, they can't keep framing it like this. They can't keep framing it as this thing he doesn't want to do, but will do it if he has to. Of like, I think if they're gonna have a character like this, it needs to be. I think, coming back to the short story stuff, Dagran is a much more compelling version of this. Of Dagran could easily come into the role, do exactly what any other king does. He's obligated and expected to do that, to unite all the clans. What makes Dagran interesting is he wants to change things. He wants to make things fundamentally different for dwarf society, and that puts him at odds with the rest of their characters. Anduin doesn't have any of that because he just solves all their problems off screen and is not at odds with anything, because half the writers just don't like the idea of him being fundamentally opposed to war. So all of the cool stuff that we get in, like, Shadows Rising just doesn't apply.
He's such a character that's he's gonna give them grief in the future. I know. I can see it's like a slow motion train crash. I'm like, he's gonna give you grief, all because they can't let go of that notion that he needs to do an Aragorn. They don't have to do. They don't have to do that. I know that people are like, well, he needs to. He has to do that, And I've seen this argument put forward by players that he needs to do that. How dare he abandon his people like that? And I'm
They're
like,
fine.
yeah,
They're doing okay.
fine. They're fine. They're okay. I know that the devs have been like so much. they're doing fine, man. They do not like, not bothered.
I think it's like part of the problem is that there's still like a Varian shaped hole on the Alliance side. Like, in order to have this game work, you need like the two factions and you need like the backbone of each faction. And like before Legion, Varian was that backbone like for the Alliance. He was like the chief character. He was like, rah, 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 like, I'm the Alliance king, for the Alliance, like all of that. And it's like now the Horde kind of has the Horde Council, but we don't really have like a replacement for Varian on the Alliance side. Like Terralion sort of sidled into that role, but like we don't have like a rah 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 like leader on the Alliance side of things to rally behind. And it feels like there's a struggle on the writing team, like people who want Anduin to kind of like fill that role. And then like people who see like Anduin's old school character as like, he was supposed to be like in opposition to Varian. So it feels very weird to have him suddenly fill Varian's like hole on the Alliance side. I feel like fundamentally like Anduin is like should be like meandering towards like the role of like a neutral character because that's kind of like what his philosophy embodies. But I feel like there is still like that struggle on the writing team for people who are like, no, Anduin is Varian's son, he should be filling that hole that Varian left behind. And that's kind of like what he's trending towards like right now, like slightly.
Yeah. And the whole, oh, he's abandoning these people. This is his designated role. He's abandoning people. How could he refuse that weight of leadership? And it's really one of those things that they've written. They're trying to make more complications for themselves, and they're trying to like obviously go, well, yes, that makes sense for a king, but it's like you've shown us so many different aspects of being king, and then Anduin's the fundamental way that they've been writing Anduin creates like they're basically giving him the right to do whatever he wants as a king just because he is like the ultimate good boy king who has been chosen. Like he is so right for this role.
So something interesting. You know how one of our big critiques in Dragonflight is Abyssian's story is largely just pieces of Rathian's story grafted onto himself. So Erator and Midnight.
Yeah, let's actually, do we want to rephrase this? You bring up a good point about our critiques about Anduin here and what we fear is going to happen. Because like I said, I 100% think that the devs are very keen on the, it can be Aragorn, Return of the King, everyone will clap and cheer, when Anduin returns to the throne and takes a wife and he just, and like I said, I have a very sinking feeling that they'll just go, see, Rathian can be kind of just his advisor there. And I'm like, oh.
I think for the War Within side of things, what stuff haven't we talked about yet? So like, okay, we haven't talked about the Earthen, we haven't talked about the Nerubians.
Faerun.
Faerun, and I'm just going to say this too, just really quickly. Even though it was short, and I feel like they could have done, again, I feel like it was done rather fast when we did our playthrough. I do like Moira's story in game, Magni making that admission that he's not been great in his role, not just like not as in a king, but as Moira's father, and saying I can't really make what I've done in the past better, but I can at least work at course correcting now, and I do want to be involved in my grandson's life. I really liked that. I thought that was a good family story. I thought that was like handled thoughtfully, even though it was fast.
I really loved that stuff, but my one critique is I think they could have done like a better job of reminding the player character of like what transgressions Magni actually did. Like because I feel like there's a lot of like dancing around that issue. Like there wasn't like,
nobody has ever said he refused to give her the throne. He refused to let her be the heir. That's the transgression, is he denied her right as his daughter because she was a woman.
I feel like they could have like really like hammered that point home a little more. Like I do like the stuff that they did with like Magni and Moira reconciling, but I think that they were kind of like dancing around the core of the issue a bit, and there's like this general reluctance kind of like with Anduin as well to kind of like linger on the good guys like transgressions, like their bad sides, like I feel like that also kind of like factors into Ilaria's character, which I won't get into right now because we're talking about Moira and Magni, but I do feel like that's kind of like a failing, particularly on the Alliance side of like,
I think we definitely didn't linger on Magni's grumpiness and his spitefulness in the expansion very much. He got like the one quest before he receives the vision from Azeroth to go to Kazalgar, but then you'd figure, wouldn't he be even more spiteful when that vision led to the destruction of Dalaran? Like, Magni actively told them to go to Kazalgar and played into the plans to cause the destruction of Dalaran. I feel like he would be more spiteful, not less, but that never really comes up again beyond like some curiosity and treating her more like as some crafty mistress when he's talking with Yervin.
That saucy minx Azeroth. Agreed, by the way. And another good point that they could have included in Magni, Moira, and Dagran's story is possibly even including Moira's jealousy. You know, seeing maybe Dagran and Magni get on well, because maybe even Moira, Magni is replacing her with her grandson.
And also, her side quest line should have been main story. The fact that she gets Fearbreaker in a side story is crazy. Especially because Ringing Deep is so, I'm not gonna call it barren because it does have good main plot, but the Kobold stuff is so superfluous. It does not need to exist. What, like, to the point where in the next patch they're doing a truncated version of all of the Dragonflight and War Within zones and cutting out some of the fluff quest lines. So like they're cutting out some of the Tuskar stuff. They're cutting out some of the what is it? The in Waking Shores.
oh, the Deathwing cultists.
No, that's not main story, but I think they're cutting some of the like egg stuff. They're cutting the Jarden where like you go and there's just that one random village you go save, and then you go to the actual Jarden area. They're cutting that. Or like they're cutting the whole like some of the intro stuff with the Dragon Scale Expedition, and they're just cutting it so it can fit from a 1 to 80 leveling story, while getting the main story stuff there. And in the War Within one, the kobolds are entirely cut. They're not in the main plot at all anymore.
Which is, again, Blizzard's love of trying to be like, look, we're fleshing out the world by giving our, you know, this like little race. It's usually the little guys. It's like our little race of little creature guys, right? They'll be like, look, we're fleshing out the world.
It's crazy because those quest lines are already so short. The main story of the War Within, I think that's, if I had to have one main critique of the War Within, the main story is so short. I think the only zone that doesn't suffer from that really is Hallowfall, just because so much of it is constantly giving us Anduin and Farron character moments that what we get is just constantly about them. It feels like what a normal plot length would be, minus all the stuff in between.
Yeah, I don't think there's any filler in Hallowfall at all. I think it like is very streamlined and does like a very good job of centering the story, which is about Anduin and Faerun, while teaching us about the Lamplighters and the Arathi and stuff like that.
Yeah, it was kind of like the Niffin in 10.1. It's 10.1.
10.1, yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's nice, and this is the thing. It's nice that these little guys, it's cool, but I don't want them in my main story quest. And I'm just going to be real and honest. We came here for the main characters to interact with like the next steps of the plot again, and they waste time. Like, I hate to call it wasting time because I understand how the devs feel. I can actually really understand that. They're like, look, we're making the world feel more alive. There's people here.
That patch really should have been about the brothers and Neltharion and the kind of emotional investment that they spend. Some of it is good. Like, I think it's like actually really fun and funny to see Sibelian develop this like emotional relationship with these like creatures, but it kind of, you know, it's kind of like fluff when they really didn't have like a solid like core plot line to kind of like have for that zone. So it's kind of like, why did you spend this much time developing this whole subculture of this like very admittedly cute interesting like race of creatures when you had this like
Are you guys ready for the neighborhood invasions where they're all themed after player races and then also the Niffin?
And also the Nippin. They love them. Yeah, seriously though, like you already have such limited time. And I know the devs have said this fighting for games. And I'm like, okay, then why do you faff about this? Why do you do that? It's like every single time they're like, oh, we have to be really careful. Voices, stories. We need to check, like, do you want more quests or less quests, or and the quality of those. I'm like, yes. The thing is, just keep those side stories when you want to do the friggin' kobolds having the green bloody side quest. Oh, keep it to your side quests, but don't spend so much resources on like doing B quests. Your main story. I know you want to do world stories, and they're a lot easier to. No one's going to be about them, but the thing is your main characters need you. Your main sort of cast, like they need you. They need you way more than the bees. They need you way more than the bees. I know the bees.
Did someone
To
say
write about.
bees? On
Did
the
someone say
crash.
bees? On crash. I know you want to write the bees. I know. The bees will not get you critique, except there's too many fucking bees. It's like, oh, that's about in your writing room. But the thing is that your main
It's crazy to me that the ecological succession quest line is twice the length of the main story in Ghost of Crash.
I still haven't finished it because the bees just exhausted me. It took me like
The bees are animal 1 of 8.
oh my god.
so funny.
I still haven't finished that quest line just because it's like so much. It's just so much.
That quest line, it's nice and simple. It doesn't take much thinking. It doesn't take much like research and like correlation to get that correct, that the lore hounds aren't hounding you down. Fucking bees.
Well, the bee experts did hound them down because they got some bee facts wrong.
Oh, they got bee facts wrong. Oh, the controversy comes out. Damn, pot, get their ass. So anyway, but the laugh is to the side though. They really need to give that to the main characters. Like I said, like we could easily think of the patches that needed that so much better, and you need to think about what your characters want rather than just putting them on the tracks and pulling them back and letting them just go off with a little like internal pullback car system.
And I can say with Midnight, massively improved in that regard, where not only are the zones not a lot, they're more the length of Dragonflight zones than War Within zones. No fat at all. They are lean, direct plots. Eversong is literally just jumping from issue, bringing it for the expansion, to issue, bringing it for the expansion, to issue, bringing it for the expansion. All of it relevant to the story of the expansion.
Like I said, if they want a cooldown time, that's when they do their fun, silly little plots.
Oh, well, that's the thing. The whole Erator questline is a cooldown plot, and it's all about your main character. And that's what it should be.
That's what I want to hear. That is exactly what I want to hear. Because said they've had so much difficulty with that. And like I said, I think it really came to a head in Dragonflight because they had characters that needed. I said, I often describe Rathian as a character that is like a $1 million check placed on a plate in front of them. I'm like, this character you can do so much with. Like so much. Like this character is a free agent that isn't like completely tied to either faction, and he has so much depth and he has so much links to so many different major plot beats. Do something with him. And the devs chewed on it once and then chucked the plate down the corridor. It's like, dude, come on.
I think that's one of the reasons why Hollowfell stands out. Like to me, Hollowfell was like my favorite section, definitely of the leveling zones, but like in the expansion in general, is that I feel like learning about the Arathi, making friends with Faerun, kind of like going on the journey with her to kind of like learn about the Nubians, the Nubian threat on like Hollowfell, like all of that. Like I feel that all kind of like serviced the main story and also Anduin's internal journey, whereas I feel like the Niffin were kind of like their own like novel thing that the devs wanted to kind of like build up as its like its own thing, and that they forgot to kind of like tie the Niffin back into like.
What's really frustrating is if you wanted to tell a story in a Black Dragon zone about an underground race that you can have fun, quirky things with, the Drogbar are right there, the former slaves of Deathwing.
True.
No, Port, snails. Snails.
Snail
Ugh.
racing.
We're doing snail racing now. Serious story.
And funny
Like,
hats.
it genuinely makes me angry, that zone. That's why I won't actually go do the new player experience. I'm sticking to my guns. I'm still a little hater. I'm sorry. It's in my
Ooh.
genes.
On that topic, we were talking about the player models. Poor Jaina. Jaina looks like she is 22 years old now.
She's been buffed so bad.
Make Jaina look old. Oh my god. I don't know why they're still trying to make her look like she's like fresh out of like Warcraft 3. It's just ridiculous to me. She's an old woman. She's like older. She's been in the story since the beginning. Make her look older.
Granted, she is 45, but
And look, the thing is that I'm like, port cover your ears. I'm like mid 35. I'm like, mid 30s now. And I have like 2 grey hairs on either side of my forehead caused by dragonflight.
Jaina's
notably,
way ahead of you.
Yeah, Jaina is way ahead of me. But the thing is that when I'm 45, I do expect that my wrinkles on my forehead will be visible. That's normal. Those are a sign of pride because I'm getting older. I've lived that long.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Look at Anduin. They're not shy of letting Anduin look like he is a 25-year-old guy who is out in the sun too much and is really pale. He has very notable forehead wrinkles because that's what happens when you are a guy who is out in the sun too much.
Yeah, that was on one of my my list of good things, is that they actually made Anduin's model look like fried, like he'd been baked in the sun for like 5 years. I really appreciated that he really looked like he kind of like his trauma kind of like showed through with that. So I think they did a good job. I don't know, that was just something that I was appreciating. I played through the max level campaign to prep for this, and the scene where he's like healing Khadgar, and it's just like a close up of his face, and it's just like sunburned and his lips are cracked and stuff like that. I really appreciate that they like actually took time to make him look like
To make him a bit
crunchy. Yes.
I mean, even with Khadgar too, they like de-chadified Khadgar. They made him look so old in this expansion.
Oh, he looks so exhausted too in that cinematic. That was another thing that I noticed. That's like a general critique that I have, is that they're doing a good job of making the men look like they've been through a washing machine cycle or two, but they really need to work on their women like Illyria and Jaina. Leandrin looks okay. I think they could have made her look older. I guess that's like my spicy opinion on the next cinematic.
Agreed with that. And I feel like actually going on with, I feel that Ashkahet was underutilized in War Within.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Yeah. Illyria's story, like we talked about this in our playthrough. Illyria so fast. Like I said, it was Danny Kaye's court jester, the bit where the knight in him, they just picked Illyria up by her armpits and they fucking just pulled her through that story. She went through that so fast.
Well, before we get to Illyria and kind of Ashkahet, do you want to talk about Farron first? Because Illyria will be a good segue into Koresh stuff.
Yeah, let's talk about Farron. And actually, like, I think all 3 of us being big homosexuals, please stop doing this man and woman have stood next to each other. They're romantic now. You can tell that they're still trying to do that with Anduin. I'm just gonna say this to the devs: the easy way to get around it, if you don't want to make it homo, you're like, Rathian near him, just make sure that he has no romantic engagements with anyone, no blushing, no acting stupid. I still, to this day, say that was a stain on on Farron's short story. Farron's short story was really good. And then you got to that bit and I was like, cringe.
Thankfully, it is so isolated from the rest of the short story. It is basically just like, there's the whole short story and then that one last page, which is very awkward transition into 1117 story, which kind of isn't really even canon anymore because they have like the whole idea of, Jaina and Anduin are returning home. No, the hell they did not. Anduin did not do that. He's at the Sunwell.
They'll probably get around it by saying, he was totally ready to go back to Stormwind, but the light called him. He can't deny the call of the light. They'll do something like that. You can kind of feel it.
I mean, speaking of that, who is leading Stormwind now? Because Terrellian is in Silvermoon for the whole expansion. Is it Gen?
It's Jaina's turn.
Getting back to Farron, I think she was honestly like one of my favorite things to come out of this expansion. As a big lesbian, I love her. she's just such a beautiful character. Like, I think that's probably because like she kind of like fills the role, the Anduin shaped hole that was like in the story, because Anduin's off being tortured and like antisocial and stuff. Like, she has like strength of heart and the strength of will. She's very kind, and she just has this like determination and stubbornness to her that I really love. In addition to, I love her voice actress. I think WoW does like a really great job sometimes of just like nailing voice actors or voice actresses like in their roles and like getting like great performances out of them. And I feel like Farron's voice actress,
Especially in, I don't know if you guys listen to it, the short story reading from her voice actor, so good.
yes, I've heard that all the way through. It is really good. Yeah.
Oh, I need to listen to that later. Yeah. And that's the thing. I was thinking about why I love Veyron, and she feels like Anduin to me. That's the thing. Not only that, but introducing just a character that's like a nice, reliable character that like introduce another culture, the Arathi, in a sense, like the over the sea Arathi, and engages a really interesting plot line. She's, like I said, she's technically Anduin. That's kind of fair. We know that her faith is tested.
That's actually kind of a worry. My big hot take about Midnight, I really hope the Arathi don't show up at all. I hope it's just the Halifal Arathi.
Same. I'm totally agreeing with you there, Paul. Again, I'm worried it's going to be the Aberrus issue. Too many enemies, too many elements of opposition jammed into basically this trilogy. And they built up so many really good things like the Old Gods, the Arathi, and then even, like I said, the Legion come down.
Well, see, my thing with Illidan is I think they're gonna. Have you ever played the games Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War, or heard of them at all?
Yes,
I have
Okay.
not. I have
So
not.
it's
No.
Lord of the Rings game. It's about like one of the rangers on the wall of Mordor before the orcs were really resurging. Game opens with the orcs ambushing him. He gets his throat cut, bleeds out to death, and then he wakes up, and he's now possessed by the ghost of an ancient elf smith, the guy who made the Rings of Power. And so they basically work as like this symbiotic human elf kind of banshee duo to fight off the orcs in Mordor and kind of explain, oh, why did it take the orcs so long to gather and start the events of Lord of the Rings? And the the reason why I bring it up is that idea of like someone in full faculty of their body also hosting the soul of this other much more powerful person. I fully think they're going to do that with Illidan and Sargeras. I think Illidan is going to be the avatar of Sargeras, but willing this time. Because that's the only way you can really bring Sargeras into the plot without fucking Sargeras being in the plot and kind of unavoidable thing. But something I like about Farron a lot is they do a really good job at using her as the focal point for the Arathi story while being in opposition to it. A Farron does not represent the Arathi. She is very counter to it, but it's made very clear both by the characters around her and through her own opinions on those things what the norms of that culture are and how she is not being framed as the emblem of that culture. And I think WoW really needs more characters like that, of people who have important aspects of their culture without being the definitive person. Therefore, we can't do anything interesting with their plot without reflecting on the entirety of that group.
I feel like that was kind of also the role Anduin had in Mists of Pandaria, is that he was like of the Alliance and of Stormwind, but his vision and his morals and his kind of like way of doing things weren't like in alignment with the Stormwind culture, which was like Varian and was like very much in opposition to the Horde and what the Horde were doing, as like a counter to what the Horde were doing on Pandaria. That's another thing that I love about Farron's character, is that she has kind of like in opposition to her culture, like a little bit. She kind of has her own way of doing things, which is like kind of similar to like Anduin and Mists of Pandaria, is that she's not like completely aligned with like how her faction or her society is like doing things. Like you get the sense that she kind of has her own like internal moral compass that she's like willing to fight for.
But it's not like, oh, she hates everything about the culture either. She has such clear fondness for her upbringing too. Of like, she loves the parades they went on. She has her love-hate relationship with cats and the lynxes they have. She has all these little things of like the stories she's been told are what inspire her, and those are stories not necessarily foundational to all Arathi, but like very important to the modern Arathi culture. And a lot of the ideals that the Arathi can espouse are things she believes in. And in a way, she's kind of like a Captain America thing of like she represents the ideals, not the reality.
Yeah, and like I said, the eternal flame, the idea of lamplighters. We even get this from her that she didn't want to be an accountant, but she wanted to be a hero within her people when she was younger. Like I've noted this, like I've written a little bit about Faerun, the idea that Faerun was the youngest in before they crash basically into Hallowfall. And the idea that Faerun does actually have quite a strong love for her people and culture, right? She's questioning like the authority of the emperor and the mannerism in a sense of like how that authority is espoused within Arathi culture. But we see like she doesn't question anything that the Arathi do to her once they get here to Hallowfall. Like I said, she was the only child there, and they built an orphanage just for her. Like no family would take her in. And now that may be like we've talked about caste systems and stuff like that, and I actually do think that whether the devs intended for that or not, but there's certainly a caste in Arathi culture.
It does come across as very like cruel, either intentionally or not on the dev side. It is like a very
Well, I will say, I do think the short story helped that a bit. It made it very clear that Steel Strike more or less did adopt her, of like not lived with her because she both had her own family and way too many responsibilities, but Steel Strike was more or less her mother.
Yeah, exactly. But it's even then they could do so much with that. They could do so much with that in a sense that like Steel Strike adopted that position for Faerun, but they still othered her from other Arathi. And it's like an interesting glimpse into how their culture works. This isn't a bad like this is 100% devs work with this. The idea that Arathi have a caste system, like in a sense, like people who can use the light or fill out these roles, record keepers under the light, priests under the light, the church system under the light, inherently more respected than people who aren't involved in that or whose families who aren't involved. You know, like that's very interesting. Like, especially within this system that's so deeply entrenched in its religion, basically. That's interesting. Do something with that. And it's again with the orphanage to Faerun. She was othered until she could prove her worth. And it's like, if she couldn't fight, would she have been seen as lower than other Arathi? And I have to reason, I think she would have. Because we see Mr. whatever his name is, Mage, Winkins or whatever. What was the mage's name? The guy who lived on the far edge.
oh, the last mage.
Yeah, the last mage of the group. What's his name? Starts with a W.
I don't remember. I have
made
no
me laugh.
idea.
I don't remember his name at all.
It's like, it starts with a W. Anyway, and it's funny because it sounds like squeaky or something, which made me laugh.
Wenren.
Wenren. There we go. You know, he is their last mage, and he is sent to live on the far side of the farmlands. And like you could argue, experiments were causing noise, blah 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 blah. He's othered, but he doesn't focus on the light, and that's an interest. Whether consciously or subconsciously, it's interesting to include that in culture. You're not fully devoted either by family line or by job, that you're not devoted to the light, you're seen as a lesser person because of that. And if you don't strictly follow these beliefs and strictly follow these, you're seen as like a lower caste than the other Arathi. And that's why they sent him to live over on the other side of the farmland. And technically, again, whether it was intentional or not, likely highly unintentional, that even the farmers are sent to the caverns at the back of Hallowfall rather than, and you could argue that they need shade plantations, but some farms are closer to the light and then other ones are sent to the back fucking caverns where bats are attacking it. The bats are back, you know.
You don't have the light. Go deal with the bats.
Go deal with the bats. We don't care. The giant ass spiders, go deal with it. It's interesting to think that there may be some either with family life or, I mean, emperor. Emperor is a very large word when fantasy connotations with a leader. It's usually an evil emperor. We can basically confirm in this case he is going to be an evil.
Well, there was that one book of like on one of the ships. There's this person kind of detailing their different experiences the longer and longer they were in Halifal, reflecting on the Emperor's prophecy. And they kind of end on this idea of, oh, we were sent here to do exactly what we're doing now, which is fight an endless battle and die to preserve what the Emperor needs in time for his sacred war.
And that's interesting. I like that. Like I said, and that's the joy of having Faerun as a character. Perfect to do a culture within WoW excellently. Because it intrigues us. It has our character who isn't really entrenched in the culture, but she still loves and has so many ties to the people. And I said very fond memories in regards to some things, and that's normal.
And she also sacrificed a lot for that culture. Like, one of the things that I really like about her character is that she, like Anduin, had a belief in something and she pursued that, like defending the sacred flame, and she ended up paying, kind of a high cost for that. She loses her arm, she gets scarred from like trying to defend the sacred flame, but she succeeds.
It's so interesting we haven't actually seen that. I was expecting them to show that scene in her short story. I'm so shocked they didn't.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't either, because it seems like such a pivotal.
Because like her whole being in the orphanage and her progressing through her life was really important to all of that. And I'm surprised because I still don't fully know after the short story. Was she the only one that preserved the sacred flame with them? Or did other people also? Because they implied that she didn't have any of it until that moment in the orphanage when she explodes with her natural light. Because also she hadn't been infused with it yet, because there was a whole idea of like their soldiers don't get infused with the sacred flame until they've proven themselves as warriors. And her and one of the friends that is now a lamplighter did it together.
Maybe it's like the figurative flame rather than the actual embodiment of the flame.
Oh, but like I figured it was the literal one because of the literal fire that is in Merildar or outside of Merildar, and like the importance they put in that not being corrupted. Well, I'm surprised they haven't seen that scene, so maybe they're saving it for later. But like, I do like that the short story puts the emphasis on her uniqueness and the fact that they've set her apart from the regular Arathi. I think lets that work because the entire Arathi story is not wrapped up in her special heritage. If anything, there's an interesting story to be asked of why is she not the Empress? Why is she not the one with that power? Because she's the actual heir of the original Arathi legacy. And that's one of those questions it's not like a flaw of the story that we don't know that. It's one of those, I really want to see that answered later.
Maybe that's the devs seeing the critiques about, we love the Divine Writer King, love it, and going, oh shit, we've done it again. We've done another Divine Writer King person that is genetically superior to be the lead.
Well, it's like it's one of those interesting things of like I love the idea that something happened to usurp the actual like whatever the original Arathi Empire was, and their current very kind of prophetic emperor focused conquering style imperial mentality is not what they originally were. I think that's a really interesting idea. And also just everything with Kreische in that short story is such a cool mythos. It's like WoW needs more mythos like that again, of just like things we don't have the answer to, things we don't necessarily need the answer to, that are just really cool stories. We've kind of answered everything over time. I like that we're adding more things like that to the story again. Like she could still be out there. They say that she's literally immortal now, and she gives like her children inherit part of her flame, and then she just left. She left them all and went out into the wilderness. It's interesting because I wonder if they're gonna bring any of that whole like the Lothars inherently had that light up in Midnight because there's gonna be a cinematic with Anduin Lothar. And like they're bringing up the importance of Anduin Lothar to Turalian's story very explicitly. So I'm wondering if they're going to bring any of that up.
Yeah. And you know what? I was talking about that then. I think that has more of a, like, this is a bit of lore. This is actually a little bit of a, again, War Within. Siren's Isle. Siren's Isle was such an unusual addition to the story of War Within. It makes sense, but it was so. I'm going to say this. I feel like it was poorly. I was excited when it was first announced, and I liked the lore that was introduced with it.
My big critique of the patch stories is the order is totally wrong. Everything that happened with the whole God, what's the name of the faction that got formed? The Flames Radiance. All of that should have happened in 11.0.5, immediately after the end of the expansion. Because all of the other Arathi story that happens makes no sense if all of the Nerubian stuff is still happening. I really think it should have been that was the 11.0.5 story. 11.0.7 is both the Red Dawn stuff and the Undermine segue story of like, okay, wrapping up the Arathi story for now with Theron and everything for the expansion, leading into Undermine. And then I think Siren Isle should have been in between Undermine and Ghost of Koresh as a kind of last hurrah reminder of the World Soul plot. And like, hey, this is the important relevant things. And hey, these various groups, the Goblins, the Arathi, the Earthen, all three of them we have now helped and resolved their problems. Now they join us on the Siren Isle.
Yeah, I that is actually a much better way of like when you said that, Paul. I'm yes, that makes actually perfect sense. And I'm gonna say this. This is where when one of the flaws of the patch cadence and how quick content comes out. There has been some stinkers of patch content in this, which I feel like they should have just scrapped and focused on the story more. And I think people would have been in a better mood for it. I don't know anyone who enjoyed Dastardly Duos or whatever it was.
I don't know many people who know what Dastardly Duos is because it came out like by the time you could get everything, it was like 8 weeks after the patch.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, and now with next patch, they're saying, oh, don't worry, we brought back Brawlers, the Brawlers Guild or whatever it is. I always forget what it's called. And that fucking rocks. I love Brawlers Guild. The thing is that resources should have never been wasted on Destiny Duos to begin with. I know that the devs couldn't predict that it would have been like a total stinker, but I bet they had a feeling. And people will still resonate better. You just give like people a better collection method to is currently running put story in. Like you said, be more careful about where you put your story beats and essentially just a little bit more story.
Well, I will say 11.2.7 at least is a very meaty story patch. The main story is big. And also, it's possibly the biggest minor patch in the entire game because we're getting the entire housing system.
Yeah, true. That is one thing. I'm gonna say I actually don't think done early. I know it's to sell pre-orders, but I don't think they should have done housing early access.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I'm glad the collection is everyone can do it, but it's really frustrating that the house part is just sit and look at those pretty plots and miss out on all the good plots.
It kind of at the moment it's like, oh, I think that should have been put back in the storage. I think maybe your early access could have been like, maybe I know what they're trying to do. Come home for the holidays, advertising stuff like that, and guys, you've been selling this expansion as a story-based expansion. Just actually, believe it or not, I think Horrific Visions was probably their best inclusion of just repurpose old content, even though it got me off because it wasn't anything. I was like, "Ugh!" But I'm like, fair enough. I'm always like, my growl is worse than my bite or whatever the fuck. My bark is worse than my bite. The thing is, at least that was entertaining. It kept people busy for a little bit. I think it should have included more loot game methods.
I will say, I do think that trend did start in Dragonflight with like the whole timeline Sorodormi event and then the whole Dream Surge event. and the whole like, oh, the Zalaki Jaredin event in Onaran Plains, and all of these little side things to constantly keep track of. I think the difference is I don't think Blizzard was nearly as constantly advertising about it back then as like main patch feature.
I know what they're trying to do. They want more. They're like, people want content. People want content. They're going to burn themselves out. Everyone got excited. They were like, oh, Donegal, horrific visions. Holy shit. And it came back and it was just the same again, except with a few more collection pieces.
I still haven't completed this. Thank God they didn't cut it off after the end of the patch because I still need to go complete this.
Yeah. I'm gonna actually still do some. I think I'm missing stuff. So yeah, like they shouldn't make that main patch feature. And again, like stories don't have to be like. It's really good that the Sylvanas one with Verisa. Sorry, I'm doing the Valera Verisa thing. Verisa and Arator.
I turned my head. My head has turned pointedly at you from misnaming her.
I'm so sorry for that. I'm so sorry. I'm like Valera. Oh, Verisa. I mean Verisa. Anyway, essentially, I think that they need to understand people even like Crumbs Quest. I think they should get used to maybe even doing like if there's a point of intrigue or like more quest. Maybe the Ark and Dinner will actually substitute this in Midnight.
Oh, it very much has. I think there are some growing pains of like, oh, one of them is you're with Gammon and Gorgona, the new leader of the War Song, and they send you to Garrosh's grave in alternate universe Stranor 30 years ago, where the current day orcs and their spirits are traveling there to spit on his grave.
Like, I think that one needs to go back to the drawing board. I think they need to think about that a little bit harder. Like, remember the chaos with the Alexstrasza and the Rathian quest in the end, guys.
This feels a lot like those kinds of quests, but a bit less timey-wimey by intent. Of these are supposed to be more just like small, quiet character moments, which is good, I think. And they've said they've intended this to not just be a midnight feature; it's supposed to be a permanent feature.
That does make me worried. We're never getting back up. We're never getting Dalaran. That's so sad.
Oh, sorry, I've long accepted that. I have been avoiding my Dalaran opinions in this for a reason because I can go on for so long of just if we want to talk about the Dalaran stuff before we get into Illyria.
You know what? When Dalaran first exploded, I had that little grain of hope. I was like, damn, they're gonna rebuild it for like Last Titan. It's so cool.
I had no hope. If the fucking Night Elves couldn't get a new home for 6 years, there's no hope for Dalaran. If I'm going into the full thoughts of Dalaran, I do suspect Dalaran was a Metzen edition. It feels like one of those. Everyone was saying in Dragonflight, there's not enough stakes. So they wanted to add some big, meaningful kind of stake-setting event. So they, blow up Dalaran, like the most iconic capital in the game. Big, sad event. But the issue is, A, really poorly motivated fall of Dalaran, because especially if you look at Legion Remix right now, the intro quest is, the Legion is all inside infiltrating Dalaran and blowing shit up. Here's us perfectly using our defenses and thwarting it. Everything is fine now. In the exact same way they could have done against Zelatath.
Everyone, remember our critiques of first getting into War Within? I thought the expansion was sucked just from that intro. I did not like that whatsoever. It was sucked ass. And you know what? And I'm coming back with clear eyes. And I criticized it for. It was just not good. It didn't get me hyped for the expansion. It left me a little bit on. It wasn't. I had to give up idiot balls.
I think it would have been better if they had like led into that a little more into the main story. As is, it's just kind of like this catastrophic event that like raises the stakes at the beginning, but we don't really have much follow up to that. There's just like that that piddling side quest where you kind of like help the Kirin Tor like mourn their dead, and then that's it.
The thing is, like in the base story, it has nothing to do with Dalaran really. Like, yes, Illyria is motivated by it, but she's more motivated by Khadgar than she is by Dalaran. The most we get is like, here are some Dalaran survivors, half of them who aren't even Dalaran citizens, like Flynn or uh, why am I forgetting her name? Dolly and Dot girl.
Oh,
Yeah, the
Mira.
little
Mira.
Volpera. Yeah.
Yes. She's cute, but kind of robbed those quests of stakes. But it's like it's the thing of like, oh, maybe the whole critique is like, oh, they were defining themselves by their hubris and bringing this city of civilians to places where they shouldn't, and being the ones who thought they had to put everything on the line to save the world. Anyways, here's Tazavesh. Poor Aethys. But that quest line is like, oh yeah, go talk with Aethys. I thought it's like, oh, we're gonna do a quest where we really dig into the good and bad of the Kirin Tor and what the ideals of the Kirin Tor are supposed to be. Aethys gets like 3 quests, and then it's the Kellikus show now, and then it's Jaina now, and then it's over.
I'm wiggling my finger every time Caligos turns. I just roll my eyes now. I'm sorry to all the Caligos enjoyers.
I just I like Caligos. I like that we're having consistent characters like it. Why is it only Caligos?
The thing that kills me about Caligos is that when Rathian didn't become Aspect, everyone and their mother was like, oh, well, it's because they need Rathian to be free, not tied down to anything so he can be like part of the main story. And then here's Caligos, who's Aspect of the Blue Dragonflight. And then he just like, he shows up at the War Within. He's like there for like a quest side. It's like, I thought aspects are supposed to be tied to the Dragon Isles. Like, this is the whole reason why Rathian wasn't made aspect, right? Is because if he was aspect, it meant he couldn't be part of like any other plotline. But then here's Caligos just being aspect and being part of like main plot lines.
Literally, he's asking the question like, oh, don't you need to go back to the Dragon Isles? He's like, no, I can stay a little while longer. It's fine. But no, it's just with the Kirin Tor stuff. It's really just a frustrating thing of like, I know they didn't intend it, but the end moral is kind of Kel'Thuzad was right. all he shows up, he makes all of these critiques. Caligos basically goes like, "Oh, he freed us. He was nice." Thinking about what he said has me really shook. And then we go back and we get this more like, "Oh, actually, yeah, no, he was right about the arrogance of the Kirin Tor." And it's like, yes, he is right about the arrogance of the Kirin Tor. That's what makes their plot interesting. That doesn't mean they deserved all of this. That doesn't mean it's like you have to counterbalance that because yes, the Kirin Tor have that degree of arrogance, and that's what makes them interesting. They also saved the world twice.
Yes, this is the thing. They're like that eager in that quest line to be like, damn, the Kirin Tor needs to struggle with their past. Yes, but
Not the past where Jaina ethically cleansed anyone, though.
yeah, exactly. It was very true about that because, like I said, Caligos and Jaina, and say Jaina too. Seen devs go to really like devs get a little bit tetchy when people like Jaina has done bad things in the past. The devs are a little bit like, how can you say that about our wife?
I mean, at the very least, I will say one of my big critiques of the War Within and the Kirin Tor story is Varisa is not around. I still have that critique. That critique has not ended. Thankfully, she is showing up in 1127 in the prologue stuff, and the prologue ends with her and her. She gets the last line of the War Within, which is crazy. The last storyline of the War Within goes to Varisa, and it's "Come, Eritor, Quel'Thalas awaits." It's like the very direct transitions. She is in it. So far, we haven't seen her. We don't know where she is, but she has a new model. She has like a whole new outfit or half new outfit with like she has like her red gems from her three sisters necklace. She has new shoulder pads, a new tabard, everything. And there's a currently like empty no NPCs high elf hub in Quel'Thalas in midnight. So they're doing something with her. And in the files, there is also an NPC that is an undead elf called the Purged of Dalaran. So I think they're gonna properly be addressing her stuff, which is good, but they really refuse to do that to Jaina. Like Varisa is very much not one of their Pookies, and so I think they can do this story with her. She is a morally great character, and they can address those things with her character, which is good. And it's very interesting in the quest line with Eritor of like, hey, all 3 of the Windrunner sisters are political exiles from Silvermoon for very different reasons. Only Eritor can really do this job. And that's an interesting story to tell. But unlike the other two, Varisa is still around, so it's interesting to see that story. I just wish it had been more integrated into the War Within.
Yes, like I said, War Within really missed. I think I think we should actually just like sort of round up. I feel like we've covered a lot of the War Within that we're mostly happy with this expansion. I mean, we're not going to really go into the issue too much here, as in like that is one glaring major issue is how Blizzard is now utilizing factions and how Thrall was done incredibly.
Thrall is like number one on my list of like bad things in this expansion is that they really didn't utilize his character at all for as much as they utilized him in the marketing.
And that's the thing. I don't think anyone would be as mad if he wasn't in the cinematic and placed on equal footing to Illyria and Anduin in the marketing everywhere.
He got a Funko Pop.
Well, that's why we see with so many MCU movies of like all of these alternate plots and cut characters that get leaked in the toys that they put at Target.
That's like one of the things that I wrote down is that I think they better have like, or I hope that they have like a plan for him that's like critical in The Last Titan because he just ended up unfortunately being like another like supporting character for Anduin, which is really not great for your headline horde character in particular. Like yeah, like he's a shaman and he was the former earth warder and now you have like this whole subplot about the world. Well, not even subplot. It's supposed to be like the main plot, like the world's soul calling out, like trying to find champions to like help her because she's in pain or there's this like looming threat that's going to be like attacking her. And they just like didn't do that at all. They just had like one quest line where he was like kind of also supporting another character, you know, and kind of like helping them, you know, with the storm rooks, the earthen who became like the lead storm rider in the end level quest line, and that was like basically it for him.
That is an interesting topic. With the Radiant song, is the last time we saw someone get a Radiant Vision the intro to Halifal with Anduin?
I think so, yeah.
Like I was Orwena as well, but Orwenas are more like direct visions from the goddess and not just like the vibes that Anduin gets.
The idea about the light calling out for people, but not calling out for all light users. That was touched on in the alpha port. I saw that and I was like, interesting. I hope that isn't a replacement. This is the other thing. I hope it isn't a replacement for the Call of the World Soul.
It is not, because the impetus of the next patch story is Varisa getting visions from the Radiant song.
Yeah, so like there's this strange overlap about the Call of the Light and then also the Call of the World Soul and stuff like that.
But also, the entirety of Harandar is about the World Soul too.
Yeah, and does Lorthamar bring up his World Soul visions?
He does not. Lorthamar is in about 4 quests.
Yeah, does Lorthamar is this expansion's thrall? No, but worse. And no, not as worse, not as worse.
No, he's definitely better. He's present, and more importantly, he has character moments. At the end of Eversong, it's like, oh, this big Lightwood thing happens because the Amani start encroaching, and he turns from like your typical generic character like a Bolvar or an Alexstrasza to full racism mode. Let's go slaughter the Amani. It's well written. It's well written, but it's like the only thing that's not well written is they make you the player help him with it.
Oh yeah, I saw those bits too. Yeah, like there should be different ways. And I know that again, when the devs have done something, they get a little bit on the back button. They're like, "No, that was correct. That was correct." It's okay. It's okay to be like, our players aren't really like digging this at the moment. Should we go back to the drawing board and have a look too? Like, people aren't going to critique you for like going, okay, we'll think about that. We'll see what we can do. That's cool. That's fine. Like I said, the devs, I know that their writing is their little that not only is Caligos their little pookie, but their writing is their little pookie. You have to understand when you start getting paid for your writing, you need to, especially in this sort of like much as loath as I say it, live service content, you do need to be more like, okay, like we're seeing some reactions here from like quest and like lore enjoyers. I was like, oh, this is a bit, not really fond of this. Like, and I think they can make informed decisions about what hits and what doesn't. Like they can stick true to things and they will fall flat on their face. Zara like Kevin, but like I feel like you shouldn't treat your players as idiots. They do know what they want, and I feel like a lot of the time players have very, very good ideas, and you shouldn't bend and flex for everything your players say, but definitely take that on board. It's about filtering critique and being able to apply that correctly. Anyway, but racism 2025. Yeah, so Thrall did not have a good time in the War Within. The Horde didn't have a great representation in the War Within. Going into Midnight Port, what are your thoughts? I mean, ironically enough, it's set in Silvermoon, but what are your thoughts on the inclusion of the Horde and their importance in the story? And again, Thrall isn't there, is he? Thrall is not there.
Not at all. Not in the slightest. Not even mentioned. I mean, in some ways, it does make sense because the story of the expansion, that basically happens in a fairly short amount of time. Of like, they make it very clear. The entire intro scenario takes place like immediately within the timeline of you completing the quest. It is everyone is summoned. You beat back the void. You fail, and then you summon the light beam from the sunwell to stop it. And that all happens like immediately. So there's no time to head back to Silvermoon, summon the armies of the Horde and Alliance.
Yeah, a question about that actually leading into the alpha and patch 11.2.7. Is there any inclination about what the pre-patch event might be?
Yes, there is. We know what it is. So the 1127 introduces us to the Twilight's Blade, which are the reformed Twilight's Hammer, now serving Xalatath.
I love cultists. I love cultists. Yeah. Okay.
And so the pre-patch is mostly unrelated. It's just it's the Ice Crown pre-patch from Shadowlands, but in Twilight Highlands and minus the big portal in the sky. It's mostly just okay. There are cultists, and they're doing. I mean, a very actually kind of interesting thing. They're resurrecting old void wielders from the dead, and the one that stood out to me is they resurrect Archbishop Benedictus.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, my favorite baddie. Actually, one of my big faves is I went out my way to get a benediction back in the day. Ooh, ooh, okay, I like that. Like I said, that it feels kind of underwhelming, but those points are interesting.
It's definitely like it's one of those like I think pre-patches at this point are kind of just obligation to them of like it kind of feels like the Dragonflight pre-patch of just like oh yeah there are they're primalists, they're doing stuff in the Badlands. Okay.
There's 4 places they spawn, there's storms and shit.
And at least the War Within was kind of like, oh, it's the Radiant Visions are acting up, so here's some interesting Radiant Visions. They didn't mean anything, but it was cool to see them at least. Woe am I to praise Battle for Azeroth, but I do miss pre-patch events like BFA or like Legions. I guess okay. Here, I don't have to praise BFA. I'm gonna praise Legion instead.
I remember I was really sad that I always missed the Legion pre-patch event. It was when I was thick in the uni um shenanigans back then.
Well, the thing is, the Legion one is like it has that same pre-patch format of like, oh, invasions in these random zones, go kill demons, get rewards. But it also had week one, a whole intro scenario with 2 cinematics, and aftermath quest line introducing us to the demon hunters. Week two, going and investigating the world soul with Magni in Sholazar Basin. Week three, returning to Karazhan with Khadgar and investigating the Kirin Tor stuff to prepare to go to Ulduar and investigate with Magni further. Week four, all of the invasion of Dalaran to teleport us to the Broken Isles. It's like there's a story there. There's a progressive story there. The pre-patch is not just here's the mechanical content of the expansion, do some filler content.
And a catch-up mechanic, yeah. It's like there's your catch-up gear and there's your catch-up mechanic. Have fun, guys. Exactly. I do like the story. I do like the story leading into it.
Like, I almost feel like the 1127 plot should have been the pre-patch plot, if anything. And like instead of 1127, it should have been an epilogue to the War Within, because we did notably not get an epilogue to the War Within.
Thank you. I was just about to. This is my whole You read my mind before I got into it. I was like, there is one last chance to give Thrall kind of what is he doing? Where are they now? Give Thrall a destination to be at. You know, like I know that they kind of did that with Wrath, and it's really not been very satisfactory, but at least with Thrall they could have done something with him like going like I said, the big sore thumb, the big standout thing that Thrall could be doing, in my personal opinion, is the elemental lords. You had the whole planet in strife, and it's like we need to get back to what protect it, for better or worse.
Hey, we just killed an elemental lord in Dragonflight.
Yeah, Dragonfly. We need to find some sort of balance. We need to find out what's happening to the elemental lords and whether they can help us with whatever is going on with like Azeroth's world soul. You would think that the elemental lords are the what makes up Azeroth, you know, in a sense that they're her white blood cells, essentially. Either that or like the old gods, ironically, being white blood cells that have been like kind of fucked up and stuff like that. But then again, no. Actually, the elemental lords would be Azeroth's white blood cells.
No, they are, because they were the ones fighting back against the old gods when they were the infection.
Yeah, they're fighting against the old gods, who were are an infection upon her. Give Thrall that goal. Like he's like, look, I need to like go full fucking shaman, and I need to go and do my.
Champion, I'm sorry, I need to go to medical school.
I need to go to medical school. Smash cut of studying and him looking at test tubes and like scratching his chin with a pair of tiny like spectacles on. Thrall goes back to uni. Anyway, so like that would have been like, okay, cool. So we have that plot set up for like a future bit, and it wouldn't be too ridiculous with the Haranir. And then being like the elemental, you guys should know the elemental. Remember Therazane? I love Therazane. Therazane's #1 fan.
It's crazy to me that Thrall is not involved with the Haranir at all. It's truly insane. Like, even in the new expansion, it's all Halderon doing stuff. No Thrall. I mean, hey, I was going to this expansion saying Halderon is dead. I was fully convinced they were gonna kill him off because he served no purpose. So, good on Halderon for finding something to do.
Yeah, they haven't really killed off anyone in this expansion, like Midnight that is, so far from spoilers.
They have not, no.
I think that killing off characters can be a hit or a miss, by the way. I know that some people are like, "No, we need to kill characters."
Well, I think the thing is the build up to it does matter. I do think, thankfully, we're out of the era of Game of Thrones shock deaths, where WoW was just not that kind of franchise. WoW was not really the things happen just to catch you off guard and make things surprising. WoW deaths have historically always very much been like build up to what makes this death meaningful or what makes this death tragic. Of like even Locust Walker, his death was very sudden and very mildly stupid. But it was built up to because the entire patch was about revealing his past and revealing his regrets.
Yes, we're not talking about Vol'jin here though, because that's another can of worms. I feel like there's so many issues, and it's like, come on, guys, throw the Horde a bone here. Like, make the Elemental Lords the Hordes thing in this, because I feel like they're a good balance to the light and shadow that are like truly so uniquely tied to the Horde. Like, and the Haranir, like the Haranir right there in the Horde, and look, come on, it's right there. Anyway,
Before we get into Illyria and Koresh, I guess talking about the Haranir is pretty good because I think it's very clear the Haranir were originally meant to be patch 11.2. Like, very clear. And you can very tangibly feel their absence and their swap, especially because when you look at Midnight, Herondar has nothing to do with the Black Blood plot whatsoever. Not one bit. It is entirely about the light now.
that also leads into that very interesting thing of like who are going to be the final, other than Xalatath and Ridicron, who are going to be the antagonists for the remaining part of this? Because we're running out of time here. We're running out of time.
It's crazy to me that the last plot beat we got with the Black Blood was Gallywix and killing Gallywix. That was the conclusion to that plotline.
Okay, Haranir. The Haranir were 100% supposed to be 11.2. 100%. I know why they moved Koresh there.
I don't. Why?
They needed to give Xalatath her big power up, essentially. That's what they were missing.
I do think the original plan was for Xalatath to be the Arthas of this expansion, of marketed from the beginning, very clear threat, end boss at the end. The idea was we're descending further and further into Azeroth, the War Within, and pursuing her Black Blood plots further and further. She would have been the end of that. And spoilers for Herondar. Do you guys mind?
Yeah, no, go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
So what Herondar is it is the original cradle of Azeroth's world soul before the Titans took it.
Oh,
Okay.
they moved it. Okay.
And so I do think that was originally the plan. Is we would I don't they probably would have adjusted that of like it's not moved. Maybe the world soul might have still been there in some form, but I do think we would have fought Xalatath there at the cradle of Azeroth's world soul.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, that was my actual prediction, that it was like, my crazy thing that I said before, like Beladar was the sword, right? My whole thoughts was it was. I don't think Undermine was always there.
No, we know it wasn't. They said they've specifically said the advent of the World Soul Saga allowed them to tell stories they wouldn't have otherwise. Undermine was their main example.
Yes, I think that essentially Undermine, I bet, was maybe a combination of different things. I can't even say 100% what the first patch of War Within.
I still remember my theory for Undermine stuff was I didn't think it was going to be Undermine. I thought it was going to be like Avatar ripoff of totally not Navi versus industrialist goblins fighting over black blood and roots and stuff.
Yeah, because they had that subplot. They had that like subquest line that was basically like Princess Mononoke, but parodied in the Ringing Deeps. To Undermine's credit, I still think that it thematically like fit in with the rest of the War Within. Koresh is like a total 180, like not just visually but thematically.
The War Without.
The War
The
Within.
War Without, yeah, exactly.
Agreed. I'm gonna put my foot down real hard here. Undermine was a real good example of contained storytelling, but they adjusted it just enough so it had like relevance to the main plot. They did a very good job with that. Like, despite like minor like character quibbles, like I said, and delivery on certain things, they did a really good job with that patch. And it really shows you WoW's devs' strength in telling contained plots. They struggle with that main plot to like keep the consistency sometimes. Maybe, like I said, maybe by the end of the World Soul Saga, we'll be like, damn, that was much better than having 3 expansions to do that. But as for self-contained stories, and you've said this many times before, Sil, the writers excel at very contained stuff, like tell a story for this zone. Yeah, that's why you always say like the zone stories are usually a lot stronger than whatever's going on in the main plot at that time, and it can sometimes get a little bit weak trying to follow a main plot through the self-contained stories of every zone.
Yeah, exactly. Like I don't know if you would disagree, Port, but I think that like Undermine's weakest point is like the points where they try to like tie the story back into Xalatath. But I think that Undermine as like a whole, as a contained story, is just like it's kind of like where WoW shines. Like I don't know if that's just like the result of like their development cycle or like how Blizzard works as a company, but I really feel like Undermine kind of like encapsulates WoW's strengths in its story is that they're really able to like tell contained stories with like these kind of like minor like storylines. Like Gazlo's storyline, like I feel like was very strong with like Galliwix as like the main villain because like they're not like dealing with like these like wider plot threads that kind of like span from like zone to zone. They're just kind of like able to kind of like really focus on these like contained characters and just kind of like the atmosphere of the zone.
I will say, I'm going to use Dragonflight as an example first of the intent versus the reality of a plot. In Dragonflight, in base Dragonflight, and Dragonflight in general, they wanted the vibes of like an adventure expansion, a low stakes expansion, where we're not fighting the end of the world or anything. And in like the side stories and then the general vibes of the zone, I'd say they accomplished that very well. The main story was elemental dragon awakening doomsday cult to entirely scour the world with elemental magic. And almost blowing up the Dragon Isles with the end of the Blue Dragon plot in Azure Span and letting the Incarnates loose. And then, not just the dream, the end of the expansion was going to be burning Amir'Dustil as it birthed into Azeroth to blow up the entire world. So they wanted the low stakes expansion vibes. They very much did not do that because of how they actually wrote their villains. And I do think that was the bigger weakness of Undermined for me is they Gallywix was not really motivated to do what he was doing with Xalatath to tie into the main plot, and thus not really motivated to have tied Gazlowe in the first place. Because if you look at the plot, Gallywix already owns Undermine without the Black Blood. He has everything he could ever want. And he has a whole short story saying, like, when you get what you want, you keep it. You don't stick your head above your ambitions. So why did he work with Xalatath in the first place? Because even if you say, oh, it's because he needed the Black Blood, he just did that all on his own by using his forces to build all those mines to get the Black Blood. He didn't need Xalatath for anything.
And that's exactly what Syl just said then. I think it's passable, but like both you and Syl just said there, Paul, it's certainly the most weakest part of the story is trying to connect this, like, technically what is a self-contained plot and self-contained situation that these characters find themselves in to then
It's the thing, like, I think ultimately it's supposed to be an excuse to tell that story. Ultimately, that's what all plot is. All big world-building plots are an excuse to tell character stories. I think it's just a matter of how well are those told versus not.
Like, I think this is like kind of a minor point. This might be more of like a personal taste kind of thing, but I also feel like Xalatath is like weakened as a character for having interacted with Gallywix for some reason. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Gallywix is just kind of like this very cheesy, schmaltzy, like, I don't know, all of Undermine in general is just kind of like this tonal shift from like everything that came before.
I will say, I do like that whenever she shows up in Undermine, the entire tone of the cinematic shifts. Like in the opening cinematic, the scene visibly darkens as she enters the scene. All of his kind of funny business entirely stops because none of that works on her.
it is funny the contrast there. No, Syl, you're right in that sort of point. Like, in a sense, it technically, if we're being critical here, it doesn't work perfectly. And I totally get that too.
I'll say, I like that Xalatath is flawed. One of the biggest issues over the last few years has been the jailer. You don't want your villain to be the jailer. Xalatath is very definitively not the jailer. She has made her motivations clear from the start, even if not her end goal. And she is not doing everything perfectly. She makes mistakes, and it's not like, oh, morals defying prophecy kind of mistakes. It is just like she underestimates Illyria and her motivations. She underestimates what the Ethereals were actually doing and how willing they were to to fall for her ruse. I think the only real weakness there is why did she trust Gallywix? Why was there no safeguard for the Dark Heart?
Exactly. And this is the thing too. Actually, I just note on that too. It is very funny when people look at the jailer and say, "Well, the jailer could have been fixed by this, this, and this," and by the time that they air quotes apply their fixes air quotes to say character, the character doesn't exist anymore because they've created a whole new character.
Well, I mean, more often than not, they've created Denathrius. Because a lot of people say, like, oh, the biggest issue with the jailer is that, oh, he needed to be charismatic. He needed to be a more fun villain. And it's like, yes, those would have helped, but it would have more just hidden the issues with the character.
Yeah, I'm gonna say something controversial. I didn't even like Denathrius. I'm very much a disliker of a lot of the personalities that air quotes I'm really powerfully doing my finger quotes here. The personalities that were included in Shadowlands, I thought they were very grinding.
I liked Denathrius in context. In the whole context of Revendreth, he's a really compelling leader. The issue is he's not that character anymore. Any future story we get with Denathrius will not be in that context. And what's worse is I do think Blizzard writers have a tendency to see bits of a character that people kind of gravitate towards, usually the kind of comedic or humorous or lighthearted bits, and really like as a better like a non-Rathian example, Bwonsamdi. Really, really nuanced character in BFA. Yes, he had this humor. It was more or less a mask for his sinister nature and a mask for the things he actually wanted to get done as this very spiteful god of death. In Shadowlands, they saw, oh, people really like Bwonsamdi. People really love his kind of goofy humor stuff. And that's all he was in that expansion. He was just the haha funny jokes man who got berated by the Winter Queen.
I hate that. And it's so common in media these days. And I know that the devs think that the jokes are funny, but this is awful. I don't like saying this. They're not as funny as they think that they are. The devs are not great at comedy. Like sometimes it really hits. Like ironically enough, it usually hits in the very small quests. Like thinking about the thing that always makes me laugh when I think back at it. I was like, that was actually a perfect joke. The expanding title in the holiday event, the anniversary event. That was genuinely fucking funny. I was like, I'm laughing at this. This is so meta and so contextual and works so well.
One that always works for me is Socks the Raccoon. Socks. No.
You're a sucker for the old socks. And now in Mr. Pandaria, we were all young and we all had a big cackle over that. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, but the reason that worked for me is like, oh, the joke ends with I named him Socks and quickly moved on, and then there's no more joke.
Now, I'm gonna say this. The idea of writing a quippy or a sassy character actually takes a lot of hard work. It isn't easy. I'm gonna say this, comedy is one of the most difficult things to write.
It is really difficult because like it's a double-edged sword.
People always say comedy writers are the best dramatists because they have to know the value of timing even more so than drama.
Yes, it's incredibly difficult. And unfortunately, I feel the WoW devs a lot like watch episodes of and both of you cover your ears here, both being American. I'm gonna say this. As a tendency within American media, especially American media directed towards air quotes nerds and geeks and things like that. Things like there's a critical role and things like that. I'm just gonna say it. Theatre kid humor only hits for certain people. You need to be very cautious about how often you engage that within your writing because I, as an Australian, cringe. I'm like, this is so fucking bad, man. Like even the delivery times in those live D&D sessions and things like that, I'm like, this may be hitting for some people, but I prefer intelligent, tight writing rather than
Well, it's also that's the thing, like something for an audience versus something for yourself. So, like my current RP campaign, we have this very big dramatic campaign with our void characters, with our undead characters, and the stuff we're doing in Khazalgar. We're currently in the Undermine stretch. It is jokes all around in the Undermine stretch, and we're having a lot of fun with that. It is for 5 people. It is not for an audience of millions.
yes, exactly. And I think that's the trouble too. And I feel like the WoW devs may be very fond of stuff like that. Like they're very fond of their D&D episodes or like that. What do they call it? That dropout TV thing and stuff like that. And good for them. They find their comedy in that. But I'm just gonna say this going into those and thinking that sort of like a friendship group comedy things that are going to hit and everyone wants to see their favorite characters act like clowns on screen. And I've said this before, let your players derive their own comedy from things that you have written earnestly. And that is, ironically enough, sometimes some of the best comedy comes from things written earnestly, but tight and clever within the situation that you can derive humor from are some of the best sources of humor.
Well, I mean, a good example, Bran Bronzebeard. Those lines are not written to be jokes. Those lines were written to be just Bran's personality, but they're so over the they're kind of in context of the gameplay loop of Delves are really, really funny.
Exactly. Let your players draw their own comedy from that. You don't have to be the funniest guy in the room, essentially.
I don't know how they're gonna beat Bran in with Valyria. Like, how do you top Bran with Valyria?
I know it's gonna be like night and day there. I have no idea.
You could the very, very dry, biting lines can certainly be a good delivery there.
I kinda hope they make her mean. Like, Bran has the kind of, like, accidentally sarcastic, like, "Let's next time, let's use some harder hitting moves." And I hope they have her just be mean of, like, skill issues.
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel like that's one of the only ways that could work.
I want again, we need more haters. We need more haters. Come on, Valera, don't let us down. But yes, exactly. And I think that's a pitfall that the WoW writers often fall into. And I'm gonna say this. You can train yourself a little bit better in comedy, but it's you have to then start stretching out into more sources than just like my nerdy D&D group that have funny joke, or like my critical role campaign. I've learned all my humor from that, and again, American theater kid humor. You need to, and more than just Monty Python as well, because I'm going to say this: the best comedy sometimes comes from tragedy, like things that make you go cringe, and you're like, oh Jesus Christ, and like I said, it can't always be sass. It can't always be like trying to be the smartest guy in the room. Just be careful.
It's high risk, high reward.
Yeah, and I think all of us could hold up our hands in the things that has probably made us not sorry, the things that haven't hit with us the most through all of the media that we've consumed in our lives is probably comedy because it's the most subjective and it's also the most like difficult for comedy to hit. Sometimes you're in the mood for it, sometimes you're not. I'm going to argue this. Take the safest route of just being earnest in your writing.
Yeah, earnest, I think, is like very important. And I think that, like, wow, the points where wow sours for me the most is like where I don't feel an earnestness or like a love, where I just kind of like feel like this kind of like, I don't know how to describe it, like this sarcastic, like,
Yeah, like with Bond Samdi, right? Bond Samdi, they went for what was initially a character, like you said, Paul, a perfect way of describing him, like almost a sinister element to his character. That's very earnest. You're like, a god of death should be scary. That's really earnest.
What's the thing is the humor is an in-universe aspect he is using for a purpose. He is using it to catch the people he is making deals with off guard.
Exactly. There's a real earnestness to the writing of that and the elements that have been put into that. Like a god of death should be scary. He should be intelligent. He should be very, very sage, but also that sort of like combine all those elements of the slyness, the sageness, the inherent, intimidation of death, the element of death, and you create a really good earnest sort of like you said, you can read that character as being able to use humor to belie the people he's making deals with. That's all really earnest. And then you adjust your writing to then fulfill that purpose. And the comedy should come natural because you already know what mindset you should have when writing this character. If you go into that character, you're like, I want to make this guy funny.
it's not gonna work because that's not the point of the character. He's a god of death. He should not be, like a comedian.
Yes, yeah, yeah, exactly. So he's not a comedian, and just because your friends, like the devs' friends, are all nodding and go, "Oh my god, you're so funny, you're so funny." Don't take that. Don't take that as the truth because honestly, how your reception to that, and like I said, other than the Rathian example, which I think Rathian is the prime issue, one of the prime issues there, along with Don Sumdy, along with even Nathanos started to slightly go that way, but luckily he died.
Yeah,
Well,
luckily he died.
But like understanding the fine balance between sass and quip and actually writing your character in earnest of the nature of their personage, essentially. Just being able to understand that humor is a part of their aspects of their characters, but what are they using that humor for? And what is a nice balanced take on their humor, and then let your fans draw fucking funny memes about it. Let your fans do the hard work. You don't have to do that. You just have to be clever with your writing, which is a challenge in upon itself.
Okay, so I have a question for both of you then. Do you think that Undermined, which is objectively like funnier than like all other aspects of the War Within, do you think that works as a patch as part of the expansion, or do you think it brings the expansion down because of that?
I'm going to say it was the perfect balance for Undermine because the main story was serious and its side quest was comedy.
And there was no real humor stuff in the main story. Is kind of a big distinction. I mean, there was in the raid, but there's also a matter of I think the nature of goblin humor is very dry and matter of fact. It is very much just like it's kind of ironic poking at real life issues of most of the time. It's not just trying to be funny for funny's sake. It is funny of hi, our situation kind of sucks. Here's a very exaggerated version of that.
I would agree with that. I think the reason why Undermine works is that despite the fact that its world building is very fantastical and is kind of like a parody of like, stuff that happens like in real life and stuff like that with like landlord humor and stuff like that, is that the main story, like the core of Undermine, takes itself dead seriously. Like the stakes are very high. Like the very first cinematic we get for Undermine, like a goblin gets like, I think, disintegrated, if I'm remembering that correctly. But it's very serious. The stakes are very high. And so I think for that reason is why it works.
My issue with that is more nobody really cares after. Like Gazla gets there and he's like, oh yeah, the guy you put in charge got disintegrated. And he's like, oh, well that's sad. Anyways, bye.
Anyway, bye. But yeah, like it's played very straight, is all I've got to say, which I think is the best way to do it. And like I said, it's like, wow, what? You played your main story very straight and like continued with that plot and then allowed for flexibility and like silly humor on side quest and with, like actual visual world building. Like you can make visual jokes in a game. You can make visual jokes very easy. You can have those in the world, but as long as you have that sort of main story, like deliver that story well. And I feel like it was a surprise to the devs. And to us, we talked about this so much in Dragonflight. Let your main story be earnest and serious. And then save your jokes for things off to the side, and then let your players do the hard work for you of like creating that buzz or the humor or like, carving out what they liked of it too. Rather than being like, I'm the funniest guy in the room and I'm gonna write this as the funniest shit ever.
I will say it's also an interesting shift from this interview they had in early Dragonflight. Where they were like, oh, and people were critiquing some of their stuff of like, especially in the Dawn of the Infinite stuff. Of yes, of how there's a lot of really oddly placed humor in this very serious world-ending plot about the Infinite Dragonflight. And they were saying like, oh yeah, our story has room for both serious characters like Jaina and joke characters like goblins and gnomes. It's a balance of both. I will say I'm very glad I don't know if rethought that or just different people are in charge than that, but I'm very glad that was not the case for Undermine.
Yes, 100%. I thought that was so short-sighted. It was so embarrassing. I'll never forgive what they did to Chromie's plot either with, by the way. I really didn't like how they wrote that bit. I'm sorry not to go on, but that bit with Chromie and uh I forget her evil version's name. Morchi, thank you. Morchi. How after defeating Morchi, all she can do is make a quip.
You kill yourself. It's like, oh, you got great eyeliner.
Yeah, oh my god, eyeliner. It really actually made me grit my teeth and start grinding. I'm like, you ruined a perfect chance for a a, a character who is a trans woman, and you had a chance to give her a really reflective, like kind of harrowing story. And it didn't have to be the heaviest thing in the universe, but at least harrowing to like the things that were she was facing.
Well, because there's that stupid question of like, oh, how did a version of her get that drastic, get to that point? How did she make the same choices that she did to choose the form that she did? Those are a lot of interesting questions about the alternate universe versions of yourself.
Yeah, and they just wanted quippy and sass and quip again. I'm sick of sass and quip.
Also, I hate that fight. I hate that fight so much.
Yeah, it was pain in the ass, let me just say.
I did that dungeon twice in the first release week because the first time I did it on my own, and then I felt bad that one of my friends wasn't available to do it, so I did it again on Porter. Undergeared healer healing an undergeared blood DK on Morchi, who hits like a truck.
Oh my god, that would have been fucking. Speaking of things that are harrowing, that would have been fucking harrowing because remember, I think me and Sil did it, remember, on the release week too, and we were not expecting Mythic.
Oh god, we got steamrolled. Yeah.
We got fucking steamrolled. We did not have a good time in that dungeon. I think we like, but yeah. So yeah, like I said, it was a real huge chance for Chromie, and they fucked it up. And I'm like, when else are you gonna have this chance again? I think that's what gets me so upset about Dragonflight is they had so many good chances to do so much with these characters. Actually, give like bigger stories and bigger personalities to like characters like Abyssian and Marina and really build on like a story for Chromie and like have a little bit of like if they wanted to be like Rathian really needs to learn a lesson, there could have been really good ways of doing that, really satisfying ways of like breaking down this character. And you know what? My controversial opinion is if they wanted to really break down Rathian's character, have him in a worse place than how the expansion started. Really break him down.
Oh, my opinion with Rathian has always been they should have had him, at least for a moment, consider joining Razagath. Of, hey, oh, she reveals all of this horrible, fucked up shit that Alexstrasza did to the eggs. Probably the most personal anti-Alexstrasza plot that he has. He should consider, like, oh, are the Primalists right? Is all of this stuff that I am of like the manipulation done by the Titans to me, are they right? Should I join them?
Dare I say, Iridacron is kind of right. I've found no reason not to disagree with Iridacron. By the way, at the moment, I'm like, when he comes back, that's why they're keeping him away from everything because he's fucking right.
While we're on that plot, if we want to keep the discussion rolling, the discussion with Iridacron, the Dark Heart. What are our thoughts on the Dark Heart and its use since 10.0 to 7 to now?
Just mentioning when you were like, that was really dumb. Thought about God, I keep on forgetting all the characters' names here for a second. I'm like, I'm so ready to go. I'm so ready to go. Locust Walker. Locust Walker. When he saw the fizzling and shaking dark heart, and it's like, and he's like, maybe I should touch it. Maybe I should touch that right now.
I think they needed one line of there of like, oh, the energy is becoming too unstable. We need to contain it. Something like that. Like just one line. Like, why did he put his hand on it? But the way they framed it too was so funny. Of the moment he grabs it is so funny in that cinematic.
It's unintentionally fucking hilarious. It's like the bit with Ilaria, when they're in Dome with Venari, and Ilaria's holding that little ribbon, and she goes, ha! And she throws it on the ground. It's sadly withers to the ground. I was in hysterics. I was literally, I was like, hold on, so I need to laugh at this bit again, and it was still as funny as ever. She should have just let the ribbon drop. She should have just let it drop, like, you're no longer my friend, look. Drop the ribbon. Instead, she sort of threw it, and it just sort of sadly sort of floated.
The very exaggerated animation where she just like tosses it down.
Rah! Yeah, it just sort of floats sadly to the ground. I was in tears of laughter.
Because it's a ribbon.
It's a ribbon! It has no weight! Anyway, but yeah, the Dark Heart. I'm going to say this. The Dark Heart has a lot of potential. I don't think we've really seen too much. I'm going to say this, even though it was there in War Within, and it was very funny how it got damaged with Alara and stuff like that. I don't think they're using it to its fullest potential as the alternate of the Dragon Soul, Demon Soul. Because the Demon Soul is scary as fuck, may I just say. Like, in a sense of, like, a powerful objects. The Dark Heart having that sort of same power ability, but is a little bit more of an unknown, is really interesting. And it's like, will Deathwing come up again, or Galcaron, or even anything to do with the Black Dragon? But I don't think so. And that's one real sad thing. I'm like, they're trying to already pull away from that.
I mean, I'll say I do like the kind of I was gonna say the kind of like half like acknowledgement of its backstory of like, oh, the goblin's the one who made the Dragon Soul. They're probably also really good at tinkering with this. I don't know why they think that like 10,000 years later goblins would know how to do it, but
Me using a time machine to go back to our Neanderthal ancient relatives, like, you guys are pretty good at like carving, right? Just carve this. Anyway, um, yeah, I think that it has a lot of potential. And ironically enough, I feel like it's a potential callback to Deathwing. And this is actually a lead in for another bit. It's again too many chefs in the kitchen. What do we also think about how many enemies these expansions are introducing? Are we just going to continue on the story of the light versus shadow, void? Sorry, I still call it shadow. Oh, wow, old heads, no. Anyway, um, light and the void. Because, like I said, we also have the looming threat of so many other different things. And like we've said, I hope the Arathi are not in this trilogy. Actually, controversially, I hope that the old gods aren't actually brought up again in this trilogy. I sort of cringe when they were in like Zalatath's flashback. I'm like, oh my god, no. Because again, it's too many chefs. If they're going to go with because the last Titan, clearly the Titans are going to be in the next expansion. So we also have Order, we have the Light, we have the Void, we have likely the Fell coming back with Illidan.
I will say it's very interesting how at the moment they're kind of setting up our allies being the personification of the light enemies in Midnight. Not so they're not really setting up the appearance of the Arathi, thankfully. And I think my take on that with the Arathi is in my ideal world, I agree with you. They should not come into the trilogy. They should be the villain immediately after the trilogy. They should show up and they should go like, "Oh, we missed it. Renlash is gone." No, I think Renlash is gone, but I think it should be the Emperor has built his entire society around Renlash. They're going to make an enemy if they need one for their empire.
It's a power vacuum in a sense of a reverse power vacuum, as we need an enemy now. Or we need a way to skew this in a way that still retains our emperor power. And you guys are kind of here, and we're going to envelop you within our empire to make sure you aren't our enemies. Technically, it could be a very interesting plot.
And I will say there is a very I'm not going to talk about it because this is like the last plot point of base midnight spoilers, but there is a very interesting thing that happens on the world scale that will definitely be a good impetus for the Arathi to show up and kind of declare us all heretics. I guess now is a good time to, before we get into midnight, we should talk about Illyria in the War Within.
I'll say my bit quick because I actually don't have too much to say about Illyria, other than I thought her story was covered in like base zone quest in War Within. It was very fast indeed. After experiencing the max level quest and Koresh and stuff like that, I'm still going to say this. I'm still not huge on Illyria. And believe it or not, Zalatath has grown on me more than Illyria. And it's not that I don't like Illyria, I'm just like, okay, cool. I just feel like she's a character who's still lacking that sort of. I'm not particularly worried about what happens to her, and I don't think that's a great way to have as your main character, for these expansions. So I'm actually expecting Illyria's story to kind of end by the max level or maybe even the first patch of Midnight, as crazy as that sounds.
I definitely think her story is ending by the base expansion of Midnight. Not dying. I don't think she's dying. I do think her story is ending.
So she's not going to be coming into the Last Titan.
This is the trouble. The Last Titan is from everything that we've seen so far, it's such a whatever those two major patches are after the base of Midnight are gonna be.
That's the thing. I have really no idea there because I was expecting the like things go wrong to be whatever happened with the Sunwell. That's clearly not going to be the case. So what is the big horrible thing that goes wrong that they feel like we're forced to call down the Titans for the last Titan? I'm so curious what that's going to be.
That is and agreed. That is the real curious bit. And then, so like you said, it's like, is Ilaria going to be in the Last Titan? And The trouble is that, like, if they want to replicate, because like I said, you saw that many devs have called back and said, "We want Legion again. We want Legion. We want Legion's energy. We want Legion's whoa, holy shit moment." They may be trying to replicate like Tyrellian and Ilaria being in Legion, but that also calls to Illidan being in Legion. But it's like, how do these characters? How does it's just wild, like, thinking about how these 2 expansions are going to interconnect, other than all these actions are just slowly pissing the Titans off. But, I mean, I think actually one of the maybe the catalyst between the 2 expansions is gonna be the sword. We've talked about this before. Something's going to happen with the sword, either in point 12.1 or 12.2, probably 12.2, that is going to maybe call the Titans back.
Well, it's that interesting thing of like, if they want the energy of Legion, I do think the important thing is what made the energy of Legion kind of electric beyond like the patch story is how climactic the ending stuff was to flow into the next story of we have not had anything on the level of Argus in the sky or the sword in the planet since then.
Yeah, everything's been kind of contained to these zones, which are like under the earth and like aren't kind of tied to the rest of Azeroth, really.
Maybe the Sunwell is going to try and, like, they are trying to make the Sunwell the thing.
Well, like in terms of scope, I think there've been things like the Shattered Sky for Shadowlands was similar, but I mean more like a big thing that sets up the direct next story of like Argus in the sky at the end of Tomb of Sargeras directly sets up the next patch, which was Argus. The sword directly sets up the epilogue story and Battle for Azeroth. Whereas in recent stuff, it's been a lot more kind of low key, where like a Myrtil being born into Azeroth doesn't really set up anything. Kind of the Radiant song because they have that stuff of like, oh, Thrall and Jaina heard a voice. It was beautiful at the epilogue feast, but there wasn't really any kind of like, okay, this leads into what's happening next. I feel like they're going to need something like that for the Last Titan.
Yeah, it wasn't like Amir Drasil was like a direct conduit for the voice, strengthening the voice of Azeroth or anything like that.
Yeah, I said they were gonna really need something. And at the moment, I'm coming up a little bit. I could do some crazy guesses, like I said, my craziest guess is that something happens with the sword, which acts as like a signal beacon. I think that what it may be is like an attempt to maybe remove it, or something, or there's still a residual option still residing in the sword, and whatever Xalatath does, like, sends out like almost a beacon into space that activates, the seat of the.
I was gonna say that could be the thing of like they something whatever happens with Xalatath alerts the or like I guess if Harandar is setting up the whole oh the world soul is gone, it's in a different place. Maybe they will go for the idea of she's going for that, she fails, but she damages something, and the threat to the world soul sends out the signal.
Honestly, I was gonna say this is kind of a tangent, but I was gonna say like I don't think everything needs to have like the energy of Legion. Like I think that's part of what made Legion so special is that you don't have those kind of like world altering events as frequently, you know?
Well, I think part of the issue is really just like there will never be another Legion because the Legion was the thing of Warcraft. It is the foundational enemy. We had spent so many expansions with them looming in the background. And as like even in the recent story leading up to Legion, we were getting the Legion is coming stuff since Rathian in Mists of Pandaria. Like that was the setup to get it in everyone's mind.
Do you know my crazy theory? I'm like, the Legion in Legion wasn't the Legion Rathian saw, it's the Legion that's up in this next part, and they're just gonna be like, "See, we didn't leave Rathian out of Legion. It was just not. It wasn't the Legion you were looking for, Jedi."
I mean, I will say, obviously, it wouldn't have been their plan, but if they want to make it kind of cohesively tied together, he was also the first person who heard the message from the Titans, or well, the second person, because right in, but um, he or third because Leishan, but details. First person in the story to hear it. Um, They could have it be the idea of like the destruction he saw was the Titans coming to re-originate it, and that's why the visual is the big burning across the planet.
Rathian again, Rathian was a $1 million check character handed to the devs. Handed to the devs, like, you literally can create a new face of World of Warcraft with this character who's seen some cool shit, and he has, like, a kind of a yeah, and the devs just fucking knocked it out of the hands and was like, "No, no, oh my god." They literally had a perfect character to link all these things together. But at the moment, I'm like going into Last Titan, I'm not even sure Rathian's gonna have a main part, or he's just gonna be like, you know, just because they could easily argue, "Oh, Rathian's already had his story in Dragonflight." Because, like, I'm just gonna say this, and sounds crazy, but, like, the art done by Brian Wu, every expansion of the characters' portraits, how can you have a portrait of Rathian in Dragonflight, then have another one of him in The Last Titan? It's gonna be the same fucking portrait, like.
Hey, I guess let's reverse psychology. Orwena was in the cinematic for War Within, and now she got an art for Midnight. Maybe it's because Rathian was in the art for Dragonflight. Now he'll be in the cinematic for The Last Titan.
We can only hope, Paul. We can only hope. Like, yeah, but the thing is, it's just, yeah. It is sad about that. And like I said, with how Enderman's story's going, like, with Arator, actually, yeah, so that's my final piece on Illyria at the moment. I don't mind her.
I'll get to Illyria. I'll do my Illyria, and then we'll get to Erekor, which does tie into Anduin and The Last Titan as well.
So we'll go to Sil now. What do you think about Lara? Do you sort of share my opinion, like, because we've sort of talked about this before, that we're not hugely keen on Ilaria, like, because the trouble is that we don't mind Ilaria as a character, but again, with her and Terralion and Arator, I'm just like, okay.
I'm sorry, Port, maybe cover your ears for this, but I'm just like I'm not that invested in Illyria as a character. I feel like, okay, so I feel like she's like a little too sanitized. Like the part of her character that's supposed to be tied to the void that like rarely comes up, like it just doesn't seem like they've really like dug into that aspect of her character as much as they could have. Like, what does it mean that she is invested in the void and she sees it as this like path to success in the way that Terralion sees the light as like a path to success and like goodness and like the defense of Azeroth and stuff like that. Like, I don't really buy her relationship to Xalatath either, because it's like Xalatath is also like a creature of the void, right? So it's like, what about Xalatath's philosophy is like different from Illyria's philosophy in terms of like their relationship to the void? Like, what has Locust Walker taught her about the void? Like, I feel like that stuff just like doesn't really come up. And I feel like it's kind of like a missed opportunity to like set her character apart. I really don't think that they've like delved into that as much as they could have, and it kind of makes me just feel kind of like meh about her character. Like, I don't really feel that invested in her story or her motivations and stuff like that, because like I don't feel like that's like come up as much or has been like as much of a priority like in her storyline. Like, I feel like there have been a couple of moments in cinematics where she's like used her void powers and have been like, oh, I can see that Xalatath is like doing this thing, but we don't really get into like her philosophy as like a character. And I feel like that's kind of where she falls flat for me. Like, she doesn't even seem like a void elf. Like, she's technically supposed to be like their leader, or at least like the one, like a character who has gone on that path. And I just feel like she's like a really sanitized version of that.
I actually feel that is my takeaway out of the War Within about Illyria. I'm gonna just say that. I feel like she was stronger in Koresh, and we both kind of agree to that, like that sense of like.
Yeah, her stuff with like Locust Walker was like really interesting, but I don't feel like they really took that, like really dug into that.
I feel like what I've seen in Midnight, it improves, but again, it's just out of everything, I still think, and this is going to be my lingering shadow over the entire World Soul Saga, I'm really not sure why Illyria. Why Illyria? And I feel that when her story concludes with the unification of like a lot of like different elven groups, I'll be like, yes, okay, that was a story. but I still don't think she was kind of a perfect character to be the lead character for all of this. I'm gonna say very controversially, I think they wasted Anduin in the few expansions before. He still would have been a better main character in a sense of like,
Well, I will say first, Illyria is definitely not the main character of Midnight in the way she was in the War Within. Eretor is. And they're doing that through the framing of Illyria and Turalyon as his supporting characters. And so I guess I'll start on my Illyria thing of on base War Within, I totally agree with you guys. I think that base War Within Illyria was really flimsily motivated. It was kind of just a copy paste of the motivations of both of her sisters, of like Dalaran and Vengeance and those generic things, and not really something that mattered to Illyria. I do like the ideas they were going with of the whole balancing between her delving deeper in the void versus keeping connections to her family. And I also agree they resolved that way, way too fast in the base expansion. Which is why I'm really glad that 11.2 more or less ignores that.
that's what we thought. I feel like we went into 11.2 like kind of a little bit soured on her character, and we're like, the thing is that it's more of us because I feel like there'd be people who are like really keen on Illyria as a character, but just coming as like people who are like we don't really mind this character, but we're not overly invested. Give us something to be invested about, and I think that War Within just gave us a very generic story about her. Koresh was more engaging. I'm gonna say I actually was more engaged on Zalatath, and real props again to I will say this though, props to Alaria and Zalatath's voice actors again because they do a great job.
Oh yeah, they do an amazing job. Like I think Ilaria, she's entertaining when she's like on screen. I just don't think that there's like much substance there for me to hook onto. Like as a lesbian, I feel like I'm failing not seeing Ilaria as like mother or like
Look,
whatever. Like I
look
really am
at
trying
her
hard
harder
to like
self.
like her
Look,
character. I did buy her hero portrait in Hearthstone though, despite all of that. So
yeah, yeah. Sill's been buying all the ladies, by the way, dobbing her in every single portrait of every single
yeah.
woman in Hearthstone. Still is bought, but yeah, like I feel like that's all. But we're not like every time Alaria's on screen, we're like boo. Not at all.
I'm really trying hard to like her. Yeah, like I'm not like opposed to her as a protagonist.
I will say, I think something that really helped me is the supplemental material of I made I think the wise choice of rereading A Thousand Years of War before 11.2, and her interactions with Locust Walker there are so good. Of really emphasizing that Illyria is not a destined hero in the way Turalyon is set up as. It is very much just a matter of circumstance that she got hit by the void by a dreadlord and happened to see those visions. All of it was her own choices that she made because that kind of is, I think, at its core, the defining why Illyria is because Illyria chose it. That has always been her character of she chose to leave behind 12th Lost to fight the orcs and leave Sylvanas with the position that led to her becoming what she is. She chose to leave Eretor behind to pursue the Horde on Draenor, which led to all the stuff that he is now and all of his parental issues. She chose to leave behind Turalyon for the Army of the Light because she believed she someone had to make that path of pursuing the void to figure out the truth because there's that whole idea of the shadow sees all possibilities, the light sees only one truth. When she got hit by the void there, she saw all of those different possibilities. But when she got hit by both, she saw the actual truth. She saw Argus. She was the one who kind of helped reveal it to the Army of the Light. But she also had to use her powers of shadow to get them out, and that's what kind of got her exiled. And that's how she met Locust Walker. And in the same vein, I think there's a really good lesson that he teaches her of the idea of the shadow is not your friend. The shadow is not some force that is good actually and just misunderstood. No, it is evil. It is all consuming. Your job is to get what you need at the same time it is trying to get what it wants from you. And I do think that's been the thing that was much more interesting in 11.2 is everything with Xalatath was more or less that lesson of Locust Walker knew Xalatath was never going to be their ally. Xalatath was going to betray them at some point. They needed Xalatath in the same way they need the Shadow for their powers to get what they needed to get done against Dimensius. And I think it was very interesting to see Illyria doubting all of that because of the arc she went on in the base expansion, in a way. She had gotten to that point of thinking with Locust Walker of like, oh, in the short story, the whole Doom of Koresh one, he tries to teach her a lesson of like, oh, you need to get rid of your attachments. They are the thing that is holding you back from embracing the void. But in reality, when you look at that whole short story with Locust Walker, all of his attachments were what was motivating him to use the void and motivating him to save Koresh. And it's the same for Illyria of those people she loves, the places she loves are her biggest strength and they're her biggest weakness. I think it's not one or the other. Neither of them are necessarily correct. And so going into 11.2, I think it was really good seeing that whole idea of her hating Locust Walker for what he did, of sacrificing his world, sacrificing his people, being so amoral with his deals in the void. His people are essentially not a people anymore. They don't even have their bodies anymore. They've lost most of their culture. Is that worth what he did? But now going into this expansion, isn't Illyria in the same exact situation? The power of a Void Lord is coming to bear down on her homeland, take everything she loves, obliterate her planet. What choices is she going to make there? Especially because, unlike Locust Walker, her loved ones are superpowered paladins. So she faces a lot more opposition with that. And I do think they're focusing on that really well in even as recently as the upcoming patch, where when Eretor goes out to try and find he goes to find Illyria first to try and get her help. She's still on Koresh. She's still isolating herself on Koresh, fighting the Shadow Guard, tracking down Xalatath's servants, trying to get directly to Xalatath to kill her. Because she made that whole oath to track her down. Because again, she thinks that she's the only one who can do that kind of stuff, which is the kind of isolation of the void that Locust Walker also went through. And she's isolating herself further and further down the path of thinking she needs to embrace that, push Eretor away, not let him be around. But in reality, Eretor being there is what gets the job done for what she's trying to do. But at the same time, Eretor being there is a weakness that the Void entity exploits, and she doesn't get all the information she wants. So it's one of those kind of double-edged sword things. And the conclusion of the quest line is that the Windrunner that Quel'Thalas needs is not Varisa, it's not Illyria, it's not Sylvanas, it's Eretor. Eretor is the one who is already doing his hardest, doing his best to try and defend it. Why is he not the one just going and defending it? And that leads into him as the main character, with heading into the plots like in Voidstorm. Illyria has been isolating herself so much in the void, and now suddenly Eretor is here in the void with her. She is really caught off guard there because she thinks, oh, I'm the only one who can do this. She is choosing to do all of this. There's no meta narrative plot thrusting this all around her. And from what we know, that path for her will end poorly in Midnight. And so I do think all of that is intentional, of she is putting herself into this position. And I don't think it's going to end well for her because of her vulnerabilities, because of her weaknesses.
Well, as we can see from the raid, I'm raising my eyebrow like this. It's like, I wonder what happens in the Void Storm raid.
Yeah, so it's more of a personal narrative there. She does kind of like allow herself to become isolated, and that's kind of her fault.
Yeah, and I like the thematic framing around the void being cold and isolating with Alera's own story there. You know what? You know what? The more that you explain it like that, while I'm still not keen on Aleria's character as a person, you know what I mean? At least I can respect that, I feel.
Well, the thing for me is I kind of embrace the idea that while it might not be like the strict they're intending this, in my mind, Illyria's a little bit selfish. Illyria has this hero complex of she is the one who is saving Azeroth. She is the one who is hunting down the orcs. She is the one who is avenging her parents. She has this whole idea of, oh, all the sacrifices I've made. What about all the sacrifices of the people you made them made when you left them in those positions? When you are isolating yourself.
Right. What about all the people you left behind?
And I do think that a lot of the stuff in Midnight is those things catching up to her of the person that she left Eritor as is not the person that will go along with what she's asking him to do. He is not going to stand by and let her do all the work. And as a result, in the same way in the short story, when she's still in the Twisting Nether, she has this whole idea of like, oh, Eritor is her greatest strength. She will never believe any lie at the idea that she will turn against Eritor or Eritor will turn against her. Back then, it's all very abstract, so it's very easy to declare that a strength. When he is physically with her and refusing to step out of the way of danger, that suddenly becomes a big weakness when you're on this self-isolating path in the void. I do think it's contrasted really well of the duality of Turalyon on the other side. Turalyon is also isolating himself because in the expansion, the end of Eversong is him like very critically wounding Eritor when Eritor tries to stop him from killing Zul'Jin, the one of the Amani leaders. And that moment is like very big of him giving into the light, attacking Eritor in his rage. Eritor taking it, refusing his help, walking away. And then by the end of Eritor's quest line, he forgives his father. He said he tries to give him his old shield from the second war back. Turalyon refuses it and basically says like, I can't be redeemed. I need to find myself in the light. He is isolating himself in the exact same way Illyria is, except where she is isolating herself in a force that she knows is isolating. She knows that it takes this isolated person to do that in her mind. Turalyon is isolating himself by embracing the one thing he can find comfort in.
Yeah, and that's actually a good way. The idea, I actually really do like the contrast, well, the compare and contrast between the light and the void there, that depending on what a person seeks from it, they both fulfill like kind of the light with the cleansing finality, like burning away all of the things. Essentially, we see the burning themes of like burning rage, and even Arator's little fucking tassels on his outfit. Ah, my tassels.
You guys, I hope by the end of the expansion, you guys are gonna hate the word wrath as much as I do now. You know how in BFA they say honor about 50 million times and it's just like a dead word?
Legacy and Dragonflight made me want to vomit by the time it was done.
Wrath is worse than both of those.
Oh no!
No.
I would say a solid third to a half of Eritor's lines have the word wrath in them.
You see the hating on Rathian, the
No.
devs are finding a way to put Rathian down even when he isn't. Well, the thing is, everything that you've said there, though, Paul, I get behind, and this is the thing. Even when I don't really click with a character, if I'm not even particularly invested in them, I can still appreciate that journey for them.
The
I
other thing,
think that's the
I
important
was
thing.
never
Same with
super invested in Ilaria either. I do think that's been a kind of a nice thing about what I do with Wowhead is it forces me to write things in like a cohesive, okay, what is the point of the article I'm writing about this character? What is the point of this character? What is a defining theme you can analyze
we're
about them?
finding the juice. We're finding the juice for them essentially, and like I said, me and Scylla are a bit like but like I said, we're not disliking Galeria.
I think Ilaria would work definitely better as like a more tragic character.
A necessary evil kind of character of like, oh, she's the cool one doing what other people can't. I do think she was that character in like Legion and even in the base expansion. And I do think thankfully they're leaning more on the tragedy in Midnight and the effects of what she's doing in the same way they are with the light for Turalyon. And thankfully, I do think also Locust Walker is a much better motivation for her than Dalaran. That's kind of a key thing for me. She is motivated properly now.
Yeah, that is true. And I think Syl's probably gonna like Midnight a lot because, like you said, like as much as we were like eyebrow raise, okay, Elf expansion, let's go. I feel like particularly characters suffering and that sort of tragedy and putting their suffering into perspective as per the choices that they make and not being perfect characters and also having those weights upon them is going to balance nicely for how we enjoy the story. And I feel like, ironically enough, I think War Within was kind of lacking that. I feel it was kind of lacking that.
War Within was more, I think, a hero's story where it was just like about people kind of like coming into conflict with like inner turmoil and like rising above that, like, with like Magni and Moira, Anduin, even Gaslow, kind of like confronting that. So I think the War Within was more of like a hero's journey. So I could see Midnight taking a turn and being more of like a tragedy. It is supposed to be the middle part of a trilogy is supposed to be like the darkest chapter. So I could see that happening. I love tragedy, so I'd be very excited for that. I love characters suffering.
Also, Sill's a secret elf enjoyer.
I am a secret elf enjoyer. Yeah.
Elf enjoyment is far higher than mine. One of the original like OG Sylvanas fans too. Damn, you're like Miss Sylvanas.
Yeah, my first character was a blood elf, and Sylvanas was like the first story that I got invested with, like journeying to doing that quest line in the Darklands where you find her locket and stuff like that. So I'm very excited for Midnight.
There we go. And now, Port, we'll move on to like our penultimate thoughts here. Your thoughts on Arator and the interesting. We'll do a little bit of theory crafting here too, because we'll just save our last little bit of theory crafting, which is mostly just going to be me agonizing over the fact. Hello, random orc who's come up behind us. Me agonizing over the fact. Oh, he's a dwarf. Sorry, I only saw his head. His head's green. Oh, he's a dwarf, Jimmy. There we go. Anyway, um, I saw it from behind. He had this red mohawk and the green top of his scalp. I'm like, this orc. He's a really short orc. What could I say? Anyway, me just agonizing over the fact that I think that Anduin isn't really going to be getting any more story.
No, that ties really well into Erator. So I guess I'll start my explanation a little ways back. We're gonna start with the Velen short story in Cataclysm.
The Prophet's Lesson?
Yes, the Prophet's Lesson of Velen having that vision of this army in Northrend, the armies of Azeroth, Horde and Alliance, even the dragons, even the Naru, standing beside the light against the void, with this big, shining, armored blonde man at the head. And then the vision cuts away, and it's Anduin there. That was the start of the whole Child of Light and Shadow thing, of the very start of those seeds, and the implication that their intention for that was Anduin as that character. And then we got to Legion, and that really became a proper concrete concept. But it was the idea that the light was applying it to Illidan wrongly. That they were wrongly Zero wrongly thought that, oh, the Child of Light and Shadow must be someone of darkness redeemed to the light. That went poorly for her, obviously.
I am my scars. There we go. So I had to voice that line. I hope I did the original voice actor proud then. Go on, Paul.
She was very clearly wrong with that. It was not Illidan. In that very same patch, we introduced Illyria and Turalyon and properly put Erator into the story as meeting them again for the first time. I do think that was the start of the seeds of the idea that, oh, maybe it's Erator, maybe it's the relationship between these two characters. Now we get they largely none of them got story after that until Midnight. Look at Erator's model. He has one tattoo of a light dragon, one tattoo of a void dragon. The base story of the expansion very much has him embrace his paladin side and what it means for him to be a paladin, not like what Turalyon is. And then the Voidstorm Zone is him starting to not dip his toes because he doesn't use the void, but he gets hit by the void for the first time in one of the cinematics. We haven't seen the aftermath of that much, but he does get exposed to it for the first time. I do very much believe they're heading towards Erator being the Child of Light and Shadow. And in the same way that Illyria was kind of the main character of the War Within and then is still a major character in Midnight, I think Erator is going to be that for Midnight and the Last Titan. Which leads to the idea of Anduin. And Erator, more or less, in personality, in how he interacts with his parents, how he interacts with the plot, he kind of is a 40-year-old Miss Pandaria Anduin. Because we were talking earlier about how there are those parallels between Farron and Miss Pandaria Anduin. Very much the same for Erator. Arguably, I would say more explicitly in terms of his interaction directly with his parents, directly with the light, directly with his moral compass.
So it's very possible that he was the blonde, white figure in Valen's vision.
Yes, I fully expect they're going, because it was literally a vision of fields of Northrend, armies of Azeroth, and the dragons are behind them. And in all of these prophecies they keep doing, including ones in Herondar, they keep mentioning that the return of the dragons is the impetus for all of the ongoing current plots.
Okay. Which just happened in Dragonflight.
Yes, so I think it's making it very clear. They're having everything in Dragonflight be the start of what will culminate in The Last Titan.
So do you think the war, like this big war that like between light and shadow, that's probably going to happen in The Last Titan?
I don't know if it will necessarily be light and shadow, because obviously things change plenty. But I definitely do think that big, like, united army, big holy shit moment that Metzen's been talking about will be centered around Erator. And it does lead a lot into those ideas for me of what is Anduin's purpose as a character now? Of what messages are we trying to say for Anduin's character? Because if I were a writer for this, my writing would be Anduin's entire life has been these burdens of expectations of what other people think of him, from his kingly nature to his holy nature to his relationship to Arthas, and all the way up to this idea of him being this prophetic hero. All of which, ostensibly, have turned out to not really be accurate. And you would examine that as his character. I'm sure you're both aware that's probably not what they're doing.
I totally agree with what they're doing with Arator. I think they wanted to find a fresh face for this is the thing that's really odd though, why they keep on including Anduin in like that, even the key art for Midnight of all the paladins getting together, you know. It feels really odd, and it feels like you said, us three would all agree that the way to get around this is to give Anduin his own story away from being king and things like that. But I think that the devs are totally committed to the idea of Anduin being king. They want him as a Return of the King moment. But I
He's got to
still,
fill that variant shaped hole that's
he's
on
got
the
to find
Alliance side.
exactly.
We
He's
gotta
got
stop talking about Variant Soul.
Sorry. I'll
to.
find another metaphor to use.
The variant shape cutout, dear God.
Uh,
Anyway, it's just you can tell them having an issue with Anduin, and they're like, and I bet some people in the writing room have got to now, like, kind of with Midnight, they're like, well, I feel like Anduin's story is concluded, and all he has left is accepting that he is the king and returning to Stormwind. That'll be the end of his story, and it's such a good story
Ugh.
for him. And it's been such a miserable story for this character. That's a real sad thing. It's compared to Arator's in just the same amount of like even in half the space that Anduin's story has taken up, Arator's, from what you've just posted about Midnight Port, is it's so better in how it's constructed, his challenges, how he faces those, etc., etc. Anduin is such a character who's been pulled in so many different directions, and it's mostly the devs thinking this will be really cool. People will really like Anduin doing this, and just nothing hitting with his character, like uh it's air quoting his foil relationship with Sylvanas basically led to nothing. His time in the Shadowlands basically led to nothing.
there's a very interesting thing I kind of bring up. The reason why I bring all of this stuff up in relation to Anduin is I do kind of think, whether consciously or not, that Erator is kind of the replacement Anduin. All the way down to the relationship with Sylvanas and going to the Maw to having those conversations with Sylvanas.
Yeah, and I feel that this it's either gonna be really bad for Anduin's character or it's gonna be really good. That's and I'm tending towards the really bad because to the WoW writers, it isn't really bad. It's just bad for technically us in a sense. Like it's just a return to being king, and then Anduin is the perfect, awesome king that everyone has been longing and wanting back in Stormwind. And the devs can basically all tap each other on the back and be like, "Really good job with Anduin's story, guys." It's really sad because Anduin was the character.
Because it's like if Anduin doesn't become king again, like what else are they going to do with Stormwind? I guess is like, what other direction are they going to take the story for like the human kingdoms? Like, is it going to be Trallian fulfilling the like who is going to be?
Well, that's the interesting thing to me is one of the more, despite my issues with some of the stuff in the actual plot of the Return to the Arathi Highlands, with like sparing Merrin in that way, or some of the stuff that Danath says about the Sons of Lothar and how kind of toothless he is as a character now. I really like what they set up for the humans in that story of kind of pulling the good elements of what was done in the human heritage to kind of essentially bring the old human villains to a close and create a new organization based on the new current story of the Red Dawn is motivated by current events. It is motivated by the existing peace between the Alliance and Horde and their opposition to that. It is motivated by this whole return to the old ways fallacy that that's kind of the basis of most nationalist ideologies. And they have this very interesting impetus in Farron of a literal embodiment of the original Lothar line, an embodiment of all of this. But in reality, she's also an embodiment of everything they hate because she is a half elf. She is this fundamentally compassionate person who can relate to the Horde as much as the Alliance. She is not this pure blooded human coming from across the sea to bring back the old ways. But I imagine they would very much want her in that position, even if Marin fumbled that a bit. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff to do with the human plot right now. The issue is the human plot needs to not be the Stormwind plot, and the human plot has been the Stormwind plot for basically all of WoW.
Yeah, and that's the trouble. Like, and I know that they're probably like, well, we need Anduin back in his rightful place as king, and you can feel that. We can feel that in the story, and it's just again, it's Anduin in such a boring position in regards to his story, and like that, literally Veyron has more of a chance of creating, like from her circumstances, more of a engaging plot around the human nations and the Arathi and things like that than Anduin does. And it's like, I suppose you could use Anduin as initiating factor, like if they were like saying, like my guess, right? I was like, what if we went to go see go across the seas and see the Arathi kingdom first? Like you see the after all of the World Soul Saga is all said and right, we're all left in a a intermediary period, right? Where it's like the major plot points have kind of resolved for the World Soul Saga, and it's time to try and recuperate. And like you said, Paul, imagine if you were an Arathi and you come over and Renalash has already been solved. What you thought was going to be your battle has been solved by these strangers, right? You have two options, essentially. I think two major options as the Emperor of Mankind. I mean, the Arathi. pretend, pretend that that was all your prophetic vision, but there's a worse Renalash yet to come. Or B, try and be like, that was cool and all, but that clearly means that you're Arathi, so you should fall under the dominion of the Arathi, my Arathi kingdom, essentially. So I can still claim your victories as mine. So it's either a destroy or envelop choice, basically, of those two things. Like destroy the history of that and try and rewrite it as your own, or just try and absorb it, assimilate it. So Renlash is that. Or like with the destroy one is try and make a worse Renlash, like try and bullshit and say, oh, there's a worse Renalash yet to come. You can tie the old god stuff into that really well. That's my hope that the old god stuff isn't in the World Soul Saga.
as much as it is to do with like the world soul and the Titans, stuff like that. I actually hope that the old gods have more time to make their comeback, essentially. I hope whatever happens with Azeroth's world soul leaves Azeroth in a state of, like I said, flux or something intermediary in regards to that. So then we still have a chance to be like, yes, Azeroth's defenses took a great hit, but she lived. But in her lower defenses, the old gods started scheming again, or like the old gods are regenerating. In his house, he lies dreaming or whatever the fuck. Anyway, um, so I suppose you could use Anduin as a catalyst to the start of that story. Like, who would the Arathi Emperor want to meet most? It would be kind of like the figurehead of all humans, wouldn't it? Which would be Anduin, right? So that is my only sort of guesstimate there. But again, it feels like such a letdown for Anduin's character. And I'm going to say this, I'm going to say it with my whole chest. I think Anduin was severely wasted in Shadowlands. I think they put together a plot for him in Shadowlands that did not come out the way that they wanted, or it did, and it was just so underwhelming when the devs thought really cooking along those lines. It was just a huge disappointment mess.
Yeah, if I like the thing that if I ever get the energy to do like a video essay, the topic that I would want to cover is like in depth, like why the plot with like Anduin and Sylvanas like doesn't work fundamentally in Shadowlands, like how it just like makes no sense and it doesn't have any like kind of profound story behind it, even though they tried to make it seem like that in the cutscenes.
Like, please believe what we're telling you here. And again, it's because Anduin has had such a major role in BFA and Shadowlands, and now in the War Within. I mean, technically in the War Within, that I'd argue that people are getting Anduin fatigue, and it was basically this was the main chance he could get to redeem, in a sense, redeem his character to become his own free agent and move away from that kingship, and then also become a character who's like more of an evergreen character who isn't locked away to being like a king. He can appear in stories without people raising or rolling the eyes too much and be like, wow, another alliance character is like so alliancing up in here, right, guys?
Yeah, I feel like that kind of subversion is like I don't know like how to put it, like how I would assume that they would do it, or just like it just seems like the natural progression of his character. Like you've got a character who is like a prince. He's been like on this trajectory to become king, like this ruler of this people, but he doesn't quite have that mindset. Like his personality is like very antithesis to the type of person who you would see as a monarch or like a leader who would see themselves as like divinely, who has the divine right to like rule over people. He just has like a personality and like a worldview that's like antithesis to that mindset. But him just trying to like plow through and like live up to that role anyways. And then you get to battle for Azeroth and he just does like a terrible job at it. You know, he doesn't have the personality to kind of like lead a faction in this like big war against like another faction. So it's like everything he does is just like a disaster. Like he winds up sending farmers to war, you know, just like going against like his character, like even the stuff that he tries to do, you know, like acting of his own accord just goes sour, like the stuff with like Sour Fang and just like trying to stop Sylvanas, it just blows up in his face. Like, you know, and then he gets like abducted and he goes through this like torture, you know, blah, 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 blah. And he just like, he's just on this downward spiral, like trying to be this person that he was like built up to be, or that he like the society expected him to be. You know, you would think that like when he was at his lowest point, like a natural pivot for him to be would be to realize like, oh, I don't have to be this king. You know, I can be my own person. Like maybe my gifts, my personality, maybe that has some kind of like different purpose, you know, in this war torn world. Like, you know, maybe like I'm not supposed to be like a king or a leader. Maybe like I can have more of an impact on this world as this like free agent or like a healer. I feel like that's like the trajectory you would take with a character like that in this type of story, and that the least interesting thing you could do with a character like that would be to be like, oh no, society was right. You know, he should be a king. let's put him back into this position of authority where he can like rule over people and send farmers to war if he dictates that it's right because he is like good, arbitrarily good, because of his birthright or something like that. Like, it's just like a less interesting story to me. So I don't know. That's kind of like how I feel. I feel like his character would be wasted if they just like made him a king. Like, like make Eretor the child of light and shadow. Like, okay, whatever. But it's like you could do so many other interesting things with Anduin's character, apart from sticking him as like the head of Stormwind again.
That's my worry. Is I almost think, like I said, I do think Eretor is their kind of consolation prize. So, oh, you want that kind of character? Here's our fresh-faced new version of that. And Anduin can go back to being the king, and he can go back to being the thing we want him to be. Here's Eretor. You get to focus on him instead.
Too bad they don't know that I'm not interested in Eretor. I'm sorry. I know he's got a good story. I don't care though. Eretor is definitely. I don't like his. I don't like his stupid hair. I don't like his stupid hair. I don't like his stupid face. I don't like his stupid tattoos.
He doesn't have the gay parallels to his story.
He does
of
not
like
have
going
gay
against what his
I have a question
parents.
for you guys. Would you guys still like Anduin if he had that mohawk in Miss Pandaria?
Yeah.
Mm.
He's allowed to make stupid decisions when he's a teenager. I'm sorry. If I defend Rathian on it, I'm allowed to defend Anduin having a stupid mohawk as a teenager in Mr. Pandaria.
If he didn't have those tattoos,
He could have a rat tail.
I think the
He could have a mullet.
tattoos.
What if he also had the tattoos, but they're lions?
Oh.
Why does Eretor get dragon tattoos? Is the real question.
Yeah, why dragons?
I assume it's just like cool, like that's the equivalent of us getting cool animal tattoos in real life. Get a human tattoo.
Would a dragon get like human tattoos? Like, is that a thing? I suppose get human tattoos though. Like, I don't know. Does Eretor like dragons? Like, I feel like he's out of the. I don't think he's even seen a dragon.
You know what? No, I say that I still would have liked Anduin if he had a rat tail and that kind of shaved haircut. Because think of Jim Hawkins from Treasure Planet. He was a very likable character, and he had that kind of shaved look, and he had a rat tail, and he was very likable. So, did I get that right? Jim Hawkins. He was the hero of Treasure Island, Treasure Planet.
Treasure Planet, yeah.
Okay.
100%.
I'm dating myself a little with that reference, but
not because you're dating me too. I'll be like, I remember Treasure Planet. Anyway, but yeah, no. The thing is that like again, we've seen Eretor, but I feel like I'm not fussed. Genuinely, I'm teasing about Eretor's books and stuff like that. It's just that his story doesn't resonate with me. I think you guys already know that I'm not huge on family stories.
We'll say he didn't resonate with me whatsoever until I actually played his current story. I am surprised at how much I am an Eretor fan now after having done the prologue and the midnight story for him.
Oh, they're gonna have to also like give me $1 million port to be like, here, be a fan of this character. I'll be like, me holding up my hand. Only room for one white boy in this heart of mine. Sorry, and your trainer's already left. 100% though. I do think they're very, very like they want to be like. Isn't it cool that Anduin has a Aragorn Return of the King story, and it's going to be the again? I feel like Anduin is one of those characters. It's like every single storyline that given him is fallen on its face, and it's so sad from a character with so much promise that they've literally gone. This character is just because of, and they may turn around and blame it on us fans, but it's the devs. The devs have done this. The story writers, they know what they've done, like because they wanted this to be like such a yes, Anduin is the king, and he's doing all the king things. He'll have a wife, and all the ladies like him. All the ladies are boobing breastly towards him.
The devs like monarchs just like a little too much. They need like a little more skepticism about the divine right of kings. And then I think Warcraft would be like at least 10% better if they had that
little bit of awareness and stuff like that. So yeah, it's just very frustrating. And okay, Eretor gets that role, stuff like that, but as much as the story, I'll be like, yeah, that was a good story. I unfortunately, he won't be able to take that place of Anduin in my heart. 100%.
He won't be able to replace Anduin for me, but I am open to getting a good story with Eretor in Midnight and being surprised. But I will still be lamenting Anduin's potential if they stick him back in Stormwind, and then he gets married to Tess Greymane or something like that, and there's a Gilneas Stormwind reunification.
Me going into my rant, that is a bad idea for monarchies. People don't seem to understand that because Gilneas and Stormwind are not physical neighbors. This could never work anyway.
Also, like, oh, hey, she's the sovereign leader of a nation now. She does not have any heirs. She would be giving her nation to Anduin.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly. You can't. Oh, it makes me so frustrated. It makes me. People don't know how monarchies work in real life, and it makes me so fucking mad.
I'm choosing to see her new queen model from Hearthstone and pretend that the rose in her hair is from Lorna. That's my thing. I'm claiming
Yeah,
that.
Yes,
I'm
yes,
putting
that's
that in
also.
my brain. It was just too coincidental and on the opposite side of her head to Lorna's. So if they were facing each other, it'd be on like the perfect angle for each other to like put a rose in each other's hair with the same hand. I'm hoping. I'm just either way. Yeah, but the devs are very, like I said, it's just very sad about Anduin's story, and I think that this is the way that I mean, they may surprise me. They may totally turn it around, right? Like they've turned other things around, like that I've been surprised about.
They haven't stuck him in Stormwind yet. He's still like out there kind of doing things, so we'll
Yeah,
see.
he's on that key art. He's on the key art.
I'm baffled what he's been doing is my big question of like, at least with Thrall, you can say like, okay, the Horde went back home, so he went back to Orgrimmar or something. But Anduin was in Dornegal from the ending of the base story to when he apparently left for Stormwind, but not really in the Farron short story. But then he just didn't go back to Stormwind. So where has he been?
He's been on that fucking rock pool.
He's just been sitting there watching the sunset.
He's just been fucking contemplating. Dear Lord. So yeah, that's the real fucking trouble with that. And it's just so God, so disappointing. And I know it's because the devs really seriously thought people were gonna buy the Sylvanas foil and the Return of the King stuff, and now he just gets the sort of like instead of his story ending with a bang, it's going to be ending with a whimper, which is the saddest thing. And it's going to be, like I said, I suppose I'm dooming. I'm dooming. I'm not going to doom. There's still hope, but like,
I'm not going to doom until I get some more concrete information about what's going on in The Last Titan. As excited as I am for Midnight, I am really, really gunning for more information on what The Last Titan is going to be about and what that expansion is going to look like.
I've been certified elf fan for my entire time playing WoW, so Midnight has been the thing that was like, okay, can War Within wrap up already, please? Can we get past this? I need to be some Midnight.
I'm excited for Midnight's patches. Like I said, it just feels strange though. Like I said, and it's clearly the devs have a plan there, and they'll be like, yes, this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen. But if we're talking about the roles of these characters, at the conclusion from everything you've seen so far, Paul, did you feel like Arator's story was wrapping up in the conclusion of that, or is there still this big question mark when it comes to Turallion and
No, definitely not. I think going through the Erator's Journey one, which, as an aside, I really like that we're now able to do whole zone-sized campaign chapters that aren't just about a new zone in a new expansion. If we can have a campaign chapter that spans the rest of the world and uses the old world for questing, and it can serve as downtime story, where we were mentioning earlier of how like they keep trying to chase the High of Legion, and weirdly, I don't think they actually are in Midnight. I think they're kind of trying to go for an inversion of it, where the intro is like a what if Legion but Void, but then the Summerwell stops it. The Summerwell just stops that from happening. Nobody really knows why, and it just shoots out a big laser beam and stops it from happening. And then the story after that is like the kind of okay, we were not preparing for a big prolonged siege situation where suddenly we have this army at the light situated in Silvermoon permanently. And kind of dealing with that long-term mounting tensions of this army of mostly Alliance soldiers squatting in Isla Kolthonos and squatting in Silvermoon, and how things will, the problems that will arise from the Legion-style invasion being halted, like all the light bloom stuff popping up, like the Amani popping in, like the Herondar having the same light bloom issues in their zones, and just getting these more kind of downtime stories so that the moments of action feel a lot better. And it's not a matter of like, okay, theoretically we're supposed to be doing action, but actually it's just all downtime, which is what a lot of the last expansions have kind of had issues with, where our like hype action moments still also are really these soft character moments. This expansion makes a really good delineation between those two, and it makes both feel much more satisfying. Yes, and like on the topic of Erator, I think Erator is he has a conclusion to part of his character after his personal campaign, but then he has the whole Midnight or the whole Voidstorm story, and that is opening up a whole new window for his story in relation to the Void.
Yeah, and essentially our stories with Alaria and Turallion aren't complete yet. I think that's the other thing too.
Yeah, especially Thralian.
Especially Turallion. And that's the question that really rises in Midnight. Is this whole expansion going to be the void versus the light? And do we see what happens to Xalatath in any of these raids? Or
She's shown up in cinematic moments, but she does not seem like she is at all the boss of any raid. Like not even an implied boss.
I feel like she's gonna do a Belladar with the Sunwell that she'll be hovering above it, channeling the Dark Heart at it.
Well, maybe, but it seems more like that's focused on the big dark Naru that's there.
Oh, yeah, that is true, isn't it? It is. It's Lure, isn't it?
And we don't know where the dark heart is right now. Like we have not seen it. It hasn't really even been mentioned. It seems like the dark heart kind of is the void storm. Yes, the Xalatath is not at all resolved in the base expansion whatsoever, like in any way. She's definitely the end boss of the expansion. Whether she lives past that or not, well, remains to be seen. But she's definitely in.
Because I believe now this is I feel like for our last little bit here, for our last sort of like time here, speculation. I'm going to say this. I don't think I'm gonna actually no. I'm gonna say something controversial. I think Xalatath is going to be our last boss of the last Titan. The last boss of the last Titan. And I know that people be like, no fucking way, right? But I think the thing is, Blizzard knows that sexy woman sells, right? Iridikron, even though he is a villain who is correct,
I mean, he could show up as a sexy woman if he wants
He
to.
could, yeah.
he could. God, we're so right there. But that's the thing. Iridikron's design, I'm gonna say just this. He kind of looks like a Muppet. I know that sounds silly, but he kind of looks a little silly. I'm saying something silly to match Iridikron's silly appearance. He's not particularly intimidating with his design. That's the thing. Nor is he particularly marketable with his design. Two terrible facts there. However, he's a villain who's intensely correct. And I think the whole deal between Iridikron and Xalatath, right, is Xalatath wanted the power to fulfill her desires, right? Which I think is to either absorb Azeroth's world soul via the part of the Dark Heart, so it does elevate her to the level of a Titan.
Imagine if she succeeds, and Azeroth and Demencius are just sitting right next to each other inside the dark heart, like, hey.
Hey, hey. And I think that Xalatath wants that power to be similar to a Titan to, do her own thing. But I think Iridikron, this is the trouble between Iridikron. We know what Iridikron's plan is. He wants to use whatever power he's going to accumulate, whether that's the Dark Heart after it's absorbed every, cosmic element that's available, or via the power of the Bronze Dragonflight. He wants to basically delete the Titans from this timeline. Or at least he wants to be MXelk. He wants to be MXelk.
Well, see, that's the thing. He's very particular. He wants the Titans to show up here at some point in his plan. And I do very much think that he's not aligned with the Void at all. He's not like some Void fanatic. I do very much think he's positioning Xalatath as a win-win situation for him, of either Xalatath wins, gets close enough to corrupting the World Soul that the Titans are forced to arrive, or we win through our overwhelming resistance with the light. The light goes too far, the Titans are forced to arrive. I do think it's very much a either way he wins and gets what he wants. It's just a matter of what does he plan to do after that.
I'm the thing is I was gonna say he may need the power of the bronze dragonflight, but I realize he can get the pure source of the dragon. He wants Amenthul because Amenthul is the source of the power of the bronze dragonflight, essentially time manipulation.
Well, before Azeroth gave it to them, at least.
Yeah, before that still does not make any fucking sense. Like in a sense, like
It's like, okay, giving stuff to like Abyssian, to Alexstrasza, to all of them, like that makes sense. How the fuck is your time magic?
yeah, Azeroth. How does she have that? Either way, I'm it's suspending my disbelief there. That's actually one thing I'm just saying. Okay, sure, maybe they retain their Titan powers, but they've been recharged by Azeroth. Whatever. The thing is, Amenthor is the main source of the power of the bronze dragonflight. Iridicron is glowing yellow, so that's either going to be the light that he made a deal with, B, order that he made a deal with. He could have been already made a deal with a Titan or something that we don't know about, or C, he's already absorbed a bit of the world soul himself, essentially. That sounds a little bit crazy, but
Cool visuals for Earth magic.
exactly. I mean, what other dragonflight is buried beneath the earth? What other dragonflight is closest to Azeroth? I mean, I think people are forgetting that. It would obviously be the black dragonflight, you know. Um, and this is the thing. So he wants the Titans back there, but we already kind of know what his plan is because he kind of already says it out loud because he's like, I hate what the Titans have done to us. They've corrupted Azeroth in their own way. You know, like I mean, I think I'd be freaked the fuck out if, like, for example, aliens came to Earth, right? And they took some humans and then they dropped said humans back on Earth and they're like these 20-foot tall, like, mega beings with, like, all these cool powers. I'd be like, "What the fuck? Like, how did you do it for those guys and not for me?" And not only like, putting that aside, that's fucked up. You shouldn't have done that to us. Like, why are you doing this? Iridicron's correct in that assumption. That's, like, it's kinda crazy as you just come to our planet and then fuck with some of us and then, like, be like, "You're the better versions of," let's just say, humanity, and those other guys are they're old news, you're yesterday's news. Like, I'd feel a little bit like, "The fuck is going on here?" So, if we apply that logic, if I was Iridicron, I'd want to have Amenthul either eat Amenthul if this if Azeroth's dragons work the same way as Final Fantasy 14 or Guild Wars 2 dragons, which they kind of do, like they can absorb powers. If I was Iridicron and I could eat Amenthul and obtain Amenthul's powers as the Titans and rewrite history so that none of this actually fucking happened, that could work. But you'd need to like we've said, you'd need a kerfuffle happening on Azeroth. They care about the world soul, so they need to have something to like bring them back. Eat the old man Yowie Vor. There we go. But like that is my only guess. He wants the Titans back because he wants to technically devour them, right? And it'd also be a little bit of a funny joke that it's like it's not the void devouring this time, it's the light or Azeroth herself or whatever is supercharged Iridicron that he's using that to devour the Titans and maybe he plans on devouring Xalatath herself or in the Dark Heart and just devouring everything so that he has that power, innate power then to change it. Or maybe it's just like to just have the Titans at his mercy with the Dark Heart and force them to do that. But I don't know, eating's kinda cooler. Anyway, that's all I can guess, but it's like, by that time, wouldn't Xalatath be already stronger than what the Titans have if she's absorbed every single power into the dark? I suppose it's because we don't know the limits of the Dark Heart, and we don't know what Xalatath's plans really are either. Whether she wants to become as powerful as the Titans, whether she wants to be, whether she wants to do an Emic Selk and kind of bring back whatever people.
Yeah, we don't really know her motivations yet. Do we?
I mean, we kind of do at End of Nerebar. The whole point of that is like her reason for gathering power is survival. And we don't know what she's trying to survive against, but the idea is that the ultimate power struggle of the void is just power for itself, for keeping yourself alive. And we see that a lot in Voidstorm too. Even though we learn some things about Xalatath that are interesting of her not exactly being a natural void entity.
Yeah, I mean, for all we know, when she talks about survival, she could still be talking about the survival of the people that she came from. I mean, wouldn't she want time reversal powers to make sure that nothing's ever happened and that her people are safe? Like, again, an Emic Selk. Like, reverse what reality that we have so it's perfect for me. I'd suggest that would be like the ultimate timeline for everyone. Because how can anyone oppose Amenthal when he can just be like, actually, fuck that, I'm reversing whatever you're doing there, and it's whatever my reality is made real. Like, you'd kind of be like, what the hell, man? And then it's like the whole thing of the last Titan, like what Rathian talks about. I mean, we can only guess that that's Azeroth, right? Or whatever remnants that maybe Amanthal has already seen what chaos is to yet come and then go from there, you know? So yeah, no, it's just it's one of those things that's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be really interesting, but the moment we just don't know, you know, because it's left, I suppose that's a sign of maybe a fun story that we can kind of like engage with those things. So like I said, it's just, then it just comes down to our particular wants. Is like, I'm not even sure whether Rathian's gonna play a main role in Last Titan, you know, after all. The devs could easily say he already had his time and place in Dragonflight. Now he's a supporting character in The Last Titan, you know? Much like Enwin, is Enwin's story over and done with? And they can just be like, yep, his story's all done until Wrathy come back and there's a power struggle, you know, over the idea of Renalash and stuff like that. So
Dangling Erator in front of his fans, like, here's a new set of keys. Pay attention to him.
jingle, jingle, jingle,
Jingle,
jingle,
jingle.
jingle, 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 jingle. So yeah, either way. But do you guys have any actually guesses or like wants that you'd want to see for last time? Do you think that like Rathian and Enwin will ever be in an expansion again together? It's like shaking my magic 8 ball, future unclear there. So like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's clear that the devs know that how Rathian was written wasn't well received. Like, even from like the people who didn't really like his character. I mean, the amount of times I saw after, you know, Dragonflight, people like, this character sucks and he should just be dead. It should really tell you that you didn't do a good job of writing him in Dragonflight. You know, so because he didn't warm anyone towards him. That's the trouble with Dragonflight. Like, I feel like the fans who loved Rathian are discheesed. The people who are middling on Rathian still don't care, and the people who hate Rathian have more of a reason than ever to see him like, I don't know, to put in a mulching machine. So it's like it's not great. It's not great.
I think for me, for The Last Titan, I'm kind of curious to see if they have any kind of reconciliation between the Titans as makers and the people of Azeroth. Like, you had that kind of set up in the War Within with the Earthen, where they were given these edicts by the Titans, and then when they chose to abandon their edicts so that they could join the Alliance and the Horde, the Titans like had some kind of like fail-safe device set up to kind of like attempt to destroy them for disobeying their order. So I'm really kind of curious to see what they do with the Titans as like either heroes or, well, not heroes, but like as potential antagonists, I guess. So that's kind of what I'm looking forward to, seeing how that shakes out.
I think that's a nice way of like some nice points there, Sil, especially. Like I said, I like the Titans as a plot device too. So I'm looking forward to the last Titan. I'm looking forward to Midnight. Like I said, they can't 100% sell me on Arator, but I will enjoy his story. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh yeah, and if the dragon flights factor into that again, like if they are still loyal to the Titans, or if they are kind of like sympathetic to the Earthen's point of view.
and how would a character like Wrath, like again, Rathian ironically enough had a connection to all of these, like being mostly just a Titan. He wouldn't be alive if it wasn't for the Titans. How does a dragon like that feel, essentially? So, eh. Anyway, and Port, any final thoughts, like in a sense of like progress from Midnight to anything that you'd like to see too?
Honestly, with The Last Titan, I'm in this weird place of I have very little thoughts about it right now. Of just like it's such an amorphous. I like Midnight was always this very clear idea to build towards. Like, oh, okay, we're going to the Sunwell. Void invasion will still be happening. It's very clear what would and wouldn't happen in Midnight with Xalatath, or in the War Within with Xalatath. Whereas The Last Titan is such a vague concept of how we get there and what happens after the purported return of the Titans they've talked about. Of like, oh, how are they going to make the zone different and the way they've made Quel'Thalas different? Because I do think there's a lot less of an investment in the layout of Northrend compared to Eversong. Of like, they basically just made Eversong and Ghostlands 1-to-1, but updated. And I don't think they're going to do that to Northrend. I do think if they're really bold, I would have them just have the Titans fucking obliterate Icecrown Citadel from this guy. Just, it's gone. Like, if you want a delineation between Wrath Northrend, focused around the Undead and the Lich King, and Last Titan Northrend, focused around the Titans and Ulduar, you take out the biggest, most notable structure right there, and you turn it back into Icecrown Glacier, and you write a different story there. Or hell, if they're going to have to combine some zones, maybe combine Sholazar Basin and Icecrown and have it be the reverse of the plot that was from Wrath, where instead of the Scourge invading Sholazar, now it's the Life and Order of Sholazar invading Icecrown.
God, it's such an interesting. The thing is that Last Titan is going to be very, very super interesting if they land this sort of Titan and actually do some really. They actually pick the best continent for doing this on too, because you can easily have two different phases of Northern. You can have Old Northern and then New Northern as a whole different zone too.
Because they literally have just kind of like a big shelf that delineates like the south zones and the north zones, and they can bait nostalgia for some of them and go all out for the others. Like Storm Peak's general vibe and the spiring towers are iconic. I don't think any of the layout of Storm Peaks is iconic. I don't think anyone cares.
I'm gonna say this, like, as someone like, I can clearly remember playing back then in Wrath, and the thing is Storm Peaks was the coolest, but you didn't go there on foot. By then, you already had your flying, right? And you just flew over Storm Peaks, and you were like, "Whoa, this is big." But if you were running around on foot in Storm Peaks, you were in a sore spot. You were like, "Shit, I haven't leveled enough. I haven't got enough gold." Sorry, it stands out less in people's minds, Hills, stuff like that.
I remember back then, it led you first to the little goblin camp, and you could rent a gyrocopter from them.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly though, exactly. Yeah, you went to Downer actually way before then, and like I said, the most memorable areas were Grizzly Hills and the place on the other side for the Alliance too. I always forget the salt marsh sort of area with the blue dragonfly. Oh no! I just realized the blue dragonfly. Oh
Caligo's
no!
return.
Oh, it's Caligos in the
No.
world. It's
Oh.
Caligos in the Last Titan. No, no, please God.
I do definitely think at least one zone will get obliterated in some form. Like they're gonna go all out with that in some form, be it like through ice melting or whatever. It's just a matter of which one. We know Grizzly Hills is safe. They're never obliterating Grizzly Hills.
They're never never obliterating Grizzly Hills. Also, Belladar shifting as we realise that Caligos is going to
Oh,
play a major role in The
An
Last Titan, and
omen,
we're
an
like, no.
omen.
oh.
An omen, no, no, God. Oh, anyway, so yeah, it's one of those things that kind of, yeah, I feel like we've enjoyed War Within.
I really enjoyed the War Within. Like, honestly, like it was better than I was anticipating. I really enjoyed the questing, the storylines, the characters that they introduced, the Earthen. I really, going into this, I really did not care about the Earthen, and I did not understand how the expansion would, like, I did not anticipate the expansion making me care about them, and they totally did. Like, they just, they're really interesting Earthen characters. Their culture is really interesting. One thing that I wrote down that I wanted to mention is that I feel like the writing for Earthen in general was really good. Like, there are so many like little lines in like the quest text that really kind of like highlight how, like, really beautiful lines that kind of like highlight how alien the Earthen are, like compared to like the flesh and blood.
One quest I really loved, like there's the big like iconic ones, like the Alzheimer's one that's in the Isle of Dorn. The one side quest I really love for them is that one about that storyteller in the Ringing Deeps, who he would get told all these stories, and his purpose was basically just being a repository for everyone else's experience. He had never seen the sun. He had never seen what all these people had experienced. And his quest line was him choosing to leave that behind and choosing to go experience the sun above, to go experience everything. And that kind of tragedy of his bodyguard like really like begrudgingly helping him with that, thinking like, oh, he's leaving me behind, he's going his own path. And then that beautiful ending, like, oh no, you're coming with me, right?
I was, let me just say, I totally, totally agree. I don't think there was an earthen story in this expansion that I was like, oh, that kind of sucked. I think they were all really, really good. And actually, I'm just going to say props as well for the little elements of horror in this expansion too. Like the one with, I forget where it actually was because I played it a while ago now. So you probably remember this, the one where it was like the stone in the cave.
Oh yes, I definitely remember this.
Oh yeah, the jewel crafter in
Yes, yeah, that one. Even technically, the Nazoth fish one was really interesting too.
oh yeah. I also love the one in Ashkahet. There's that cave full of Dalaran Pathfinders. And there's the one
Yes.
Yes.
undead guy you find that the bugs have eaten through his body and eaten his eyes. And then at the end, the big spider eats him entirely, and the only thing left is his skull.
Yeah, it's like, no, my bad. Really good though. Really, really effective storytelling. Again,
Well, the funny thing, if you go back to the camp after you turn in that quest, his skull is sitting by the campfire next to them.
no, I haven't seen that. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to go and check that. Holy shit! But
Yeah, really
yeah,
good
exactly.
horror, really just really good writing this expansion in general. Like, I feel like it was just the polar opposite of like Dragonflight, where I just feel like a lot of heart was like a lot of heart and a lot of like,
I do think a big thing for me is for both the base expansion and Ghosts of Koresh, I think the side stories had a lot better of a purpose than in Dragonflight, in that while they weren't tied to the main plot, they were tied to the themes of the main plot of that given zone or that given patch. I do think that's a big weakness in Undermine, is because they weren't allowed to use the cartels for the side plots. A lot of them are kind of just superfluous, funny goblin things, and not really tied to any of the themes of what Undermine is about. But I think Ghost of Koresh is really strong with that, of like examining what being the Koreshi people means now when they've lost so much of what made them what they are, even down to their bodies.
Agreed. Agree. And there was a good final for the Eco Dome too. Like people are saying that was a, yeah, yeah, exactly. Like I said, so I think coming out of the War Within, I think our major issues were probably like just aesthetic shifts could have been done smoother. Essentially, like I said, Dragonflight was kind of good at that smooth delivery of like each part of those, but again, Dragonflight was just very weak in a lot of areas too. But I think War Within, much stronger in regards to that, in a sense of like less so it was aesthetically jarring, but the end results spoke for themselves, I think. And yeah, just again, some of the hits and miss with the cadence of material and what like activities were provided in War Within 2 were a little bit out of line. Like you said, Paul, I'm still thinking about the flames radiance and where it was placed. You're so right. It was so incorrectly placed there. And that would have made it stronger in that regards, depending on where it was placed in the actual expansion. And everything you've said so far about Midnight is looking very, very strong. I'm really looking forward to it.
And I can say one other thing. A thing I think that Dragonflight really lacked was the ability to linger and have tragedy exist. Everything in Dragonflight really had to end on a thing where everyone is happy, everyone is satisfied. The only real thing we didn't get with that was Sarkareth. But even then, the Black Dragonflight plot kind of forced this ending of everyone is happy with what has happened. And we got the same with the Bronze Dragonflight, the same with everything with Emir Drasil. And the Night Elves are essentially solved as a race now because everyone is happy now. The War Within did such a better job letting tragedy occur, especially in Ghost of Koresh. Of like, there's no happy ending in Ghost of Koresh. Locust Walker dies horribly. Illyria has this quest of vengeance she's going on. Things are better because the Mencius is not going to devour the universe, but we go into Midnight facing a threat, facing tragedy, and so far Midnight has really amped that up and continued of not everything has to be perfect, especially by the end of his own story. Things can get worse, things can linger. The tragedy can be the point.
I think one aspect of the story that did that really well was in Ashkahet with the fate of Queen Nephris. Like, you know, she's been like basically transformed into this abomination of her former self. But they really had that bittersweet ending where they were just glad to have their queen back, even though she was like in a completely different form. And there's still that, so like the problem isn't solved, but there's still that hope there that, you know, she can kind of regain, maybe she has some semblance of herself there. And, you know, with that, there's like hope that she can kind of like rebuild her life a little bit, especially with the widow Arachne, who was revealed to be her lover, in a way. So I think that I agree that the War Within did a really good job of like kind of like not everything is perfect, not everything ends happily. There's like tragedy, and that's kind of like woven into the story in this really interesting way.
Agreed. And again, I'm going to bring up the bit that I said earlier too. The devs really wanted to go hard on Rathian and show us, like, really break him down. Zaralek Caverns didn't need to end on a happy note. It could have ended on a really bitter kind of, but then again, the thing is that the devs have a bit of trouble like assigning like deeper emotions. Well, more recent devs have troubles assigning, deeper feelings for Rathian. So it would have been fine. It would have been fine if Rathian was like really broken by, no one really caring for, his opinion, him not feeling like he fits in with other dragons, being made a fool of, etc., etc., and then ending that on a really sad note for him. Like he's helped out, but it wasn't very satisfying, and still no one really likes him or trusts him. And you know, the Dragon House was basically a bust for him, another place where he doesn't belong. That would have been fine too. Like if they wanted to do that, like that would have been it would have been better than the story that they provided us. Like I just but that's the thing, and I think that they actually took that risk in the War Within and actually said, "Hey, what if this isn't so clean cut?" Which I think is a massive improvement over Dragonflight, like massively so. I think that was my major issue with Dragonflight. It was just all too squeaky clean in a way that was deeply unsatisfying. Like I said, again, like if they don't particularly like Rathian and they wanted to put Rathian in his place, why not give him a tragic story in that? And then end with Rathian needs to leave again because he doesn't belong here. Like that is fine. That is completely fine. If that is a story that they want to explore, do it. But don't be like this character is okay with everything that went on and he's not got any more questions and he's just simply accepted it. Like And so I hope to see more of that in Midnight.
I definitely don't think The War Within had like an issue with any of its characters like that, where you felt like there was this like like everything was done sincerely, kind of like we said, even the undermine stuff, which was very like exaggerated with its humor at times. But I think I'm coming away, even though I really feel fondly, I think about Dragonflight fondly, like I really have good memories of playing that expansion. I'm coming out of like the War Within with like a much better this could be rose tinted glasses, but like its story I feel like made a better impression on me, definitely more so than Dragonflight's.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Agreed there. And the other thing is too, like, the only story that I think that they tried to give a clean ending to again was Enwin's in the Faerun short story. Like, he was happy, the light is back and he's ready to become king again, which is a very odd dissonance to how we finished up War Within with Rathian and Thrall's conversation because I'm gonna say this.
Anduin and Thrall's conversation.
Yeah, he seemed still very doubtful, and, like, anyone was like, "Yeah, I've been running from the light," but he still didn't seem happy, you know what I mean? I think you guys maybe picked up on that too, he still seemed rather like, "Well, I'll take it as it comes now, like, there's still a lot ahead of me here, and I haven't really reconciled that."
Yeah, it was like a little open ended.
Yeah, and then the book was just like, "No, he's cool."
Well, if you hear his poke lines, his base War Within ones are very depressed, but his ones like post healing or post beginning his recovery with Theron are much more kind of not happy, but more kind of just accepting and kind of they're somber still. They're not he's healed now, but they are more he's open now.
And that was the weird thing in that short story, I was like, "Who is this?" He's like, "I'm cool now. I'm here. I'm so normal right now, guys. I'm so normal," says Anduin while looking completely unnormal. He's like, I'm so normal. I went to therapy once and I've learned so much." Um, yeah, so it's a bit odd that and like I said, I have a feeling that the light will return to Anduin's sword. Again, I'm not being a full doomer, but the light will return to Anduin's sword when he becomes king again, Like, it'll be like, "Yes, the chosen king," and his sword is all relit. Everything's fine again, guys. Everything's cool. Everything's fine.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to see if that happens or not. I'm like not sure if the light it would be really poignant if the light never came back to Charlemagne. I think that would be like a really interesting decision to make.
Actually, that would. I think that would be very, very interesting.
Yeah, but we'll see. We'll see. Knowing wow, they are probably planning some kind of like moment where the light returns to Charlemagne. But I do think it's really intriguing and like purposeful that the light did not return to Charlemagne and it hasn't appeared there in like the concept art. Like they've kept that like consistent with like his model and the concept art for or not concept art, key art for Midnight and stuff like that. So I'm very interested about that.
And like I said, I want to be proven wrong once again. I want to be like, other than my expectations for Midnight, because like you said, Paul, everything that you've been posting, other than like minor quibbles and like really ironing out some like ideas, and again, really reflecting on the idea of who needs to be forgiven and is forgiveness always the way out of these things? And also, if these characters were in these situations where it is essentially a ultimatum, would they lie? Would they lie to get out of these situations? It's much like you said, at the end of the Red Dawn thing with our new villainess with the glasses. In that situation, leaving her alive was an odd choice. But it would have been interesting to see, like, in a sense that a character who has their back against the wall and will lie about what they're going to do. Because the thing is that, like, much like Arata kicking the asses of all these other Scarlet Crusaders, and then you're the Scarlet Crusader who's last in the room and you're sweating, and you're seeing this big ass bloody elf coming towards you, ready to give you an ass kicking too. I'd lie. Like I said, I'd lie. I'd be like, "I'm not that stupid. I'm gonna tell him that uh I love multiculturalism." You know, I love the Forsaken. I love the Forsaken because I get to live another day. And that's the trouble with these sorts of mindsets. There's not just an easy way of being like, see, they've changed. They've thought about their actions and they've changed. Because you run into people in real life who will make any excuse under the sun and they even know that they're lying, but it doesn't matter to them because that isn't the main goal in regards to these things.
Wait, I missed what you were talking about originally. Who's approaching?
Who in the alpha with, Arator and the Scarlet Crusaders, and like Porter said, there's a bit where one of them says, "Please, I haven't believed in the Scarlet Crusades ideas for, like, years." But the irony is they're still in the Scarlet Crusade halls, aren't they, Port? Like,
Literally in the Hall of Champions.
literally in the Hall of Champions. They haven't just, like, turned in their badge one day. They're not like, "The cult was keeping me there," you know? And even if it is a cult and they couldn't escape, and then this it's very odd.
I feel like you could have escaped when they got wiped out one of their 15 times.
Exactly. It's very odd, and if they actually use that as like, yeah, those Scarlet Crusaders that you let go free were just lying. They do not care what you have to say. They're actually fucking horrible, and they have proven themselves time after time again. They're not going to change, you know. And those are the times when it's okay to be like, time for an ass whooping, guys, cracking, the knuckles and stuff. Because, redemption, if you can't even redeem characters who have made attempts to change themselves, but you'll happily hand it to the bigots in this same game, it's very odd. It's very odd, is all I've got to say. Unless there's like a twist, like I said, you're like, sorry, yeah, you can go free because you've renounced the Scarlet Crusade, and the Scarlet Crusaders are running out like an idiot. He just let us go as soon as we said that we weren't with the Scarlet Crusade anymore. We hated them. Oh, what? We can take that sucker. And that may come back to bite Arator on the ass. That's also an interesting point. So anyway, but yeah, and like I said, I mean, I was being a bit of a doomer about Anduin. Like, he was in the initial cutscene with Thrall. I'm expecting something with Thrall before the end of the World Soul Saga.
I hope there's more withdrawal before the end of the World Soul Saga, because that would really suck if they didn't do more with him.
Exactly, and not only that, but the last point of like Anduin, is he not hearing any songs of Azeroth anymore? Is he not hearing the World Soul's voice anymore?
I hope they address that more in general, because that was such an intriguing point in the announcement cinematic for its expansion. It was just the fact the World Soul was calling out to specific people in particular. I just feel like that was a really interesting hook. So I really hope that goes somewhere.
The idea that it was becoming more widespread, more and more people were starting to hear it, but nobody knew why. And we still don't really know why.
Yes, though. We don't was it just to stop Xalatath? Is something going on? Is it the World Soul's in pain? Is the World Soul in danger?
I guess that's what I'm looking forward to in The Last Titan. I'm sure they'll answer that or try to answer it then.
Yeah, and if that is the case, then Anduin should be there. I don't know why they had that short story saying he needs to return to Stormwind immediately and be king again. That's the thing that's making me what?
He could do both. They could do both with him.
Yeah, and the desperation again to Anduin. Anduin needs a crush. Anduin needs a wife, and just let this cat. He's already had a shit time with the narrative, and now Arator is coming stealing his spot. You know what I mean? They need to give Anduin a little bit of a break that isn't just being the bestest goodest boy. He needs to go out and do more than just one leveling essentially to fix his character. They need to work hard, essentially. Like I said, they need to work hard on a lot of elements of WoW, and at least they are doing it with certain parts. So that's always. Anyway, any final thoughts, everyone? I've run out of thoughts. We've been nattering for a very long time now.
Yeah, we should probably wrap this up soon because we've been talking for almost 6 hours now.
Okay, let's call our video now. I think that's all well and Sorted. Thank you so much, everyone, for giving your thoughts, and we'll see how this all unfolds as midnight approaches in possibly February, possibly March next year. Um, and basically, we'll see how our favorite characters go along, our main characters at the moment. Like I said, I'm hoping to become more endeared by Illyria by the end of midnight. So let's go. Like I said, she'll probably never be one of me ultimate faves, but I'm engaged. Like I said, I suppose that's all you really need.
I'm personally feeling optimistic overall. I think this is a good first chapter. I'm open to where the story goes from here.
You have appealed to my emotionally curious nature. I'm opening door just a little bit. So,
I'm opening the door a little bit, yeah.
and again, Port, thank you so much for all the work that you put in with like going through all these stories too. And more appreciation to reporting on the story and like giving us fun stuff to talk about, you know, like I'm not always the chattiest on social media because half the time I'm doing something, but it's really nice to see that and have like people have talks about these things. And again, like to Blizzard devs, like take that on board. You don't have to take everything on board, of course. Like it is critique, and but like be thoughtful. I can't well, to always quote myself, like use your head. Not look at things like think of what can be improved, the feedback on certain things. Don't be afraid of that. Critique is even the harshest critique. You can find grains of like little diamonds in harsh critique of like how you can improve and stuff like that. And I feel like I genuinely feel like the feedback that was given during Dragonflight has improved the War Within story writing. I think it is improved quite dramatically from Dragonflight about considering those things and then working from that. So there we go. Thank you both for being here and sharing opinions.
Thank you both for chatting and for sharing your thoughts.
And we'll be seeing more coming up too. And like I said, we'll have some extra things to say when Anduin starts getting a little bit of extra screen time again. If he gets any screen time, you know, so that's going to be interesting upon itself as well. And give our thoughts and feedback on Midnight as we play it too. So excellent. And thank you all. Thank you all for listening.